Imagine transmigrating into your favorite novel, only to become the most ignored woman in the room, while everyone spoils the precious princess. Ethel is treated like she doesn't even exist, but when her husband forgets their anniversary, that's the last straw. If this drama is already getting spicy, don't forget to like the video. The Ducal Palace of House Cassius, where our protagonist and her in-laws are having lunch. Ethel silently have her lunch while her brother-in-law said to her sister-in-law, Riena, you should eat the carrots too. Riena replied, no, I hate carrots. Her husband Leandro said to Riena, if you want to be healthy, you shouldn't be picky about food. Riena said, I said no Leandro, I won't die even if I don't eat carrots. Lohim said, shouldn't carrots be your favorite food, little bunny? Suddenly Duke shouts, enough, no one can force my daughter to eat anything she hates. He said in cold tone, how dare they serve food Riena dislikes? I shall dismiss everyone who had a hand in preparing this meal. Hearing this, the maid standing nearby flinched. Riena stood shouting, no, you can't, Dad. She went close to Duke and holds his hand. Tears drops from her eyes while she said, you're not the kind of person who'd fire people for such a trifling matter, are you? Duke clears his throat saying, fine. Since you say so, I will let it go this one time. Lohim asked, how are you going to survive in this world, being so naive, little bunny? Leandro said, Riena, you're too nice to a fault. They were having these talks while completely ignoring that there was someone else sitting beside them, our protagonist Ethel. She thinks, ugh, are they for real? Is that how people treat a 20-year-old grown-up? Leandro finally noticed her. He asked, is there something wrong, Ethel? Wiping her mouth she said, no, I just don't have any appetite. That's all. Meanwhile she thinks, because you people made me completely lose my appetite. Lohim said to Riena, I'll give you a present if you eat all the carrots on your plate. Leandro pats her too saying, I'll give you one too. Riena asked, you're going to give me presents when it's not even a special day? Suddenly Lohim realized something. He whispers to Leandro, brother, did you prepare a present for your wife? Otherwise, she'll sulk. Ethel asked, indeed? Do you have a present for me? Meanwhile she thinks, Lohim, that's so not like you to think of me. Leandro sighed. Then he said, what are you talking about? We don't even have any special occasion today. Hearing this, Ethel said, today's our wedding anniversary. She thinks, we got married exactly 2 years ago today. Leandro gets surprised repeating, wedding anniversary. Lohim said, how can you forget your wedding anniversary? What a terrible husband, Riena said, my word. You're right. It is today. Duke said, you're married, son? You should pay attention to your family. Ethel shivers thinking, goodness, did hell freeze? What's up with these people today? Leandro said, it's my fault that I forgot our wedding anniversary, but... She thinks, but? Did he just say, but when even a sincere apology wouldn't be enough? He asked, is there a rule that only the husband should give a present to the wife on their wedding anniversary, and not vice versa? Ethel thinks, when I first found myself transmigrated to this fictional world, I thought I was lucky. I thought I was given a second chance at life after I met my end in a traffic accident. I awoke in the novel I enjoyed reading titled The Returner's Rosy Second Life. In the story, Riena is an orphan who dies after leading a miserable life. Lohim, second son of House Cassius. Leandro, first son of House Cassius. And Duke Cassius, nobleman of high rank and family head. After regressing, Riena is adopted into the ducal family, and occupies all the love and attention of her father and 2 brothers. I particularly loved how the Duke's family cherish her like the apple of their eyes. As a reader, while Riena is the protagonist of this novel, I'm Ethel Wallace, wife to her eldest brother, Leandro, a minor character, who rarely appears in the story and hardly receives any attention. I'm okay with that because my favorite character is Leandro, and I get to be his wife. His blonde hair sparkles more brilliant than the sunlight, and his blue eyes hold a breadth deeper than any lake. He is perfect in every aspect, from his capabilities to his appearance, just like his father, Lord Leandro, the heir to House Cassius. Although our marriage is of convenience, who cares? I'm his wife. How lucky I am to be a member of the ducal family in this story. For me, it's as good as getting a VIP seat to enjoy the novel. Or so I thought. Ethel felt rage. Leandro asked, Ethel? Marriage is of 2 people. Since you also failed to prepare my present. She grits thinking, my mistake when I read the novel is that I never thought about how Ethel would feel. Not only did he abandon me once we got to our honeymoon destination, But he also had his aide send me a gift for our first wedding anniversary. She recalled saying to him, "It's my birthday, Todd," but he interrupts saying, "I'm busy." One day she asked, "Would you like to go for a stroll W-?" He replied, "I've just got back from a walk with Riena." She calls him, but he went to his sister saying, "Riena is looking for me. She thinks I never thought I'd be overshadowed by Riena and treated as if I'm invisible like this." Back to dining table, Leandro said, "I don't think you can blame me for." He was about to complete his words, but she throws a box on his face. Everyone around gets shocked. He asked, what? She shouts, "I want a divorce." She turns saying, "Let's proceed with the divorce process as soon as possible." Dazed, Leandro asked, "Divorce?" Duke asked her, "Ethel, are you serious about what you just said?" Riena shocked, said Ethel. Luhaim shakes his brother while also being shocked. She left saying, "Farewell, everyone." Maid said, "My lady." She went up to her room. While grabbing some jewels, she thinks, "I should take these with me. I can't just leave empty-handed, can I?" She heard footsteps and thinks, "How quick he is to follow me." He opened the door shouting, "Ethel!" He asked, "Are you serious about getting a divorce?" She replied while packing her things, "Yes, I'm very serious." He asked, "But why? What's the reason?" He tries to block her way. She said, "Step aside. I'm leaving." He said, "It's my fault that I forgot our anniversary. But you can't do this just because." She interrupts asking, "Do you think I'm doing this just because of that?" He said, "I admit that we're not very close as a married couple, but isn't some level of detachment common in arranged marriages?" She said, "This is not simply about us not being close enough." He asked, "Then what other reason could there be?" He suddenly noticed something. He said, looking at a dress, "Ethel, look at that." He uncovers the dress saying, "You remember when you got married to me in this dress, don't you? Try to recall that happy moment." But she interrupts saying, "It wasn't a happy moment." He gets shocked and asked, "Pardon?" She said coldly, "I wasn't happy then. Also, both that dress and our wedding don't trigger happy memories." A few months prior to the wedding, in the 5th drawing room of the ducal palace, Ethel came wearing a plain white dress. He glanced at her saying, "That suits you well." The designer asked, "What would you like to try on next, my lady?" She thinks, "I can't believe they had an entire boutique relocated to their house. This is something House Wallace can't even dream of." Then she recalled her family saying, "You must get married to Lord Cassius no matter what. Where and when else can you meet a man of such superior status? Will my life get easier if my sister becomes Duchess Cassius?" She shrugs at thoughts thinking, "I get why they made such a fuss. I won't have to see such despicable people once I get married though, so whatever. They say she's the best designer in the empire, and indeed, every single item is a work of art." The door opens, and Riena enters saying, "Leandro." He asked her, "Riena, what are you doing here?" She replied, "I was curious to see how my future sister-in-law would look in a wedding dress." Ethel smiled hearing this. She thinks, seeing them, "When I read this novel, I thought that I'd like to have such a loving family. And after the wedding, I'm going to be one of them." Riena went close to her saying, "How beautiful." She asked, "Can I try one of the dresses?" Ethel asked, "Pardon?" She replied, "If you don't mind, that is." She said, "Seeing you so beautiful in a wedding dress makes me want to try one too." Ethel thinks she's so cute. It's only natural, of course. I also yearn to wear a wedding dress at her age. Thinking this, she nods. Leandro came and asked, "What? Why would you want to try on a wedding dress?" Riena pouts asking, "Maybe I shouldn't, should I?" Ethel asked to designer, "Isn't it all right? Letting her just try it on wouldn't hurt, right?" She nods. Leandro said, "Suit yourself." Riena shouts, "Yay, I'm so excited." While Riena was changing, Luhaim and Theodad came. Luhaim asked, "Brother, is Riena here?" Duke said, "We thought we'd have tea with Riena. The servants told us she'd be here." Luhaim said, "You're here too, Lady Wallace?" Ethel thinks, "Of course I'm here, you jerk. It's my dress-fitting day." Riena came dressed up in a beautiful dress. "Dad, Luhaim, I didn't know you're both here too." Everyone gets shocked seeing her. She asked, "What do you think? Isn't this dress so gorgeous?" Luhaim asked, "Why are you wearing that thing?" She replied, "Because I want to." Duke said, "It feels like only yesterday when my daughter said she'd marry me." Riena said, "That was a long, long time ago, Dad." Luhaim said, "What are you saying, Father? It's me that she promised to marry." Ethel thinks, were they this silly in the novel too? Leandro moves forward shouting, "What are you two talking about?" Ethel thinks, yes, at least one person seems to. but she gets jolted after he said, Riena promised she'd marry me. She thinks, hey, aren't you supposed to marry me? Riena said, that's enough, Dad. Brothers, stop making a fuss over something I said when I was young. Just sit down and take a look at the other dresses I'll try on. Then she tries some other dress and showed them. After that, while leaving, Duke asked, shall we go have tea now? Riena said, okay, Dad. Lahim said, good luck, brother. She thinks they finally left. I'm so exhausted. He picks a dress and asked, what do you think of this one? He said, you looked very beautiful in this. Coming back to present, he said, that can't be true. But when you tried this on, I definitely thought. She interrupts shouting, when did I wear that? He said, back then. She said coldly, the person who wore that dress wasn't me. It was your sister, he asked. It was Riena. He shouts, how could I make such a foolish mistake? You must be mistaken. She asked, do you think I'm an idiot who can't even tell what I tried on? He said confidently, I can tell that much too. Are you making things up to put the blame on me? She felt rage. What? She asked, are you insinuating that I'm lying? He turns his face saying, that's not what I mean. But, although you and Riena look quite alike, how could I possibly confuse you with her? She glares thinking, we look alike. She imagined Riena and herself. How? Where? When? He gasped, if that were to be true. Why did you not say anything back then? You must have been very offended. She thinks, are you saying that I shouldn't fuss about it after all this time? She asked, what did I say at dinner this evening? He asked, why are you asking me that all of a sudden? She said, indulge me. He ponders for a moment. Then he said, you said you had no appetite. She asked, and? He said, you asked me if I prepared a present for you, and then you said we should get divorced. She asked, and what happened before that conversation? He imagined the scene saying, well, before that, She said, that's exactly where I stand in this house. She turns leaving saying, that's my situation in this house since I became your wife. What do you think it was like before we got married? He said, Ethel. She asked while leaving, how could I dare point out Lord Cassius' mistake? She recalled the moment when he suggested dress. You looked very beautiful in this. She thinks, looking at him, recommend the one Riena tried on. I thought to myself, why would the Cassius family alienate me? Let's not rush things. It just takes time to get close with them. However, over time, I knew that there was no room for me in their hearts. Leandro said, I admit that my family has an unusually close bond. She said, that's exactly why I'm leaving. I'm the odd one out in this family. He taps her shoulder shouting, Ethel. She slaps his hand. She said, I'll prepare our divorce papers and send them to you so that you only need to sign them. He follows her saying, wait, Ethel. Please listen to me. She said, I've heard enough of your crap. He asked, what did you just say? She turns saying, get lost, you turd. The servants and Duke's family was standing downstairs. Wal passed by them while Lohim asked, Ethel, how did your talk go? Riena asked, what did Leandro say? Duke said, Ethel, expressing your anger like this won't help. She opens the door and left. She walks away with her suitcase while Duke's family stood seeing her. She went to market. She booked a room in a hotel, and while laying on bed she said, this feels awesome. I was a bit worried that I couldn't bring much of my stuff with me, but now, I couldn't feel more at home. Let's not think about trivial matters for now. Getting divorced is the priority. At Duke's palace, Lahim asked Leandro, brother, are you really going to just let this be? He asked, what are you talking about? Lahim said, I'm talking about your wife, of course. He replied, I'm sure she'll come back before long. Lahim asked, don't you remember how she left after dropping such an announcement? Are you so shocked that you lost your wits? He said, my wife is a wise woman. She might have demanded a divorce in a fit of anger, but I'm sure she's regaining her senses by now. Lahim asked, isn't that just your wishful thinking? He said, you're well aware that we didn't marry for love in the first place. Lahim said, oh ho. So you're implying that she'll come back for the sake of her house. But what if she never returns? Leandro stopped. He said, she will? Lahim asked, what makes you so sure? Leandro said, Riena told me that this marriage won't end. He asked, did she? Well, if she said so. She's been providing useful information to our family at critical moments, and catches people off guard with her occasional eloquent speech. After all, what she said has surprisingly proven to be true up to this point. Leandro said, yes, that's why I believe there won't be a divorce. The next day, the Cassius ducal palace. Butler knocked Leandro's room. Pardon me, my lord, are you awake? Her ladyship has. Before he can complete his words, Leandro opens the door and rushed outside. Butler shouts, stopping him, "My lord!" He thinks, "I knew it. She's finally back." He opens the door shouting, "Ethel!" He gets shocked seeing a postman. The postman asked, "Lord Leandro Cassius?" Leandro asked, "Who are you?" He showed some papers saying, "I'm here to deliver this on behalf of Lady Ethel Wallace. This is to be delivered to you." Leandro takes the package. He opens it just to find out a divorce agreement. In front of the city hall of Royan, the capital of the Astaroth Empire, Leandro, holding the papers, walks around in wait. Suddenly he gasps seeing Ethel coming towards him. He shouts, "Ethel!" She said, "Oh my? I see you arrived first." He asked, shouting, "What were you thinking to send me this?" She replied, "Of course I sent it to divorce you. Why else would I?" He asked, "Divorce? Are you truly going to part ways with me?" She asked, "Then does this look like a ruse to you?" He said, "How could you do this to me? What a fool I am to have been concerned about you." She asked, "Who asked you to be concerned about me?" "Well, at least you admitted that you're a fool." He shouts in anger, "Ethel!" But she shouts back, "What?" He flinched by her response. She thinks, "You didn't think that I can also yell like you, did you?" He clears his throat and said, "I've been thinking a lot about us since you left. You were right. Since we got married, I've been such a..." She interrupts him saying, "That talk can wait until after we submit our divorce papers." He asked, "Can't you see I'm trying to apologize to you?" "How can you?" She said furiously, "I'm not at all curious about how sorry you are." She asked, "Do I have to forgive you if you apologize to me? Do I have to smile as if nothing ever happened?" She thinks, "How dare he act like a victim?" She moves forward saying, "It seems nothing can save our relationship, so why don't we just end it? I can't bear the sight of you anymore." He shouts, "Ethel!" He tears the divorce papers. She turns towards him. He said, well, the document is damaged. So why don't we go somewhere and talk about?" She interrupts, pulling a copy of documents saying, "Don't worry." She showed him saying, "I prepared a copy, just in case." He ripped that too. She gives him one more, "Here's another." He ripped it too. She gave one more, another. He ripped that too. She again gave him one more saying, "Actually, I brought 4 extra copies." He ripped that too. She gave him one more saying, "Oh wait, there's one more." He gets furious and felt defeated. He grabs that copy from her. He said, "Even if you bring me thousands of copies, my answer will still be no." She gets furious too. She said, "Fine. Then let's go to court." He asked, "Do you believe you can win a case against me, a Cassius?" She shouts in a loud voice, "Absolutely. So let's get divorced. Leandro Cassius." The crowd gathered and murmurs, "Huh? Cassius? Come to think of it, that gentleman looks like Duke Cassius' son. He hides his face, damn it." Meanwhile she thinks, it's a matter of time now that the rumors about the bad relationship between Lord Cassius and his wife will spread. With this, I've achieved my primary goal by calling out Leandro out to the city hall. She beamed thinking, even if this divorce case turns into mudslinging, I have nothing to lose. She passed him whispering, "Let's see who'll get tired and give in first." Murmurs filled the air as she left. While walking at a distance she thinks, is a lawsuit truly the only answer? Ethel's imagination. Did your husband have an affair? No. Did he use violence? No. Did he use abusive language? Not at all. Then did he gamble? He didn't. Does he have a child out of wedlock? Not that I know of. Did he refuse to pay your living costs for a certain number of months? He allocates about 5,000 gold every month for my living expenses and provides me a separate personal allowance. She thinks, feeling anxious. I don't want to admit it, but Leandro is an excellent husband on the surface. She thinks, if I have to, there's only one thing I can cite as reasonable grounds for divorce, but that issue is so sensitive I can't discuss it with a lawyer yet. Meanwhile footsteps approached. Leandro came and grabs her shoulder. "Ethel," he said, "perhaps you misunderstood as I'm not very good at expressing my emotions, but my feelings for you have not changed one bit. Although one thing led to another, and things have come to this." She thinks, "Ugh, he's so persistent." She said, "Am I supposed to believe that? You have no feelings for me whatsoever." He said, "That's not true. I married you because I liked you, and I don't want for us to divorce because I still do. There were so many other noble families I could have chosen from, but you were the only woman I considered to be my wife." She asked, "Do you think I don't know why you chose House Wallace, the abandoned mine in Anala?" Hearing this he gets shocked. She said, "Riena wanted that mine? which was owned by House Wallace, and that's why you married me. The mine was one of House Wallace's few valuable properties. Excavating magic stones used to be a lucrative business, but as its profitability decreased, the mine grounded to a halt. Who would have known that that white elephant would turn into a golden goose in the future? She thinks that be me, who read this novel, and Riena, a regressor of this world. He shocked asked How? She stood confident. He trembles asking, how do you know that? She said you confessed to me while you were drunk. He asked, did I? She replied, yes. Can't you even remember saying that? Meanwhile she thinks, of course, you can't remember because it's a lie. Have we even talked face to face before this? She said, one night you told me that Riena wanted the Enala mines so much that you decided to marry me. He shouts, absolutely not. He said with a trembling voice, well, I might have approached your family because of the mine at first, but when I laid my eyes on you, I immediately felt an attraction. After that, my feelings for you gradually grew. She asked, then why did your attitude change after our wedding? Why have you neglected me so far? He said, it's because. She turned saying, stop telling such a blatant lie. Do you think I'm a fool? He stopped her, grabbing her arm. Ethel, he said, please give me a chance to explain myself. She asked, why? Do you need to persuade me more so I'd hand over the Enala mine? He released her arm. After that she thinks, being furious, I will never allow them to take the mine away from me. Fortunately, the Enala mine is still registered under my name. She recalled saying to her father, Father, the best way for us to reduce our tax obligation is for you to give me the mine now, and then I can transfer it to my husband later. In the future, new technologies might enable us to dig deeper, so we have no reason to hurry and hand it to them now, don't we? Her father said, yes, of course. She thinks, the mine still has a pretty large reserve of magic stone. The problem is that they're buried so deep underground that excavating them now would be a losing business. Whenever my husband occasionally brought up the mine, I'd delay the name transfer time and time again on one pretext or another. She recalled herself saying, the documents have yet to arrive from my parents. I think the documents must have gone missing in an accident during delivery. Apparently, House Wallace's tax accountant fell ill from overwork. She thinks, House Cassius will certainly try to take the mine by any means, claiming that they deserve it because House Wallace promised it as dowry. Once the ownership is transferred, it'd take several times more effort to take it back. She clenched thinking, that's why I need to wrap up this divorce as soon as possible. Wanderer's Forest just outside the capital city. While going through the forest she thinks, it must be somewhere around here. Suddenly a crow came and she gasped, eek! She heard something and followed the sound. She peeked from behind a tree. A man was standing there holding sword. She thinks, that man is the novel's antagonist, and Riena's archenemy, Marquis Terence Freeheiden. She gasped seeing him. She thinks, I knew he'd be here, but I didn't expect to find him right away. What should I do? Terence is already a high-ranking noble, but he has even bigger secrets about his real identity which will earn him a position of great power soon. She thinks it may sound lame, but I should just say that I'm lost. After all, when will I ever run into him again? A chance like this doesn't come every day. I can't spend the rest of my life enduring their neglectful treatment in that house. She grits her teeth. She jolted when she heard, who goes there? Terence said, if you want to live, reveal yourself. I know you're hiding behind me with bated breath. She covers her ears with her hands. A sound came like a blast. She peeked to see, but gets shocked seeing the tree being in two parts. An assassin came holding a dagger. He moves towards Terence saying, damn it, die. But Terence dogged easily. He hits him behind. The assassin fell down on the ground. He said, how boring. How come the assassin's skills get poorer and poorer? Meanwhile Ethel's heartbeat gets fast. She sat silent behind the tree. She thinks while trembling, I don't think today is the day. It's too bad, but maybe next time. Suddenly she slipped. She was about to fall from height. But someone caught her. She thinks, what is this firm touch? Terence was holding her in his arms. She looked at him closely. She thinks, whoa, he's really handsome up close. Oh no, what am I thinking? He puts her down while she thinks, I saw him leave. When did he come back? She bowed and said, thank you. You saved my life. Hearing this he smiled. He asked, what is a young lady like yourself doing in these deep woods? She said, oh, I took the wrong path. He asked, wrong path? If you don't mind me asking, for what purpose did you enter the Wanderer's Forest? She said, I was just strolling. He said, the trail is a long way away from here, and it's in the opposite direction. She thinks, I knew it'd be a lame excuse. He asked, are you saying you got lost while taking a walk alone in the Wanderer's Forest? She think, that sounds like nonsense even to me. He stares at her while she said, what I mean to say is, I'm here to run a personal errand, and that's why I was walking in the woods when I got lost. He asked, could you tell me what your personal errand is about? She said, that's a personal matter, so I'm afraid I can't. He draws his sword out saying, that's odd. The only people you can find around here are wandering mercenaries. She gets shocked and thinks, he's suspecting me. He's totally suspecting me. If need be, I should use my self-defense amulet. He asked, did you know who you'd find here today? She said, I'll tell you. She said, it is very personal, but since you saved my life, the least I can do is to share it with my savior. She said, actually, I came to find a mercenary who will escort me. I intend to divorce my husband, but he threatened that he'd never let me go. So I left home, but I'm afraid he'll find me sooner or later. He said, oh, I see. He asked, you seem like a noble lady. Why not hire a private knight? She faking tears replied, it's embarrassing to say, but I can't afford such service. He stares at her for a moment. Then he bowed and said, my apologies. I didn't mean to pry into your personal affairs. She said, not at all. I was the one who suddenly appeared and inconvenienced you. Meanwhile she thinks, it worked. She turns saying, well then, I should take my. Ouch. Why is there a fallen tree here? She remembered why the tree is fallen. She said, this must be the one you broke while you were training. You must have amazing skills, sir. He said, I do. I'm not one to brag, but I am a pretty good swordsman, if I do say so myself. I'm sure you won't regret it if you hire me as your escort. She asked, pardon? I don't understand. He leans towards saying, hire me as your bodyguard. She shocked asked, why you, as my bodyguard? He beamed saying, I'm a wandering mercenary too. As it happens, I'm looking for someone to hire me. She clenched the papers in her hand thinking, bullshit. You're a marquis, she said. As I already mentioned, I'm not in a very good financial position right now. He said, I won't charge you more than my basic rate. She asked, I'm not sure if I could treat a person with such great skills like that. He said, please don't worry. Receiving my base rate helps plenty when business is quiet. Then she said, but still, I think I'd be more comfortable with a female guard. He said, that won't be a problem since we won't be staying in the same room. She said, but. Then she had an idea and thinks, wait, isn't this my chance? This could be a golden opportunity to form a close enough relationship to make a deal over that information. She said, well, if you say so. She bowed and said, I'll be in your care. He bowed back too and said, likewise. Please call me T. She thinks, that is how I came to hire the novel character with a dark past as my bodyguard. She gulped thinking, I made a good decision, right? While walking she said, I'm Ethel. I'm still using my husband's surname, but since I'm divorcing him soon, I'm just Ethel Wallace. Meanwhile she thinks, the Cassius name can only make him wary of me. Since Terence has been completely removed from high society up to this point, I'm sure he's not familiar with my maiden surname. He said, I'm T. I'm from a humble background, so I don't have a surname. She thinks, he didn't even bat an eye when he just lied to me. She glanced at him. She smiled thinking, who cares when he's so awfully handsome? If the novel had illustrations of its characters, I would have loved Terence. He asked, if you are living apart from your husband, where are you staying now? She said, I'm staying at a hotel. I plan on getting a house in the near future. He asked, then I should stay there too. Is the next room available? She said, most probably. Oh, your lodging expenses are on me. Also, you can order room service once a week. I'm an advocate of employee welfare. He said, you don't have to. I can pay myself. She asked, do you have the money for that? He said, ahem, then I'll accept them gratefully. She laughed thinking, you shouldn't forget you're acting as a poor mercenary, Marquis. She thinks, the Terence I know from the novel can't stand a debt for better or worse. I'll get this back with interest someday. After that they went to hotel. He looked around in his room. He said, what a strange woman. The embarrassed look on her face was quite intriguing, and when she tried to escape, I found myself wanting to stop her. Still, it's very unlike me to voluntarily go through trouble like this. That aside, I should send word. He starts writing a letter thinking, my absence is to be prolonged for an indefinite period. Since I decided to do it, let's do it perfectly. At night she was asleep in her room, and Terence was sleeping on his chair holding his sword. Next day, they went to a shop. The shopkeeper said, "Welcome. Are you looking for anything specific?" She said, "I'd like to buy some medicinal tea herbs." Terence moves aside holding his forehead. She thinks, it seems he's having a headache. She thinks, Marquis Freeheiden's greatest weakness is that he suffers from chronic headaches. It's the result of a curse placed upon the imperial ancestors in exchange for receiving some of the goddess's power. Since then, the imperial family members have been able to freely manipulate mana, but at the cost of suffering severe migraines. The greater the power, the more intense the pain. The two sons of the current emperor, who are said to have the greatest power of all time, aren't free from the curse either. Crown Prince Mikhail, the male lead of the novel, and Riena's lover. Terence, the illegitimate child the emperor had out of wedlock. Terence's mother was Marquis Mola's daughter, and the emperor's first fiancée. One day, the emperor's older brother suddenly died, and the emperor, who was then the second prince, was proclaimed heir to the throne. However, Lady Molo then vanished into thin air. Frustrated by the scandalous rumors about his fiancée having eloped with a coachman, the crown prince married Duke Velvet's daughter instead. Afterward, House Molo declined, and Lady Molo was almost forgotten from memory, when suddenly, she reappeared with a baby boy in her arms. She claimed that she was kidnapped and had been confined under the wicked scheme of Duke Velvet and the former emperor. However, without real evidence, no one dared to call for an explanation from the former emperor and the powerful House Velvet. In the end, Lady Molo couldn't recover her position, and the child she had been pregnant with while being kidnapped also failed to be recognized as the blood of the imperial family. That child could have grown up to be the crown prince as the next emperor, but instead, he's a victim of a conspiracy and lost everything he rightfully deserved. That child is none other than Terence Freeheiden. Terence can't call the emperor his father, and he is constantly exposed to Duke Velvet's assassination attempts. She thinks, being teary, "I feel bad for him. He seems like a nice guy." In the story, his acute migraine is one of the main reasons why Terence goes astray. As the pain becomes unbearable, he resorts to using a powerful pain relief drug known as the Devil's Claw. In the same vein, Crown Prince Mikhail suffers from the same malady, but he has Riena. According to the book, Riena has the goddess's blessing, which allows her to neutralize the curse. The writer's favoritism is way too absurd. One son becomes the crown prince and has a lover blessed by the goddess, while the other becomes an addict after living with discrimination, all because he's a bastard child. Overwhelmed by despair and the adverse drug effects, Terence loses himself and turns toward the dark side. And eventually the shopkeeper said, "Here you are." Ethel replied, "Thank you." She thinks Terence will be fine once he drinks the healing tea. The healing tea is a medicine which calms down the agonizing headaches of the imperial family. It's the future Riena who first invents its formula. But what does it matter if I steal it? She thinks, my plan was to get a divorce with Terence's help and then flee the empire before the fight over the throne becomes fierce. He was having headache, but suddenly became calm seeing Ethel. Ethel thinks, but after getting to know him a bit more, I feel sorry for him. She asked, "Shall we move on to the next place?" While leaving, she thinks, he won't lapse into drug addiction as long as he drinks the healing tea. While walking, he asked, "What do you need the holy water for?" She replied, "I need it to make something." Meanwhile, she thinks, "It's an ingredient for your tea." She said, "I didn't know there was a temple in the Wanderer's Forest." He said, "That's why this one is far less crowded than the Grand Temple." Suddenly, he felt something. He grabs her hand and runs this way. Confused, she asked, "TT?" After hiding her behind a tree, he draws his sword. She asked, "What are you doing? Tell me what's going." He shush her, "Shh." He grabs her and her heartbeat gets fast. She thinks, he's too close. Meanwhile, a lady came wearing a cloak. Seeing her, Ethel thinks terror. Did she follow us? He clenched his sword and rushed towards her. She saw him and pulls her dagger out. He attacked her, but she managed to block it using her dagger. Then her dagger fell from her hand. He grabs her arm. He asked, "Why did you follow us?" She shouts, "I didn't." She shouts to Ethel, "My lady." He asked Ethel, "Do you know this woman?" Ethel said, "Yes, she's a maid of my husband's house." Then he released her. The maid said, "I happened to see you and wanted to speak to you about something." Ethel said, "If that were true, you wouldn't have followed us in secret." She asked, "Did Riena send you to tail us?" Tara said, "Pardon?" "And no, not at all. Why would Lady Riena? Ethel asked. Do you think I don't know, Tara? How many times have you followed me and used my weaknesses to lure me into traps? Tara Spello, she's Riena's dog. Tara's parents were given a small patch of farmland as a reward for their dedication to their master's family. However, it all turns out to be a deceptive ploy by their master, and so, Tara's family lost their livelihoods overnight, and Tara lost her entire family in the aftermath. After a relentless pursuit, she successfully exacted her revenge, and was executed for the murder of a nobleman. This happens in Riena's first life. After regressing, Riena went to find Tara, who was nothing but a stranger in her first life, and offered to help Tara, who had yet to accomplish her revenge. Ethel thinks Riena saw that she has tenacity and outstanding skills to gather intel. He puts his sword on her neck, asking Ethel, "How would you like me to proceed, my lady?" Ethel said, "Could you excuse us for a moment?" He said, "Very well. I will stay just out of earshot." Then Ethel comes close to Tara. She whispers, "Cooperate with me, and I'll tell you the whereabouts of your enemy, Viscount Chillian." Tara gets shocked and asked, "How did you dash?" Ethel said, "It's a secret, just like what Riena said." She asked, "You've had questions, right? Riena's not a god. How does she know everything?" Meanwhile, she thinks it's natural because Riena doesn't reveal that she's a regressor until the story is about to end. Tara said, "It doesn't matter even if you have the same ability as Lady Riena. She is my savior, and you're not." Ethel asked, "Is that so? Then why hasn't she told you where Chillian is yet?" Tara starts trembling, saying she said she would, when it's the right time. Ethel asked, "The right time? Why wait? You must know she's lying too." Tara interrupts her, shouting, "Shut up." Ethel asked, "Don't you want to know what information I have?" She thinks, to Tara, revenge comes before loyalty. Tara asked, "What do you want from me?" Hearing this, Ethel thinks, "Gotcha." Ethel said, "When you return home, tell Riena what I'm going to tell you." Then Ethel tells her something. After that, Tara asked, "Is that really all?" Ethel asked, "It's not too much, is it?" Tara asked, "Very well. When can I get the information?" Ethel said, "In 2 months." After that, Tara left. Ethel thinks, phew, there's something scary about her. Actually, Riena isn't intentionally holding back the information. She can't tell Tara because she doesn't have the information. All she knows about Chillian is his fake identity she read about in the newspaper before she regressed. Unlike her, I know where he is right now because I read the novel from cover to cover. Transmigration is better than regression in this aspect. She thinks, "I'm sorry, Tara, but I need you to suspect Riena until I successfully get divorced." Suddenly Terrence came and asked, "How did the talk go?" She gets jolted. He said, "You seem to have completely forgotten about me." She asked, "Did you hear our conversation?" He said, "Of course not. I obey my employer's commands." She said, "I should treat my trusty bodyguard to a late lunch, then shall we return to our hotel?" At Duke's Palace, Tara said, "I'm back, my lady." Riena said, "Welcome back, Tara. Did you do as I asked?" Tara replied, "Yes." Riena said to other maids, "You girls can take your leave now." But the maid said, "My lady, please try on one more. What do you think of this?" No. This one will look better on you." Riena, making an innocent face, said, "Please, I really need to talk with Tara alone. You'll excuse us, won't you?" The maids left them alone. Riena said to Tara, "I'm thankful for their attention, but it's too much at times." Meanwhile, Tara thinks, "Then you can tell them to stop." Riena asked, "So? How's Ethel?" Tara said, "I have nothing much to report. She took a walk and went shopping." Meanwhile, she thinks, "That's not a lie at least." Riena asked, "How did she look?" Tara replied, "She looked, well, she laughed a lot." Tara in her mind said, "Only in front of him though." Riena shouts, beaming, "I knew it. She has no intention of getting a divorce." Leandro said that Ethel knows about the Inala mine, so I was a bit concerned. Tara clasped her hands. Riena continues, "All things considered, she's just throwing a momentary fit, isn't she?" "Oh, Leandro. Even if he was drunk, he should have watched his tongue. He should realize how much Ethel loves him." "Now, what gift should I prepare to make her feel better?" Tara asked. "Will you leave the mine under Lady Ethel's name then?" While seeing a design book, she replied, "I think I will. Its value won't increase until later on." "Oh my, this one will be just perfect on me." Tara asked, "Would you like me to continue watching her?" She said, "There's no need. Return to your original post." After that, Tara left the room. At a cafe, Ethel asked him, "How does it taste?" Terence replied, "It's not bad." she asked. And, he said, it tastes a little like medicine, but it sure has a good scent. She asked, is that all? You've been drinking it for 3 days now. He asked, should there be something more? She said, of course. Perhaps you feel more refreshed, you sleep better at night, or you feel more energetic. Is there no such change? He said, now that you mention it, I do think I feel it. She felt disappointed. He said, it's herbal tea, my lady, not medicine. The effects won't be as great as you might expect. She clenched her hand thinking, but it's not just any herbal tea. Ugh, if I ask him about his headache, he'd definitely notice that I know about his true identity. Could I have mistaken the ratio of the ingredients? She thinks seeing him asleep, awesome. Great timing. She closed her eyes and started focusing him. After that she opened her eyes again. She thinks I knew I got the ratio right. I have an ability called mental reading. It enables me to conjure up the pages of a returner's rosy second life and read them in my mind whenever and wherever I want. As convenient as this ability is, it exhausts so much energy that I can use it no more than twice a day. Seeing him, she thinks, he was dozing off like that yesterday too. The previous day. She asked, is the hotel bed not comfortable enough for you? He said, I wouldn't know. I haven't used it properly. She felt disappointed thinking, I guess this hotel is too shabby for a nobleman like him. He wakes up and asked, my lady? He noticed her and asked, you look tired all of a sudden. She flinched saying, and no. I mean, why yes, I'm tired. I'll go rest in my room. So why don't you go out for some fresh air? He said, I'm afraid I can't do that. I'm your bodyguard. My place should be by your side. Saying this, he moves his hand towards her. She holds his hand saying, thank you. She thinks, he's such a decent guy indeed. On their way some said, seeing Terence, Marquis. He glares at him, and he stopped. Then Terence turns towards Ethel saying, my fellow mercenary seems to have something to tell me. She said, sure, you can take your time. I'll head in first. Meanwhile she thinks, fellow mercenary, my foot. It's obvious that he's a servant of a noble house. Suddenly they heard clip-clops of horse. A carriage came and stopped in front of them. Seeing the carriage, Ethel thinks, that's the carriage of House Cassius. The carriage's door opens and someone came out. It was Riena. She dashed towards Ethel and hugs her saying, Ethel. After that they went inside a hotel. Riena and Ethel sat in front of each other having tea. Tara glanced at Ethel and she nods back at Tara. Ethel glanced at Terence standing behind. She thinks, what a relief. Riena doesn't seem to notice that tea is with me. Ethel then asked Riena, what do you want from me? Riena's guard shouts, how uncivilized, Miss Ethel. Lady Riena came all the way here to see you. She thinks, so he doesn't even call me Lady Ethel now? That's very big of you, swordsman. Riena said, Matisse, don't be so rude to Ethel. He said, Biba, my lady. Riena said, apologize to her. This is an order. Matisse said, please forgive me, Miss Ethel. Riena said, Lady Ethel. Ethel said, stop it. I'll no longer be your lady soon anyway. You too, Riena. Stop acting like we're sisters-in-law. Riena shouts, how can you say that, Ethel? Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, I apologize on behalf of Leandro. Though everything began with the Alamine, I swear it's not the whole truth. Ethel moves her hand away. She sips her tea while Riena said, I'm not sure how to put this, but I tend to have good instincts for things to happen. For example, a porcelain vase I bought at a flea market turned out to be a rare piece by a master craftsman, and the investment I made on a company just because I liked its name made huge returns. Ethel thinks, good instinct, my foot. You regressed, and that's how you know it all. Riena said, I know it's hard to believe. Even my family thought I was playing a prank at first. Ethel thinks, the only person in the novel who believed her till the end was that simpleton Luhaim. Riena then tells, I was traveling the Anala region one day. I was passing by the area of your family's mine and then I felt it. I thought, oh, this mine will be a big hit in the future. That's why Leandro visited your family to purchase it, and fell for you at first sight. Ethel thinks, Riena is a nice girl, but she can also lie without batting an eye if necessary. I liked her character in the novel because she didn't seem like a pushover, but, Riena said, do you remember the day when you first visited our house? I've really liked you since then. Ethel asked, do you really like me just the way I am? Riena beamed, of course. Ethel said, then you'll still like me even if I don't own the mine, don't you? Riena asked, huh? Ethel asked, can I go back home to the Cassius estate without the mine to my name? Actually, I've been feeling uncomfortable because of it. Now that you told me your true feelings, I'm relieved. Riena shouts, wait, Ethel, she said, if it was simply that reason that you wanted it, I think I should just give it back to my parents. Riena said, but it's your dowry. Ethel said, you said yourself just now that you like me. Do you not like me if I don't have it? Riena replied, and no, I didn't mean that. Oh, right. What was I thinking? I completely forgot about the presents. Matisse, Tara. They complied, yes, my lady. They presents a lot of gifts. Riena said, please give me some time to think about the mine. I'm fine without it, but father might think differently. It concerns our family name too, so… Ethel asked, since when did House Cassius care about such a thing? While showing a gift, Riena said, Ethel, would you like to open this? Ethel opens it thinking, she clearly has no intention of accepting me without the mine. It was a necklace and Riena said, I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I chose what I think is good. Ethel thinks seeing it, it looks pretty pricey. Showering gifts is what Riena does best to win someone over. Riena asked, try them on? Don't you think they'll look great on you? Ethel said, no, I don't think they will. Riena nervously asked, right? Huh? Ethel asked, can you open the other boxes for me too? Then Riena showed different gifts, some jewels. Seeing them, Ethel said, my word, these are way too brilliant for me. Then she showed some magic books. Ethel said, I'm lacking in knowledge. I wouldn't know how to use these. Then she showed a muffler made out of fox wool. Ethel said, it'd be an insult to the white fox if I were to wear this. Ethel thinks, although I expressed it in roundabout way, the conclusion remains the same. Ethel Wallace, who to them is worthless without the mine, will never accept such expensive gifts. Why can't she just come clean about wanting the mine and apologize, instead of trying to gloss over the truth with lame lies and gifts? All this after treating me like I was invisible too. Riena asked Ethel, you really are angry. Can't you please relieve your feelings for me? Ethel thinks, are you asking me to relieve my anger for you when you're the one who's making me angrier? Riena said, I understand that you're mad at Leandro. You don't have to be like this to me too. She asked Ethel, can't you just forget about my brother for a moment and return to being my loving sister-in-law? Ethel thinks, loving? Who? Me? Are you saying that I love you? Riena then said, don't worry about Leandro. I'll talk to him. Just please give him one more chance. Ethel, shocked, thinks, what the… She thinks, come to think of it. She imagined Riena saying, I apologize on behalf of Leandro. Ethel thinks, she only apologized on behalf of her brother, but she never apologized herself. Does she believe Leandro is the only person I hate? Does she truly believe that I like her? She thinks, it's true that I hate Leandro the most, but I don't like the rest of his family either. They all equally ignored me. Then Ethel asked her, why do you think I like you, Riena? Riena said, what do you mean, why? You have no reason to hate me. Ethel, shocked, thinks, was she always this self-conceited? Wait, could it be? Unlike her first life, Riena has been loved by everyone around her after she regressed. The only ones who hate her until the end of the story were the villains. That's how this world has revolved around her so far, and that's why she can't even fathom that anyone would hate her. Riena asked her, Ethel, what are you pondering about? She said, nothing. Riena smiled and said, think about my effort to please you, and at least take one of these gifts. Ethel thinks, what should I do? I can't afford to act based on my emotions and make an enemy out of her. Ugh, I have no more strength to think after using my mental reading ability and having to deal with her. Riena said, Ethel, you haven't answered me yet. Ethel released her hand forcefully from Riena's hand. Ethel said, let me be frank with you, Riena. She stood up saying, I don't like you, so please get out of my sight, and never show up before me again. Do you understand? Words didn't came out from Riena's mouth. Matisse and Tara get surprised. Ethel left saying, I'm sure you can see yourself out. Goodbye. Matisse steps towards her saying, how dare you speak to Lady Riena like that? I won't let. But Terence make him fall on ground, moving his foot in his way. He said, smiling, oh, my apologies. I didn't see you there. Matisse shouts, who the hell are you? He replied, I'm a hotel guest just passing by. Ethel, surprised, thinks, how long has he been around me? Did he hear my conversation with Riena? Matisse draw his sword out, shouting, how insolent. Terence was also ready, but Riena interrupts. She shouts, stop. That's enough. Do you intend to tarnish the Cassius name? She turns, saying to Matisse, I'm going home. Come. While Riena and Matisse was leaving, Tara turns and bowed. Terence asked Ethel, "Is everything all right?" She said, "I'm sorry you had to witness such an unsightly scene." He said, "Don't worry. They're saints compared to my family." She thinks, "I can't deny that." He said, "I didn't know your husband is a Cassius." She said, "Oh, I didn't mean to hide it." He said, "If you're seeking a divorce against Cassius, it'd definitely be an uphill battle." She said, "I know. I submitted our divorce papers, but I doubt it was even accepted properly." Then changing topic she asked, "Oh, did you talk with your colleague?" He replied, "Yes, he just came to inform me that someone's waiting for me at home." She said, "Then you should hurry up and go home." He replied, "He's a frequent visitor. He wouldn't mind if I'm a bit late." She thinks, who would visit Terence at home? And frequently at that. His servant came to report their arrival. Despite knowing how he'd be annoyed, then that guest must be someone of pretty high standing. She looked shocked thinking, wait, Terence's frequent visitor, his servants can't keep waiting. Could it be the Emperor? Thinking this, she starts pushing him saying, I think you should go right now." He said, "No, I can stay a little longer." She said, "I'm really fine, so off you go." Then he left. She thinks, if it really is the Emperor, he'll most likely bring up that subject to Terence. She thinks, the Emperor has finally decided to officially recognize his son as his blood, after neglecting him in the shadows for a long time. The estate of Marquis Freeheiden previously, the house of Marquis Molo. Terence reached there and seeing him, Butler shouts, "Marquis," he said, "you promised to come soon." While going inside, Terence asked, "Where's His Majesty?" Butler replied, "He's still waiting in the drawing room." Terence said, "You should have sent him back instead of keeping him waiting." Butler asked, "How could I when he insisted he should see you, my lord?" "My lord, don't you need to change before?" Terence enters the room saying, "I don't have time for that." Emperor was sitting inside waiting for him. He bowed and said, "Greetings, your majesty." Dominic the 23rd Emperor of the Astaroth Empire said, "I thought I had to wait forever." Terence kneeled saying, "I apologize for keeping you waiting. If only you had sent word in advance." Emperor said, "Never you mind. We don't need such formalities between us." Then Terence sat on sofa in front of him. Emperor asked, "There's nothing wrong with enjoying your youth outside, but isn't it about time you settle down? And what slovenly clothes you're wearing." He clenched thinking, these were gifted from her. He recalled Ethel saying, "Don't worry about the money, just pick whatever you like." How the employee is dressed represents the employer's image too. Being so greedless, how are you going to survive in this rough world? You should take advantage of a chance like this. He thinks, she's just so irresistibly kind. Noticing him, Emperor asked, "Terence?" He asked, "What else can I do, except for going out and seeing the world?" Then the Emperor chuckled and said, "Well, you'll be very busy soon once you begin to learn the tasks of a ruler." Hearing this, he asked, being confused, "Pardon?" Emperor said, "Terence, my son, I intend to register your name in the Imperial Family Registry." Terence said, "I need some time to think." Emperor asked, "What do you need to think about?" He thinks, "It'd be a lie if I said I've never imagined becoming an Imperial Prince." Well, now that House Velvet is eclipsed by House Cassius, perhaps the timing couldn't be better. Besides, the Crown Prince lost the Empress's favor because of his relationship with Riena, an orphan. Emperor asked, "Do you truly not want power?" He remains silent. He thinks, "Not really, but I do wonder how the Empress, who's been constantly sending me assassins, will respond to this." I'd also like to see the look on Mikhail's face, who's been taking everything he enjoys for granted since he was born. Emperor asked, "Power provides you many great things. Isn't there anything you truly desire?" He thinks, "Something I desire. Something I desire so much that makes me want to become an imperial prince." He clenched his fist thinking, "What am I thinking? Once I say yes, my life will be entirely different than what it has been until now. It's a choice I can't step back from, nor take back." Then he said, "I accept the position of imperial prince." Emperor beamed and asked, "So you do have something you desire?" He said, "Yes, I'd like to help someone out of trouble." Emperor asked, "Help someone? Who is it?" He said, "Why don't we just leave it at that for now?" Emperor said, "How insipid." Then he asked, "Speaking of which, your majesty, I recently heard a very interesting story." At Duke's palace, he asked Leandro, "How in the world did you handle things?" He said, "I'm sorry." Duke said, "The Emperor will certainly use this as an excuse to demand something from me." Imperial Central Court, a few days ago. Leandro bribed court officials to destroy the divorce papers. Emperor asked Duke, bribing a court official to destroy a divorce application. Your son must love his wife immensely. Duke said, I am at fault, Your Majesty. Emperor said, you know this is clearly an illicit act, but I shall keep it undisclosed for you. Duke said, thank you, Your Majesty. Back to present, Duke asked, what are you going to do now? Since they accepted your documents, your divorce will be handled in court soon. Duke slams on table shouting, it'll be a matter of time before they know it's you. Leandro said, I won't let the divorce trial happen. I'll talk to Ethel and change her mind before the court date. Duke said, if you could, things wouldn't have come this far in the first place. He said, trust me, father, I can handle this. Duke said, I shouldn't have spoiled you. Leandro said, you've never treated me that way, father. Not even once. Suddenly Riena came shouting, please stop. She said, Dad, that's enough. Please stop scolding him. Duke said, this doesn't concern you, dear. She said, I'm sure Leandro means the best. He said to her, go outside, Riena. She shouts, Dad. She said, this is about our family, yet you tell me to go out. If you treat me like this. She shouts, I won't eat lunch. Duke and Leandro get shocked and asked, Riena, what nonsense are you saying? She said, I won't eat dinner either. Duke said, you'd damage your health. Leandro added, what if you all ill? Liam came shouting, you can't do that, little bunny. You're too delicate. Riena said, I won't skip my meals, Dad, so please give Leandro another chance. Duke said, Riena. He said, very well, see to it as you see fit, Leandro. She smiled, saying, thank you, Dad. While walking in hallway, Riena asked to Leandro, do you have a plan, Leandro? He replied, not really. I think I'll just have to make a sincere apology. She said, be careful. She seemed to be much angrier than we thought. She tells, I actually went to see her yesterday. She said she hates me. I know she didn't mean it, but... Liam added, for her to tell such a lie, she really must hate you, Leandro. Leandro said, I'm sorry you had to hear that because of me, Riena. She said, I was shocked at first, but on second thought, I knew it couldn't be true. You know how close Ethel and I used to be. Liam asked, still, Ethel went too far. She should have directed her anger only to Leandro. Why did she say such hurtful things to you? She said, if you really want to bring her back, you'll have to give it your best. Leandro said, I don't know what else to do, things just get worse and worse every time I see her. Then suddenly she had an idea and said, I have an idea. Meanwhile Ethel said, seeing the hotel garden, wow, I didn't know this hotel has such a beautiful garden. She asked Terence, it's a splendid day. How about having tea out here? He replied, very well. I shall prepare tea service. Ethel thinks while sitting on chair, I didn't expect our divorce application would be processed so soon. Maybe it's thanks to Terence. Whether it was him or not, I'll have him drink the healing tea as thanks. She heard some ladies saying, oh my, look at that. That's... Seeing a carriage coming, Ethel thinks, is that House Cassius' carriage again? It was Leandro, dressed well and holding a bouquet. He shouts, Ethel. Seeing him she thinks, El Leandro. She jolted seeing him. She thinks, what is he doing here? He steps towards her. He kneeled in front of her presenting the bouquet saying, it was all my fault, Ethel. Please give me another chance. She shocked thinks, what the... He said, please come back to me, my love. She said, stand up. He said, no, I'll stay on my knee like this until you forgive me. She said, please be quiet and stand up right now. He said, don't worry. My knee and pride won't hurt so easily as you think. She said, being angry, hey, stand up. She turns to leave saying, follow me. He said, Ethel. Then they went somewhere else. She asked him, why are you here? He said, why else? I came to beg for your forgiveness, of course. She said, I'm really surprised that you still have the courage to seek my forgiveness. He asked, why is that surprising? I made a mistake, so I'm trying to apologize and ask for forgiveness. She said, some apologies are better left unmade. She asked, you show up out of the blue and embarrass me in public. Is that how House Cassius apologizes to someone? He said, but if I hadn't done that, you wouldn't have agreed to meet me. She said, of course not. I have the right to refuse your visit. He, shocked and confused at the same moment, asked, we're married. What's so wrong about a husband seeing his own wife? She asked, being serious. Can you call the relationship we had as one of a married couple's? He remained silent. She asked, Leandro, you don't seriously believe you can be forgiven, do you? He said, I heard Riena explain to you that the story about the mine was a mix-up. She asked, oh, you mean the lie she told me about how you approached me because of the mine but fell in love at first sight? He said, that's not a lie. I was so embarrassed that I just failed to explain it properly to you the other day. She asked, Is that so? Then why have you been so cold to me for the past 2 years? He said, that. I can't tell you. She turns to leave saying, Then this conversation is over. You can go or stay here alone, it's up to you. He shouts, I can promise you this, Ethel. He presents the bouquet again saying, Once you return home, I swear I'll fulfill my role as the best husband and treat you with utmost sincerity. She takes the bouquet. He seemed happy, but that happiness was not for more than few seconds. She throws that into trash saying, It's too late. He stood shocked. She said, Stop wasting your energy and leave. He shouts, Wait. Can't you please give me another chance? He grabs her wrist. She shouts, Let go of me. He shouts, Promise me first that you'll have a talk with me. She asked, I don't want to. Why would I? He asked, Is having a conversation too much to ask? She shouts, I don't want to talk with. Suddenly Terence came and kicks him. He was dressed up in a waiter's dress and said, You shouldn't hold a lady against her will like that. He said to Ethel, I'm sorry for taking so long. The tea house owner was away, so I had to wait. Leandro gasped seeing him. Who are you? He noticed his sword and said, You don't seem like a waiter. Terence said, Me? I'm someone who's good at brewing tea and even better in other things. Meanwhile Ethel thinks, Duke Cassius might recognize Terence, but I don't think Leandro would. Terence said, By other things, I mean something that's physically far more helpful to a lady than a bouquet of flowers. Ethel said, He's my bodyguard. Hearing this, Leandro gets shocked and asked, Be bodyguard? She said, I hired him in case you'd approach me like this. Shocked, he asked, What kind of relationship do you two have? Terence asked her, Does your ex-husband have a problem with his hearing? Leandro said, My hearing is just fine. He said, That aside, why am I her ex-husband? I'm still her husband. Terence said, Oh, pardon me. Please let me correct myself. You're her ex-husband-to-be. Ethel said to him, Stop teasing him. She said, Leandro, if you have something to say, quickly say it and leave. He points his finger towards Terence saying, If he's your bodyguard, does that mean he's with you all the time? Ethel said, When I go out, yes. He starts trembling and said, How could you? Why, you're a married woman. She asked, Why is that a problem? His word shakes as he asked, What if people get the wrong impression? She asked, What do you mean by that? He said, Well, what if they suspect your fidelity? Ethel smiled and said, Aha, do you mean to ask if I'm having an affair? Don't you? He said, Ethel. I trust you, of course, but others might. She said, As long as you, my husband, trust me, I'm fine. I don't care what people say of me. He trembles saying, Your reputation could be tarnished. She asked, Leandro, your reputation has never been tarnished at all yet, has it? He gets shocked. What is that supposed to mean? Is Chris not with you? She snapped, eyes narrowing as she peered around. Leandro faltered back asking, Why are you suddenly looking for my aid? Then she questioned, Is Chris a he or a she? He replied, Chris is a woman. The admission landed awkwardly between them. Don't tell me you're suspecting that he began. Ethel cut him off. On the contrary, I'm only trying to say that no one ever suspected you and Chris. He questioned, How is your case the same as mine? She replied flatly, I don't see any difference. He declared, The relationship I have with Chris is strictly business. Ethel's pride rose in a quick, defensively clipped retort. Ours is strictly business too. T flinched and gulped standing beside Ethel. Leonardo argued, We only work when we meet. She replied, Likewise I do my work, and he does his as my bodyguard. Then she added, expression serious, I told you before that I hoped that you could even make a quarter of the time you spent with her for me. She recalled the scene where she asked him, Could you stay with me just a little longer? But Leonardo refused. I'm tired. I just got back from work. How inconsiderate of you. There was a tremor of regret then, admitting fault. I was so exhausted back then that I made a mistake. She filled in, You were right. I'm not a considerate person. So let's split up. No, came a desperate plea. I said that I'd change. But the response was cold and steady. I don't believe you, he asked. What if I were to give up the mine? Ethel thought, Would he really? He promised. If you wish, I'll swear to never mention the mine again until my last breath, on Riena's name. Ethel refused. You can't change my mind even if you give up Riena instead of the mine. Upon hearing that, he erupted. Give up Riena? Preposterous, how could you jest? She stopped him. That's enough. Nothing would change even if you were to give up the mine, or if you were to be reborn as my ideal man. I've completely fallen out of love with you." Leonardo fell on shock after hearing that. She continued, "So please stop clinging on to me pathetically, and live your own life with your precious sister." The name Ethel floated out, small and wounded, from Leonardo's mouth. Then she turned to T and said, "Let's go, T." He offered his hand and said, "Yes, my lady." As she was leaving with T, Leonardo stands there watching her leave. Ethel thinks in her mind, "I'm not even curious as to why he'd intend to give up the mine. I'll just go my own way." Ethel went to a cafe. While having tea, she was busy thinking, now that Leandro found out about Terence, it'll reach Riena's ears soon too. I hope he just regarded Terence as an ordinary bodyguard. She glanced across the room, then thinks, should I contact Tara and find out what the situation there is like? T was looking a little exhausted, so Ethel said, "I'm sorry. My husband was a little too much, wasn't he?" But T cut in. "Ex-husband." He smiled and said, "You should call him your ex-husband," she replied. "You're right, my ex-husband." The remorse was genuine. "I'm afraid that his rude behavior upset you, and you were even suspected of having an affair with me. I apologize for that too." "I'm really sorry," he replied. "No, not at all. I wasn't offended one bit." She felt touched and thinks, T, for the most formidable antagonist of this story, isn't he just too nice? Then she said, "Ben, can you tell me why you're so glum?" The answer came with a shrug and a half-sob. "Because, unlike what I thought, your ex-husband is too nice. His looks, I mean." She thought, what's Leandro's good looks got to do with Terence's mood? She said, "Is he really?" "I've never thought that way," she said inwardly. "I can tell a white lie like this for someone who will cover my back." "Really?" came the surprised reply. She winked and added, "Of course, in terms of looks, I think you're much better looking than Leandro." T blushed for a moment, then after clearing his throat he said, "I think this tea is more effective than I thought." She thought, is he finally feeling the effects? So she asked, "Why do you say that? Do you feel something different now?" A confession followed, low and intimate. "I've had severe migraines since I was young, but I feel they've eased lately. If you don't mind, would you share the tea's recipe?" The request brightened into hope. Ethel thought, delighted. "Finally! The chance has come to exchange the recipe with my divorce." She clasped her hands and gets prepared. "Of course, I can tell you, but would you do me a favor in exchange?" She smiled as she said that. He nods. "I'll do anything if it's within my ability," came the instant answer. She then said sincerely, "Please help me to get a divorce, Marquis Freeheiden." "How did you know?" he demanded. She shrugged as if it were the most ordinary thing. "I happened to hear your acquaintance from the other day address you as Marquis." He took a sigh. "Jack, that careless bum." She offered a quick, apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Jack." Then T asked, "However, I don't think he mentioned my name then," she replied. "Although I haven't been actively engaged in society recently, I was once the future mistress of a prominent ducal house. I was introduced to several marquises at my wedding, and I memorized the portraits of those I hadn't met by heart. You're a young marquis I haven't met nor seen a portrait of, and who's in the capital when it's not the social season? I deduced you must either be based in the capital or not own your own fief," he filled in. "There's only one person who meets all those conditions, and that person is Marquis Freeheiden." He tapped on table and asked, incredulous, "Even so, I can't believe you figured out who I am merely based on my servant's slip of the tongue." "Actually, I was certain a moment ago," she replied coolly. He realized she'd been gauging his reaction the whole time. "So you were gauging my reaction?" She smiled it off. "I think you need to step up your acting as a commoner." "Very well," he decided, and reintroduced himself without the pretense. "My name is Terence Freeheiden. I am a marquis though only in name," he asked. "So you'd like to receive my support in getting a divorce in exchange for the tea recipe?" She replied, a little saddened. "I wish I could give it to you for nothing, but I'm not in such a leisurely situation," he replied. "The recipe belongs to you, so it's only natural you demand something in return." In her mind she said, "Technically speaking, it belongs to Riena." He asked, "So would you like my help, financially?" She replied, "No, my lord. What I want is your political cooperation. I need a countermeasure to prevent House Cassius from interfering with the trial." She thinks in her mind. Despite being major players in court, House Cassius has no qualms about using cheap and dirty tricks. Thanks to rumors about demonic ancestry, They've even earned the nickname the Devilish Ducal House. Are you certain they'll intervene? He asked. I am. I can bet all I have on that. She met his eyes squarely. He asked, I wonder what makes you think I have the power to stop House Cassius. I am but the Emperor's powerless, illegitimate child. She gave a knowing smile. Because I know from reading the novel that you'll soon be recognized as an imperial prince. Then she said, Well, you saw to it that my divorce application would be processed properly, he said. Didn't it cross your mind that it might have been a mere coincidence? Geez, he won't let a single thing pass, she muttered, half to herself. Then she turned softer. My application was accepted the very next day after you went home, man. I want to believe it wasn't just luck. It felt like I was fighting a giant enemy alone. Perhaps that's why I wished to believe I had someone on my side, too. She watched the conflict play across his face and felt the weight of it. She thought, did I rush it? What if he refuses? Then he stood up and offered. My lady, would you like to go on a walk with me? Pardon? She blinked. He extends his hand and said, It's a perfect day for a stroll. After walking for a while she asked, My lord, shall we go shopping? He teased, If you're going to buy me something. She threw her hands up. I won't. Especially now that I know you're much wealthier than I am. He teased, Oh, I'll pay you back for the money you spent on my gifts. You can't return gifts once you receive them. Her refusal came with a fond, teasing lilt. If you feel uncomfortable, why don't you buy me gifts this time? He agreed. Very well, you can choose anything you want. She smiled. I'll gladly accept your offer. I'm warning you, you might go bankrupt today. They went to many places. At a stall, her eyes scanned the displays indecisively. Which one should I pick? He said decisively. We'll take everything on display. Ethel quickly cut in. This one. I'll take this one. At another place she offered. Please have just one bite. He declined politely. I'm not fond of sweets. At the end he was loaded with many bags and gifts. Suddenly he said, All this time, my life has been very simple. I was allowed to enjoy what was given, but I should never covet what's not mine. I've lived as if I didn't exist. I've had to live as my aliases more than my real name. T is one of them. I need time to think. If I'm to accept your offer, I need to be someone with practical power, not just a marquis in name, like I am now. She understood his hesitation. He wanted to know what kind of person I am. I understand, my lord, she said gently. You can take as much time as you need before giving me your answer. Inwardly she vowed, I'll make him believe how genuine I am about this divorce. I'll move into the Crystal Branch Hotel today, she said firmly. Leave a message at the front desk if you can't reach me. Then I'll. Your carriage is ready. A servant interrupted. Why are you going by yourself? T asked. I'm your bodyguard. What about me? She hesitated. Knowing who you really are now, I can't continue to hire you as my bodyguard. His expression fell. Your words hurt my feelings. I thought our relationship was more than that. Her eyes widened. Our relationship, she said. But you said you needed time to think about my proposal. I can do that while guarding you too, he replied simply. The deal is the deal, and work is work. They're separate, aren't they? You're right, she realized, startled by his calmness. Aha, so he wants to observe me, to find out more about me. Where are we off to now? He asked. She replied. To Williams Street, my lord. I'm going to meet my lawyer. He stiffened, his expression unreadable. She caught it instantly. What's with his face? Does he not want to go to the lawyer's office? T, he said suddenly. You should call me T, she agreed. All right. Let's go, T. Please have some tea. Sharon Mytanks offered, setting down a cup. Thank you, she replied politely, glancing around. Even at a glance, I can tell her business is suffering. But I have no doubt about her capabilities. Riena proved it in the novel. She recalled, in the original story, Riena had hired Sharon to save a woman from her abusive husband. Since regressing, she already knew Sharon would one day become highly successful. Thanks to Sharon, that woman not only secured her divorce but was later revealed to be the missing daughter of the Kingdom of Look's ambassador. Finally Ethel said, Sharon, I'd like you to represent me. The lawyer's brows drew together. It'd be an uphill battle, my lady. That doesn't matter, she replied steadily. Difficult or not, I'll fight until I divorce him. There are many lawyers better than I am, Sharon murmured. Ethel replied. However, only you specialize in divorce cases, she added. Besides, I can't name any other lawyer who wouldn't yield to House Cassius' attempts to buy them off, Sharon replied. Yours would be the most famous divorce case in history. I'm not confident I can help you win, Sharon admitted. Ethel tried to reason her. I know you're worried that if you lose, you might lose potential clients as well. I've done my research. Her voice sharpened. You take pro bono cases for poor women desperate for divorce. That's why you're knee-deep in debt now. Sharon replied, yes, unlike them, you can afford a much better lawyer. Ethel cried out, if I'm rejected by the only divorce lawyer in the empire, I'll have no choice but to work with someone mediocre. Then I'll certainly lose, and that would discourage countless other women. They'd be forced to endure their marriages for the rest of their lives. Sharon's eyes narrowed. Are you threatening me, my lady? Let's just say it's a logical prediction, she countered smoothly. My case is high risk, yes, but it can also bring high reward. If we win, it'll be a historic victory against House Cassius. Sharon sat back, considering. That's true. However, we'll need strong grounds for divorce to convince the judges. And even then, the ducal family's influence makes it difficult. I do have grounds, she said. My husband, Leandro, has significant trouble producing an heir. Sharon's eyes widened. Trouble producing an heir? Does that mean Lord Cassius is incapable of? He also gets shocked to hear that. If he hid such a crucial issue until after marriage, that's substantial grounds for divorce, the lawyer muttered. She glanced at her sharply. Is that true? Does he really have that problem? Ethel thinks in her mind, there's no way he has that issue. After all, he's the female lead's perfect brother. I believe so, she said almost teary. Though it's not based on personal experience, her voice trembled. That's because he's never even attempted it with me. My goodness, Sharon exclaimed. I heard rumors back at the academy, but I never thought they might be true. Ethel thinks in her mind. Oh, the false rumor his rival spread? Well, her eyes darkened. Leandro, do you think only you can play dirty? I'll make you want to surrender to a divorce. Sharon leaned forward. So that's what happened. Did you not know before your wedding? Ethel shakes his head in denial. Sharon erupted in rage. How absurd. That's clearly fraudulent marriage. It's more than enough reason to demand a divorce. What a real scumbag, he muttered. Ethel added tears in her eyes. I'm not sure if these count as grounds, but when I chose my wedding dress, he told them about the event. He's definitely out of his mind. Sharon interrupted, horrified. You've been through so much. I can only imagine how you felt. Her voice softened. Of course I'll help you. You're not alone in this fight. Tears started dripping from her face. Sharon's eyes widened slightly. Oh my, Lady Wallace. Then he offered her a handkerchief. Thank you, she breathed. He replied, you're welcome. In her mind she said, I truly appreciate your awkward yet sincere gesture. I had no idea you were having such a hard time, Sharon said quietly, her tone unusually earnest. I offer you my sincere apology, Ethel replied. How could you know? I didn't tell you everything before. Thank you for accepting my case. This is the remuneration I've prepared. I'm sure it's enough to cover your debts and hire reliable staff. Goodbye. My emergency fund, she thought bitterly, sliding the pouch across the table. Sharon hesitated, so Ethel asked, Is something the matter? Oh no, nothing's wrong at all, she said quickly. Ethel asked, Your face says otherwise. What is it? Sharon said. Well, actually, this amount falls short. It's not enough to pay off my debts and recruit new hires. Ethel cried inside. I should have taken more jewels with me from the ducal palace, Sharon added. Oh, you don't need to pay my debts, my lady. Covering my legal fees is already more than enough. He quickly gets the bag back and said, Please take this back, Lady Ethel. But before they could respond, Terence offered a check. You can write down the amount you need here and take it to the Imperial Bank. Sharon's eyes widened. This is a blank check. Feel free to write the amount that allows you to settle your debts, he said calmly. That way, you can focus entirely on this case, with Lady Ethel as your only client. She stared at him. Why, you don't have to do that much. Sharon looked at the check, startled. Terence Freeheiden. I hope to remain anonymous for the time being, he replied smoothly. I'm sure you catch my drift. Sharon smiled faintly. Of course. Unbelievable, Ethel thought. Oh right. I also need to find the Look Ambassador's missing daughter. Speaking of which, she said aloud, I recently saw a woman named Anna being dragged away by her husband. It looked like domestic violence. Could you look into that as well, Sharon? Of course. You can count on me, Sharon said firmly. Ethel blinked. I thought it'd take longer for her to decide. The clink of a cup drew her thoughts back. Terrence leaned back, studying her. Since he revealed himself to Sharon and even provided financial support, I can take this as a yes, right? I'm a simple person, he said, as if reading her thoughts. I'm not much of a ponderer. She smiled faintly. I know that's not true. Thanks to you, I can save my money for now. I'll pay you back with interest later. There's no need. The tea recipe is worth far more than that. As long as you help me divorce, not only can I share the recipe, I can even brew the tea myself for the rest of my life. He chuckled. I see. As soon as we get to the hotel, we'll need to check into another place, in case House Cassius sends people again, she muttered. Terrence shook his head. This carriage isn't heading for the hotel. She looked up sharply. Pardon, we're going to my house. I'm sure you'd feel more at ease there. Her face turned pale. What? I appreciate your kindness, but I'm still married. If word got out that I was staying at the Freeheiden estate, I apologize for the confusion, he interrupted. Not the estate. We're going to my villa just outside the capital. It's under someone else's name, so even House Cassius won't easily find out. Her shoulders eased slightly. Then, I'll gratefully accept your kindness. Well, now that we're officially on the same boat, shall we shake on it? She hesitated, staring at his outstretched hand. What he's doing for me is more than necessary. I wonder what he's thinking. You'll never regret making this choice, he said firmly. Let's not think of anything else for now. Welcome aboard, Terrence Freeheiden. He blinked, momentarily dazed. This is very unlike me. Why did I offer her that check? I only intended to observe her for another week. Goodness, I even exposed the location of my villa. Her voice was steady when she spoke again. Please help me to get a divorce, Marquis Freeheiden. Later, at his villa, a servant whispered, My lord, is the lady you brought today truly just an ordinary guest? Shall I tell the maids to be more attentive? Cut the nonsense and get ready, Terrence ordered curtly. Whatever for? I'll be going on a trip with my guest. Several days. Pardon? Where are you going this time? Ashton, capital city of the Cassius dukedom. We've finally arrived. Ethel stretched as she stepped down from the carriage. Aren't you tired? Terrence asked. Not at all. How could I be, when we traveled first class? She laughed. We have time before our appointment. Shall we walk instead? I'd love to, she said brightly. Will the maid really come to meet us? Terrence asked quietly. I'm sure Laura will, Ethel replied. I brought her with me from House Wallace when I married into House Cassius. She'll testify that Leandro and I never had marital relations. I sent her an express mail. I hope she'll come. They walked into the bustling streets. Music, banners, and the fragrance of food filled the air. It seems there's a festival today, Terrence noted. Yes, the Cassius Duchy has many festivals. He paused. Even if people here aren't familiar with your face, it won't hurt to be careful. He leaned closer, adjusting her hood. She flushed. I appreciate the thought, but I really wish he'd give me a heads up before coming so close. Her heart thudded. Ba-thump. He muttered, glancing up at the decorations. Happy birthday to my little Riena. They're holding a festival on her birthday? The Duke's love for his daughter is truly great. Oh, actually, Ethel hesitated. Little Riena doesn't refer to Riena Cassius. It's her pet dog, Percy. That's his nickname. Riena's birthday is different. It's her adoption day. He blinked. Her celebration lasts 15 days. Ethel continued dryly. This festival can't compare at all. Terrence gave a short laugh. I can't believe they hold a festival for a puppy's birthday. Lady Ethel! A voice suddenly called. Ethel turns and shouts, Laura! She hugs her while Laura said, It's been a while, my lady. Then Ethel introduced Terrence to her. Oh, this gentleman is Lord Terrence. He has kindly been helping me a lot. Terrence nods. Ethel said, Have you thought about my offer? You may get on House Cassius' bad side, but, Laura said, You don't even have to ask, my lady. I'll follow you, of course. Ethel felt touched. Laura. Ethel asked, seeing a bag with Laura, Is this your bag? She replied, Yes, I've resigned from House Cassius, so I can leave with you right away. Ethel grabs her hand asking, Then shall we go to the train station? But as she touched her hand, Laura shouts, Ouch! Ethel turns surprised. She asked. What's wrong, Laura? Did you hurt your hand? Laura replied nervously, and no, my lady. Ethel said, it's all right. Tell me what happened. Then Laura starts crying saying, I'm sorry. Actually, I didn't quit. I was fired. Shocked, Ethel asked, what? Who did such a thing without my permission? Laura replied that the head maid did. Laura tells, it happened the day before your letter arrived. The other maids were bringing Lady Riena's portrait. To be hung in your room, my lady. Ethel shouts, how absurd. Laura continues, I was trying to stop them when an ink pot fell on one of portrait. Ethel asked, is that why the head maid fired you? Her hands were full of bruises, she said. Far from writing me a recommendation letter, she said I should be grateful to her for not making me pay for the ruined painting. Ethel thinks the head maid did this herself. Laura must have been completely at a loss since working as a maid is all she's been trained for. Laura said while crying, please forgive me. I lied because I was worried you'd be upset if I told you the truth. Ethel said, I am upset, but only because you, who are precious to me, got hurt. Laura felt touched and hugs her while Ethel glares at Terence, and he nods. Ethel thinks House Cassius is one of the 5 ducal families of the empire. This great family has been defending the northern region of the country for a long time. I just remembered something I should do while I'm still. Ethel Cassius. Meanwhile at a place, the maids were celebrating Percy's birthday. Percy was their dog. Maid shouts, happy birthday, Percy. Ruth Day. Suddenly the door slam opens. Ethel came along, Terence and Laura. Seeing her, the maid shouts, oh Lady Ethel. We didn't receive any notice. Lord Leandro said you'd be staying in the capital a little longer. Ethel thinks, it seems the news about our divorce has yet to reach here. She noticed something which a maid was holding and thinks, it's just as I expected. She glares and said, Laura, who did you say dared to hang Riena's portrait in my room? Did I ask you to hang Riena's portrait in my room? The maids replied, and no, my lady. Ethel said, since when do maids change their mistress's room arbitrarily? Is there such a custom in House Cassius, HM? The maid replied, oh, of course not. Ethel asked, then why did you try to hang it in my room? The maid said, I just thought you'd like it. Ethel thinks, it seems the people in this house are certain that everyone in the world will love Riena just like themselves. What are they, a religious cult? Ethel, pointing toward some maids, said, no more excuses. You and you 3 are fired. Don't even expect to get recommendation letters. The maid shouts, my lady, please don't do this. Please let us stay beside Lady Riena. The head maid came and said, would you please stop now? She bowed in front of Ethel and said, my apologies. We should have been prepared to welcome you properly, but we didn't get any word about your arrival in advance. Please forgive us. Laura gasps seeing her and hides behind Ethel saying, it's the head maid. Ethel said to the maid who was holding the box, you over there. What is it that you are holding? Bring it over here. The maid gets startled, pardon. And me, my lady? While opening the box, Ethel thinks, I'm going to start a very important conversation now, and I need this for this talk. The head maid said, that's a magic artifact for Lady Riena. Ethel said, I'll deliver this to her myself. I'm heading back to the capital soon. The head maid bowed and said, it was I who made them hang the portrait in your room. If someone is to be punished, it should be me. Ethel thinks, seeing her, the head maid used to be Riena's nanny. It's no surprise that she's Riena's biggest fan. Then Ethel said, who gave you the right to lash Laura, my personal maid, and throw her out? The head maid said, it is within my authority to supervise all the maids in this house, my lady. Ethel said, you are wrong. That authority is given to you by me, the lady of this house, and my personal maid is not subject to your supervision. If you're the head maid, shouldn't you know better than that? I can't help but think Riena is a poor judge of character since she's the one who recommended you as the head maid. The head maid shouts, you can't speak about Lady Riena like that, my lady. It's true that the authority comes from the lady of the house. However, you are not that person. Ethel said, my husband is the Lord's deputy whose authority was bestowed by Duke Cassius himself. Moreover, the Duchess passed away a long time ago, so who else would be the lady of House Cassius other than me? The head maid shouts, Lady Riena is. Ethel said, I'll have you know that even if my mother-in-law, Duchess Cassius, were alive, I would still be the mistress as long as my husband is the Lord's deputy. The head maid said, perhaps I should have you know. The lady of this house is the one who holds the key to the treasure room. And its holder was, is, and always will be Lady Riena. Duke Cassius entrusted the key to the treasury to the then young Riena. Duke said, "You are very clever for your age. I can trust you with the finances of our household." Ethel thinks, "That's because she's an adult inside." Duke shouts announcing, "Anyone who has a problem with my decision can leave this family." Ethel thinks, "After I got married to Leandro, I did actually try to take over the responsibility." She recalled herself saying, "Let me manage our household finances now." Riena said, "You don't have to worry about such troublesome work, Ethel." Duke said, "That's very thoughtful of you." Leandro said, "You are an angel, Riena." Lehim said, "You're just too nice to a fault, little bunny." Ethel thinks, seeing them, "Well, this is a wealthy family after all. It may not be so bad for me to lead a carefree life." Meanwhile, the headmaid said, "If I may be frank, technically, you have no authority to punish nor fire us, my lady." Ethel thinks, "One thing I know for sure is that it was resignation, not contentment, that made me accept the way things are in House Cassius." Ethel shouts, "How dare you take me for a pushover? I'll tell my husband every single detail about this impertinent attitude of yours." The headmaid said, "I beg your pardon, but the young master also said that Lady Riena should continue to be in charge of household affairs." Ethel thinks, holding the box which was a recording device, "Yes, I've just secured strong evidence. This will be a critical piece of evidence at my divorce trial. It proves that Riena has been holding the authority that should have been mine, and not only has Leandro been aware of the fact, but he also has been going along with it." Ethel asked, "Is that so? That means I can't do anything whatsoever about you." The headmaid said, "Nevertheless, as your servants, we'll serve you well as we have thus far." Ethel turned, saying, "Don't bother. I'll just go to my room. You can return to your posts." Ethel wished Percy, "Oh, happy birthday, Percy." She thinks, "And thank you. Had it not been for your birthday, the eccentric inventor's recorder wouldn't have been here." The inventor is one of the talents Riena scouted based on her memory about her past life. In return for her financial support, Riena gained many ingenious and useful artifacts, and this recorder is one of them. Her maids would record interesting events and special occasions with this artifact and send it back to her. Of course, Percy's birthday is one of such occasions. While she was going to her room, the head maid along the other maids came rushing. "My lady, please wait." Ethel opens the door and was shocked for a moment, seeing different portraits of Riena hanging on the wall. Ethel asked the head maid, "This is quite a number of portraits. Are these all gifts for me?" The head maid replied, "Yes, these are the latest pieces by the new artists House Cassius sponsors." Ethel said, "Although I'm not the lady of this house, I have the right to do whatever I want to my gifts, don't I?" She orders the maid, "Take all of them down this instant. Destroy them." The head maid asked, shocked, "My lady? I beg your pardon. Terence, destroy one with his feet." He asked, "Shall I do it like this?" The head maid and the other maids get shocked. "What just?" Ethel shouts, "Have you not realized your mistake? How dare you hang those blasphemous paintings in my room?" She asked, "Between the woman in the paintings and Riena herself, who is more beautiful?" The head maid said, "Oh, of course, Lady Riena, my lady. Such paintings can never hold a candle to Lady Riena's beauty." Ethel said, "Exactly. These paintings are nothing but imitations of the real Riena." The head maid said, But that's what paintings are for." But Ethel interrupts her. "That's what paintings are for? You don't really think such a lame excuse can explain this situation, do you?" The head maid shouts, "And no." Ethel said, "Then tell me why you think I shouldn't destroy these things. Speak." The head maid lost her word. Ethel said, "Why can't you say anything?" She bowed and said, "I deeply apologize, my lady. I shouldn't have overstepped. Please forgive me." Ethel said, "If I could do as I please, I'd burn all the paintings in this house, but I'll be lenient this time." Meanwhile, she thinks, "I should give the carrot after the stick." The head maid and others bowed, "Yes, yes. Thank you." Then Terence and Laura starts destroying the portraits. Ethel said, "This is the judgment on the blasphemy against Riena. We must destroy all the paintings in my room at the very least." Laura throws the paintings, saying, "Yes, my lady. I'll tear up every one of them to pieces." The head maid shouts, "No." She kneeled, saying, "Please stop, my lady. I beg of you." Ethel said, "How dare you insult me and Riena by putting up such vulgar things in my room?" The head maid said, "Please forgive me. I apologize for asking the artists to paint such things and putting them in your room." The other maid next to her starts crying, saying, "We're truly sorry. Please forgive us." The head maid also starts crying, "However, I simply can't watch the faces that resemble her ladyship get destroyed like this. Please just punish me instead. Ethel said, I wish I could, but unfortunately, I'm not the lady of this house, am I? I can't punish you. The head maid said, it was impudent of me. Of course, you have every authority over us, my lady. The other maid said, yes, so please punish us. Please forgive us, my lady. Ethel said, don't you have someone else to apologize to too? Laura was unfairly thrown out just because she stood by her duties. Unless she forgives you, I can't forgive you either. The head maid and the others starts apologizing. Laura, I'm sorry. Laura, I'm so sorry. Ethel whispers, I was acting a little weird, wasn't I? Terence whispers back, I had no idea you cared about Lady Cassius so much. Ethel whispers, are you having fun teasing me? He said, yes, a bit. She asked, just a bit? He smiled and said, a lot, actually. Hearing this, she pouts. Then she pushed the head maid out, saying, now, take your leave and go back to work. The door slammed closed. 10 Ethel turns to pick some jewels. Meanwhile, Terence was seeing her from distance. Then they packed the things and left the manor. While on her way, she thinks, I'll never set foot here ever again. There was a hole in the wall, seeing which she said, we can go out through that dog hole. Meanwhile, a voice interrupts them. It's been a while, my lady. She turns to see who it was, and said, butler. Terence came in front of Ethel while she thinks, seeing the butler. Was he expecting us to come this way and waited here? The butler said, I remember when you first came to this estate. You praised this estate that I tended to as beautiful. Ethel said, you must have heard about our divorce from Leandro. He replied, yes, I have. His Grace, or rather, the young master told me in secret. Ethel asked, are you going to call for the others and stop me from leaving? The butler said, please don't worry, my lady. I only came to bid you farewell. She asked, farewell? Why would you do that when the result is far from decided? The butler bowed and said, whether it will be in your favor or not, it's as plain as day that your heart is no longer here, my lady. Suddenly they heard someone coming. She starts rushing, let's go, tea. Then they went out from that hole. While they left, the butler was standing there seeing them. They sat down in a carriage. Terence asked, let's head for the Ashton train station as planned but Ethel interrupts saying, wait. She asked, why did the butler send us quietly? She thinks, he has devoted 20 years of his life to serving Duke Cassius since the Duke was a young man. However, when I was simply existing like a doll at the Cassius estate, he would come and ask if I'd have tea with him from time to time. And although we didn't talk much, the time spent with him felt comfortable. Terence said, there may be at least one sensible person in that house after all. Laura said, oh, you may be right, my lord. The butler did indeed treat me nicely. Ethel asked, did he now? Laura said, when your ladyship was away, he often made me run simple errands for him, so that I could spend some time in town for a change. He even gave me pocket money. Ethel said, perhaps I should meet the butler again. A testimony from someone who's been in House Cassius for a long time would work well to my favor. Laura said, I know his address. I've once visited his house for an errand. They went to butler's house. Laura introduced, this is Mrs. Herman, the butler's housekeeper. She had already told Ethel and Terence in carriage. His wife passed away a long time ago, so please be careful not to make any mistake. Then she gave her a basket saying, the butler told me to bring you the leftovers from the banquet. Mrs. Herman said, with this much food, Joshua and I will be able to eat to our fill. Ethel asked, Joshua? The housekeeper said, oh my word, what am I doing? I'll go and bring some tea right away. Terence asked Ethel, who could Joshua be? Ethel thinks, Joshua is the butler's only son who made a single appearance in the novel. He came across Riena at the Cassius estate when he was young and fell for her at first sight, so he gave her a handmade gift. Unfortunately, the Duke witnessed the scene and exploded. Afterward, the Duke would fly into a fury whenever a boy of Riena's age approached her. Riena isn't dating the Crown Prince for no reason. She's dating him because he's the Crown Prince. The housekeeper brings tea and said, please have some tea. Ethel thinks Mrs. Herman suddenly changed the subject when Joshua's name was brought up. I wonder why. Then her gaze fell on some handmade figures. Oh, how cute! The housekeeper said, pretty, aren't they? The butler made them. Ethel thinks, this one is rather clumsily made compared to the others. Is this Joshua's work? Suddenly a voice came. Ethel gets alarmed. Someone came from stairs asking, Mrs. Herman, did they leave? Who were they to suddenly show up in droves? Terence came in front of Ethel. It was Joshua who saw them and starts trembling. He rushed back up to his room. Ethel and Terence stood confused and surprised. The housekeeper said, "Oh my goodness, he's the butler's son, Joshua. Sir Butler said that Joshua suffered a terrible shock when he was young. That's why he's having trouble meeting strangers ever since. He looked more terrified than usual today. I suppose he saw your sword, sir?" Terence asked. "My sword?" She said, "Yes, Joshua is terribly afraid of any kind of sword." Ethel asked, "Did you say he has an aversion to swords? Then his symptoms probably mean." Suddenly a voice filled with anger came. "What are you all doing here?" It was the butler. He stood seeing them with anger visible on his face. The butler shouts, "This is outrageous. How could you come to my house unannounced?" Ethel said, "It's very unlike you to get so worked up like this." "Well, some people do have a tendency of hiding their embarrassment with resentment." He glanced at stairs and then said, "Mrs. Herman, I think you should leave for the day." While leaving, the housekeeper said, "If you'll excuse me." The butler sits on sofa saying, "My son is never an embarrassment I want to hide." Ethel said, "By embarrassment, I didn't mean Joshua. I was referring to your irresponsibility." The butler asked, "Are you saying I'm irresponsible?" Ethel said, "You heard me right. You chose to serve the person who left a haunting scar on your son as your master. Is that not irresponsible?" He gets shocked and asked, "How did you?" Then he said while his hands trembles, "But it was an accident." Ethel said, "No, it wasn't." Duke Cassius consciously chose to point his sword at young Joshua. The Duke saw that Joshua was hovering around Riena. Fortunately, nothing serious happened because Riena stopped her father, but for young Joshua, his first love became an ingrained wound in his heart. She thinks, after that, I'm sure he must have been reminded of his heartbroken son every time he saw Riena. She said, "You shouldn't have continued to work for House Cassius. More importantly, you shouldn't have neglected your son like that." The butler cried out loud, "Then what should I have done? I devoted all my youth to serve him. His Grace used to care about the little people. He used to say he'd make his dukedom a happy place for everyone, no matter how low their status might be. Even if I wished to leave him, he wouldn't have let a traitor leave quietly." Ethel said, "How disappointing. I thought you might be able to testify for me. If you even have a shadow of concern for Joshua. If you wish to receive a proper apology from the Duke and cure your son's wounded mind." She gives him the handmade statue of him made by Jasuha and said, "Come to me. You can reach me through my lawyer in the capital, Sharon Maitangs. Since you've been living as Duke Cassius' loyal servant, how about spending the rest of your life as your son's father?" They went to a hotel and Ethel said, "The last train is long gone. Let's stay the night at a hotel. Tonight everything's on me." Then they had dinner, and after that she takes bath. Then she went to the bed. She thinks, in a returner's rosy second life, all the villains faced unhappy endings, while Riena and the nice people around her lived happily ever after. However, was the real Ethel in the novel happy too? Just like the butler and Joshua, there may be more people who live with pain and suffering because of House Cassius. The next day, Ashton train station. Ethel saw the butler standing there. She said to Terence and Laura, "Why don't you two go ahead? I'll catch up after speaking with him." Terence said, "Very well." She then went to Butler. He asked, "Is it true that Joshua's illness is curable?" Ethel said, "Doctors in the capital are studying ways to treat illnesses of the mind through counseling, therapy, and medication." He said, "I see. I was afraid of people's prying eyes, so I've been keeping him inside." "Do you truly think he can receive an apology, my lady?" She said, "Well, it's possible if the Duke still has his old self even just a bit." He said, "Currently, all His Grace's attention is focused on Lady Riena. If I could, I'd like to bring His Grace back to his old self." Meanwhile, Laura calls, "Lady Ethel, the train is leaving soon." The butler said, "I have yet to make up my mind." She said, "Don't worry. You can reach me any time when your heart is set." After that she went in train. The butler took his hat off and says goodbye. Next day Ethel and Terence were having tea. She asked, "What do you think?" He said, "This is it. Why does the tea not taste like this when I make it? Perhaps I don't have a knack for brewing tea at all." She said, "You don't need a knack to brew tea. Besides, they taste all the same to me." Meanwhile she thinks, "Anyway, having tea time every morning and evening isn't so bad." He said, "I have some personal business to tend to today, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you to the lawyer's office." "I'm sorry." She said, "Oh, please don't worry about that." He then said, "I'll introduce you to someone else instead." At the lawyer's place, she said, "Oh, are you Lady Ethel's new bodyguard?" Vineta, Ethel's temporary guard, said, "Pleased to meet you. I'm Vineta, Lady Ethel's temporary guard." The lawyer said, "You went to the academy, didn't you? I think I've seen you there." Vineta said, "Yes, Marquis Terence recognized my talent and provided for my school expenses. My relationship with the Marquis is strictly that of a sponsorship in nature." "I hope there's no misunderstanding, my lady," Ethel said. "Misunderstanding? What do you?" "She thinks, goodness. I did think the servants at the villa were overly kind to me. We're not like that." Meanwhile, someone came and said, "Lord Cassius has arrived." They came out and Ethel asked him, "What are you doing here?" He replied, "Your lawyer moved her office." "I doubt Lawyer Mytanks can afford any place in this district." He asked, "You provided for the rent, didn't you?" She said, "What if I did?" He said, "Then you must have sold my gifts for you to raise the money, since all you brought with you when you got married was the abandoned mine." She asked, "So what? Are you going to be petty and take the gifts back from me?" He said, "Be petty. Ahem, where are you staying these days?" Ethel said, "I'm not going to tell you that." He said, "I've been trying really hard to tolerate it all, but I must say you're such an unbearable woman." She asked, "What exactly have you been tolerating?" Meanwhile she thinks, "Who's tolerating whom here, huh?" He shouts, "How could you destroy Riena's portraits? Do you have any idea how shocked she was? She was very depressed, saying that she never thought you'd hate her so much. And father was so furious that he said he'd never let you in again even if you beg in tears." She thinks, "Who said I'd come back?" He said, "But Riena asked him to give you another chance. She's just too nice. She's an angel without wings. Luckily for you, father is quite busy with other affairs at the moment. You'd better take this chance and seek his forgiveness." She asked, "What other affairs is he busy with?" He said to him, "I can't let someone outside the family know that." She turned, saying, "Someone outside your family? This is exactly why I want a divorce." Then he said, "Ha." The butler disappeared after leaving a resignation letter on my desk. She asked, "Did his son disappear too?" He asked, "His son? Oh right, the butler has a son." He said, "Seeing that he's never been mentioned in a long time, I suppose he probably has been living as he pleases somewhere else." Ethel said, "Perhaps you're wrong. He might have a reason not to mention him." He said, "That's absurd. The butler has been with my family for a long time. We are like a family." She thinks, "Like a family. You and the butler. I'm not sure if the butler will decide to side with me. At least he didn't seem to ignore what I said." He said, "Father suspects that he's been kidnapped." Ethel turns, thinking, "That's what he wants to believe." She said while leaving, "You should leave now." But he tries to stop her. "Wait. I need you to come with me." She asked, "Why would I go with you?" "I don't trust you." He said, "I reserved a table at a nearby hotel restaurant." She said, "I don't want to speak with you anymore." He said, "You can speak with someone else." He said, "Actually, Countess Wallace is waiting for you." She thinks, "Looks like the time has come." In the novel, Ethel is a poor noble lady who sacrifices herself for her family. There's no way the Wallace family would agree with this divorce, especially when they're financially dependent on House Cassius. However, that's the story of the real Ethel Wallace, not mine. Then she said, "Fine, let's go." They starts walking and Vineta joins them. Seeing her, he asked, "Who's that woman?" Ethel said, "Can't you see? She's my guard." He said, "So you fired the arrogant fellow from the other day. Good for you." They starts walking towards their destination. After reaching there, murmurs filled the air. "That man over there, isn't he Leandro Cassius? Oh, the Duke's son who's getting a divorce?" Then is the woman next to him. They enters the room where Countess was waiting for them. She said, "Ethel, my dear, it's been so long. Let me see your face." Vineta came in front of Ethel and said, "Halt. You can't approach Lady Ethel without her permission." The Countess said, "Excuse me? I'm her mother." Vineta said, "I'm afraid there's no exception. You must have her permission first." Leandro shouts, "How dare you? This is a family matter. Back off." And Ethel cuts him up. "You back off." He shouts, "Ethel." The Countess said, "Please don't worry, my lord." It seems this guard is overly enthusiastic about her work. Then she said, "Can you give your mother a hug, Ethel?" But Ethel replied straight, "No." The Countess, shocked, asked, "What?" Ethel said, "I said no. Don't come close to me." Leandro said, "Ethel, how cold of you to say that to your mother." Ethel said, "Countess Wallace, as of today, I will cut all my connections with you and the rest of the Wallace family." Shocked Countess said, "What are you? If we made you upset somehow." But Ethel interrupts, saying, "From today onward, I will not lend you any money, nor will I continue to pay for Hollis Wallace's debts." Leandro said. Ethel. The Countess grits in anger. Then she shouts, "Shut your mouth." Leandro said. "See, Countess?" She gasped, then she said, "Oh my, I was so angry that despite myself." Ethel thinks she can't keep her temper even for a moment. I can see how she usually treated Ethel. She asked Leandro, "Would you please excuse us for a moment? I'd like to talk with my daughter alone comfortably." He said, "Of course." She said, "My daughter is usually very gentle. She cares about me and her father very much." He left saying, "Please rest easy. I'm sure she'll soon realize her mistakes and return to her usual self." While leaving, he said to Ethel, "I hope you'll talk it out well with your mother, Ethel." Then he left and closed the door. The Countess turns towards Vinetta and said, "I'd like you to stay outside too." But she replied determined, "No way, ma'am." The Countess said, "Oh please, just want to have a mother and daughter time." The Countess felt annoyed but then straightened her expression. Then she noticed a boy behind them and asked, "Who are you? How long have you been here?" He said, "I am a messenger. I was here from the beginning." Before they left the lawyer's office, the lawyer said, "Lady Ethel, I think you should bring Cobble with you. He can move nimbly and covertly. You can send him to me if you're in a pinch." The Countess said, "I don't care. I need you to leave at least." But Ethel said, "No, stay, Robbie." Then she sat down on the table and Countess said, "Have a seat, Ethel. I'd like to see you enjoy this scrumptious spread." Meanwhile, Ethel thinks, what a two-face. The Ethel in the novel used to lay her hopes on that fickle woman's occasional kindness. In novel, the Countess hugs her and said, "Ethel, my daughter, you're the only one who understands how I feel." The Ethel from novel thinks, if I try a little harder, she'll love me as much as she does my brother. Ethel thinks, however, that Ethel is no more. I'm not this woman's daughter. She turns saying, "If you don't have any other business, I'll take my leave." The Countess shouts, "Stop right there, Ethel Wallace. How rude of you. Do you think you can look down on your family now that you're married into House Cassius?" Vinetta came in front of Ethel and said, "Please stand back." Ethel noticed Robbie standing still near the door. Ethel said, "It's all right, Vinetta." The Countess shouts, "You arrogant wench. We shouldn't have coddled you too much." Ethel said, "You never coddled me." The Countess shouts, "What? We fed you, clothed you, and put a roof on top of your head." Ethel said, "That's what parents do for their children, but you were even neglectful of those duties." The Countess starts trembling and said, "You? Then what about after you got married? We went to see you, but how can you not show your face even once?" Ethel said, "We both know you only came for money, just like when you came to ask us to fund Samuel's business, and every time, Leandro paid you." The Countess said, "He didn't pay us." She shouts, "We just said we wanted to borrow some money out of courtesy, and that idiot really only lent us the funds. You can't divorce him. What if he demands we pay back all the money we borrowed from him at once? I heard Duke Cassius is enraged. He might bankrupt our family." Ethel asked coldly, "So what?" The Countess asked, "What did you just?" Ethel said, "If you borrowed money, you should pay it back, and if you can't pay it back, you should face the consequences." The Countess said, "Why, you don't seem to know how serious things are. Our family could be forced out onto the streets." Ethel slaps her hand. She said, "Then you shouldn't have borrowed the money in the first place." The Countess said, I'm your mother? How dare you?" She tries to attack, shouting, "You ingrate!" But Vinetta grabs her. She shouts, "Let go of me. I said let go of me. I sacrificed so much to raise you." Ethel takes off her gloves and raised her hand in air to strike. The Countess gets shocked and Vinetta stood surprised. The Countess closed her eyes thinking Ethel is going to slap her. But Ethel slapped her own face. Then she shouts, "Please don't do this, mother." She fell down and someone shouts, "My lady." Leandro asked from outside, "What's going on in here?" He opens the door and along him everyone gets shocked. The Countess flinched. Ethel pretends to be unconscious and the mark from her slap was visible. Seeing her, Leandro gets shocked and asked, what in the world?" Ethel cries out, "How could you do this to me, mother?" In front of a shocked crowd, she recounts all the chores she was forced to do. "I did the laundry, I washed the dishes, I cooked, I cleaned the house. And I even made you money by sewing." The onlookers are scandalized. "My goodness, how could a noblewoman make her daughter do all those things? Even a commoner wouldn't do that." Ethel continues, revealing the abuse. "But still, you lashed, slapped, and kicked me." Her mother's face is a mask of rage. The crowd gasps. "Oh my, she even used violence." Ethel, supported by Vinetta, reveals the final straw. "Even about my own marriage, You pushed me to get married, against my will. The murmurs grow louder. For heaven's sake, she even forced her to get married. What a mean mother. I feel so sorry for the daughter. Ethel thinks back. All I asked him was to call Leandro and people over here. What a clever boy. Flashback to outside the VIP room. The young boy nervously grabs Leandro's arm. The atmosphere seems off, my lord. I'm afraid something serious will happen. Please come and help her. Lord Cassius' wife is inside the room, and I'm so worried that something will happen to her. Back in the present, Leandro is stunned. She was forced into marrying me. Ethel recounts her plea. I told you I couldn't marry a man I hardly knew, only after meeting him a few times. I also told you I was scared of the people of House Cassius, but you said I have to marry into that family and clear your debts for you. The crowd whispers. Come to think of it, I heard House Wallace was heavily in debt. Then she sold her daughter for money. Poor thing. To tell you the truth, aren't the people of House Cassius rather scary? Her mother explodes. What are you talking about? You said you liked it too. Ethel fires back. You, father, and even Samuel kept pressing me, so I couldn't help it. The crowd judges. What a despicable family. They are a disgrace to the nobility. Her mother tries to defend herself. And no, it's not like that. But Ethel's had enough. I'm not going to live by your expectations anymore, she declares. As of today, I shall abandon the Wallace name. Later, riding in a carriage, Ethel winces. Ouch. Venetta asks. You hit yourself too hard, my lady. So did you achieve your goal? Ethel smirks. Since things went as I planned, yes, I guess so. She repeats her declaration. As of today, I shall abandon the Wallace name. Her mother is outraged. Leandro is shocked. What are you? Leandro's face darkens. Step outside, Countess. The boy excitedly announces. Excuse me, please make way for Countess Wallace dash. The door slams shut. Alone with Ethel, Leandro says. Ethel, I had no idea you had such circumstances. Ethel retorts. Precisely speaking, you didn't care about me. Don't tell me you weren't informed of the fact that I tried to avoid seeing my family after I got married to you. Well, any matter concerning me must have been nothing but trivial to the always busy young master. Leandro looks down, contemplative. Later, Ethel and Venetta leaves with the boy. Leandro watches Ethel leaving with her mother. They reached at a manor. Venetta helps Ethel while she came out from the carriage, and Venetta said to her, We have one last issue to deal with now. Ethel, confused, asked, Issue? Venetta sighed and said, You'll see. Ethel, with a determined look, says, We're back, my lord. T smiles. Please, just call me T. Ethel, startled, looks up. What's wrong? T stood shocked, seeing her cheek. T reaches out, stopping her. His eyes are blazing red. Who did this? Ethel touches her cheek, realizing he's talking about the slap mark. Oh, this. T rage intensifies. Who in the world dares to? He said to Venetta. I told you to make sure no one could touch even one hair on her. Venetta kneels, terrified. I apologize, my lord. It's all my fault. Ethel brushes him aside. No, it's not her fault at all. T said, I need to know who did this to you. Ethel, flustered, blurts out. It was me. I slapped my own face. T is stunned. Pardon. Later, in a sitting room, T and Venetta listen as Ethel explains. T smiles, impressed. What a brilliant plan. Thank you. So Venetta didn't do anything wrong. Ethel beams. Venetta said. Actually, I did, my lady. Venetta explains. When you explained your plan to me, I didn't even try to stop you. As a result, I failed to protect you as I was ordered. I would have nothing to say even if I'm punished. Ethel's heart skips a beat. How reliable. T breaks the tension. If you haven't had dinner yet, shall we eat together? Later, walking with T, Ethel remarks. I never thought you'd be so worried about me. T replies. Of course I am, because we are. Ethel prompts. Yes. T gazes at her. We are. T, ever the charmer, leans in. Of course I am, because we are. Ethel, a bit flustered, prompts. Yes. He finishes. Partners. Ethel's eyes widen. Partners? T, ever so casually, replies. Yes, because we need each other. Ethel nods. You sure helped me a lot. You are of great help to me too. T responds. Ethel explains. But I've already told you all I know about the healing tea recipe. Ethel brightly suggests. If you can't brew it yourself, you can just teach the recipe to someone else so that T cuts her off. That's enough for that topic. Shall we eat first? And with that, they head to a lavishly set table. Later, under the moonlight, T sat at balcony. Meanwhile, Ethel came and stood behind the window. He noticed her and calls out, "Lady Ethel." Ethel turns, surprised. "My lord," T asks, "is it uncomfortable for you to call me T?" "He pours more wine," she replied. "Oh, I didn't realize I was doing it again." Leaning in, Ethel continues, "Well, I suppose there are some people in this villa who might be unaware of your true identity." Ethel said, "All right, but you have to promise to call me Ethel too," he whispers. Ethel, flustered, wonders, "Why am I getting shy?" T asks softly, "Does it still hurt?" Ethel smiles, touching her cheek. "Do you mean my cheek? After putting some ointment and an ice pack on it, it's all right now," T says. "I think you should cherish yourself more. How do you feel right now? I'm sure it wasn't easy for you to completely cut off such important family ties from your life." Ethel replies, "I feel fine." Ethel thinks to herself, "I'm actually deeply despised by my father's wife. If I could, I would have severed my connections a long time ago." Ethel said, "Your situation seems to be much more serious than mine." T shrugs, "No, it's more or less the same." Ethel smiles, "Thank you for comforting me." T responds, "Don't mention it. That's what partners are for." Ethel thinks, "I used to feel ill at ease when I was left alone with Leandro, but I feel so comfortable with T even though we've known each other for less than a month." T then asks, "Do you have any plans after your divorce, Ethel?" Ethel answers, "I haven't thought out the details yet, but I'm going to leave the Empire." T, surprised, asks, "Pardon?" Ethel explains, "Once the trial begins, the whole nation will get to know who I am and gossip about me. I don't think I can handle such publicity." She thinks, above all, "I can't bear the sight of House Cassius. Riena will marry the crown prince and eventually become the empress who is loved by the people." Ethel continues internally, "Following that, Duke Cassius will rise to the pinnacle of power. Moreover, House Wallace won't leave me alone for sure. So I'll just move to another country and live off the money from the Anala mine." She thinks happily, "Money is the best." Ethel then considers, "Maybe I should ask Laura to come with me. Once I settle down, I should invite Sharon and Vanetta to visit too, as well as the closest one among my newest friends, the person who's before me right now." Ethel noticed his expressions and asks, "T, what's wrong?" He asks, "Are you really going to leave?" She said, "I'm sorry, I didn't think I needed to tell you that." T responds, "That's not something for you to apologize to me for, of course not. I suppose I considered myself more important than I actually am. I've just woken up to reality." She asks, "Pardon?" He then asks, "Shall we make a toast? As comrades?" Ethel, beaming, responds, "My pleasure." T proposes, "Here's to the successful achievement of all your goals." They clink glasses. Ethel adds, "And yours too." T wonders, "What is my goal?" She said internally, "Isn't it to become the emperor instead of the crown prince?" Then she asks him, "Don't you want to become the crown prince?" T responds, "Frankly speaking, I'm not sure if I have a goal. That's why I've decided to look for one going forward." Ethel smiles, "I'm sure you'll find the best goal for your life." T thinks, "If only I could do just that." Later that night, they sat there for hours while having drinks, but T looks on with a somber expression. Next morning, Ethel is reading documents, but clearly not having a good time. "Ha! I didn't know getting a divorce would be so hard." She plops back dramatically on the couch. The lawyer suggests she gets some fresh air. "Exhausting, isn't it? Why don't you get some fresh air?" Ethel perks up immediately. "Can I?" Suddenly the door opens with a burst of sound. A boy arrives with a letter. "Lady Ethel, I have a letter for you." Ethel examines it, noticing something odd. "Huh! This doesn't have the sender's name on it," the messenger tells her. "He said you'd know who it's from when you read it." Her eyes widen in realization. "I'll be right back," she announces to the room, and dashes off. Outside in the garden, she finds the butler waiting on a bench. "You chose to see me in the heart of the capital. Isn't it too risky?" she asks gravely. He responds, "Although it's been some time since I stopped training new recruits, everyone currently serving His Grace used to be my pupils. Would this answer your question?" Ethel seems reassured, but immediately pivots. "That's very reassuring. How's your son doing?" He replies carefully, "Your ladyship, no. How very kind of you, Lady Ethel." Ethel looks surprised. "Pardon?" The butler responds, "The first thing you ask is how my son is doing instead of asking if I testify for you." He continues, "Joshua is doing fine. The night after you left, I asked him if he'd like to receive treatment in the capital. His response made me realize how foolish of me to have kept him within the land ruled by House Cassius." He continues, reflecting, "I could tell that good boy has been patiently and silently suffering." Ethel said, "If I were him, I'd be very happy to know that my father is finally trying to do something for me." Butler asks, "Despite the fact that I've ignored his pain for such a long time?" Ethel smiles softly. "Your son could take courage because he trusts you." Suddenly, a young man rushes toward them. "Slow down! You'll fall if you run like that." He scoops up a child in a hug. The butler watches them, then said, "The proposal you offered me back then, about becoming your witness, does it still stand, my lady?" Ethel's face lights up. "Of course. But then she's all ACK." Later, Ethel, accompanied by Vinette, strides purposefully through the city. But then Ethel explodes. "Did that scumbag really say that?" As we flash back to a moment between Butler and Leandro, he said, "I think I was mistaken," he mutters. "I thought it was love because I felt drawn to her before the wedding." Leandro, looking miserable, continues, "But now I just don't feel anything toward her." Back in the present, Ethel shouts, "It wasn't love for me either, okay? I only liked you after reading the novel. It was just a crush." We see visions of her past self with Leandro, and then her face contorts with fury. "So that bastard has trifled with me all this time, huh?" A few moments ago she asked Butler, "Could you testify what you just said to me in court?" Butler said, "I intend to say whatever I heard and saw truthfully." Back in the city, Ethel is fuming. "Ugh, it's my loss if I get angry." A newspaper vendor calls out, "Newspaper! Newspaper!" Ethel realizes, thanks to that, I've obtained a crucial testimony, right? A newspaper vendor approaches and Vinette yells, "Yikes!" Ethel reassures her, "I'm fine, Vinette." She buys a paper. "I'll take one." The vendor is thrilled. "Thank you. It has very interesting news about Lord Cassius." Ethel groans, "Ugh, not that bastard again." She and Vinette look at the headlines. Breaking news. With the public attention fixed on the impending divorce of the young Cassius couple, multiple witnesses who participated in the event have said that Lord Leandro Cassius was unusually intoxicated at the banquet hosted by Count Felix yesterday. One of the attendees, who requested to remain anonymous, told the paper that Lord Cassius' tremendous emotional distress, which presumably is what led to such unusual behavior. Ethel crumples the paper in disgust. "My goodness, they even put up an ad. People would think that he's a hopeless romantic." The ad was, "Ethel, it's all my fault. Please come back to me. I shall do whatever you want me to do as long as you come back to me." Leandro Cassius. Passers-by whisper, "Have you read?" "Yes, I feel so sorry for Lord Cassius. He seems to deeply love his wife. A busy husband might naturally be not at home sometimes. What an inconsiderate woman." Vinette looks concerned. "My lady," Ethel reassures her, "don't worry, I'm fine." Manipulating public opinion through the media is Riena's usual tactic. Ethel thinks, "Isn't there a way to reverse the public's opinion? I need a way to get everyone's attention and use it to my advantage." Suddenly, her lawyer approaches. "Here you are! I've been looking all over for you," she exclaims. "I've found the person who ticked all the descriptions you mentioned." Ethel is intrigued. The next day, a carriage carrying Ethel arrives. Inside, Anna is looking anxious. Ethel thinks, "I've found my trump card. Look is a small but rich and mighty kingdom." When the Look ambassador lost her daughter during her trip to Astaroth, she never returned to her home country. Instead, she remained in the Empire, searching for her missing child. Anna, looking distraught, thinks, "I have no recollection of my childhood, yet you just said I'm the missing daughter of the Look ambassador. It's hard to believe." Ethel remembers when she first saw Anna. "I was certain the moment I saw Anna. From her circumstances to her name and appearance, everything about her was exactly as explained in the novel." She thinks, "I knew I could count on Sharon. I've seen the missing child poster back then. I think to myself that I wish I was that child, but..." Anna fidgets and said. She continues, "As you can see, I have brown hair, while the child they're looking for is blonde." Ethel smiles reassuringly. "Don't worry. It's common for blonde hair to turn brown as one grows older. You can trust me, Anna. You're the spitting image of the ambassador." Meanwhile she thinks, though I've never met her, Anna looks downcast. But I was found in the eastern part of the empire. The ambassador lost her daughter in the south, Ethel responds. Actually, they arrive at the Look embassy. Ethel and Anna walk towards the gates. Halt! Guards block their path. I'd like to meet with the ambassador, Ethel announces. I'm here with her missing daughter. The guard scoffs. Pfft. Her missing daughter? Here's yet another fraud, he said. We've seen countless people like you showing up here with fakes. Ma'am, you should have tried to match the hair color at least. In what way do you think this dowdy woman resembles the ambassador? Anna is crestfallen. Perhaps I shouldn't have followed you here. Please look at this, Ethel said as she presents something to the guard. What's that? The guard's eyes widen. It's the crest of the House Cassius. He stops them. Please wait. I'll be right back with the ambassador. Ethel turns to Anna with a confident smile. I told you can trust me. You have nothing to worry about. Inside the embassy, the ambassador is informed. Did you say we have a visitor from House Cassius? She looks shocked as she saw Ethel standing there with Anna. What's the matter, my dear? Her husband asks. Trembling, the ambassador points. That's. His eyes widen in recognition. Goodness, Diana. Is that you? Diana? Anna looks overwhelmed. Ethel presents a document. This is a written account by the person who found Miss Anna in a resort city in the south. Due to a mistake by the orphanage staff, her information was mixed up. That's why Miss Anna believed she was found at a different place. The ambassador looks at the documents, then embraces Anna. I'm sorry, Diana. I'm so sorry I lost you. Anna tearfully calls her. Mom. Ethel thinks. It was originally Riena who got Anna back to her family, but Ethel wipes away a tear. The guard looks on, touched. Ethel dashed away while Anna noticed her and asked, Wait, where are you going? Ethel said, Oh, I was only going to step aside for a bit so you can enjoy this reunion. Anna's parents shower Ethel with gratitude. Anna said, That lady brought me here. Had it not been for her, I'd never met you again. The ambassador says, You made our family complete again. I don't know how to thank you. Anna's father insists. We can't just let you go. Not until you accept something from us in exchange. The ambassador adds, We'll do anything for you, please just say the word. Ethel, touched by their gratitude, thinks, Well, if you insist, I actually do have a favor to ask of you. A few days later, the Astaroth Empire's central court. The courthouse is bustling with people. Here comes House Cassius. The Cassius family carriage arrives. Riena and Duke came out of carriage. The crowd shouts, Wow! It's Lady Riena! She waves at crowds saying hello, everyone. The crowd shouts, Your ladyship, please look over here. You're lovely today too. We love you, Lady Riena. Riena's admirers are out in full force. Her brother says, I'll ride with Riena when we go home after this. Duke responds, Only if you win the coin toss. Meanwhile, a reporter says, Lord Cassius. Another journalist asks, How do you feel right now? Do you think you have the upper hand in this trial? A reporter tries to get Leandro's attention. A word please, my lord. Another reporter shouts. Please look over here. Another reporter aggressively asks. Is it true that your wife was abused by her own parents, and that they forced her to marry with you? Leandro abruptly stops. He turns and glares. Riena grabs Leandro's arm tightly. He looks at her with a concerned expression. There's only one thing I'd like to say, Leandro declares. I want nothing more than to clear up any misunderstanding there is with my beloved wife and continue our happy marriage. He looks determined. Riena, looking downcast, says, Everyone, please pray that my brother does not meet the end of his marriage. The crowd responds, We'll pray for him, Lady Riena. A reporter laments, I've got nothing to report. Another one exclaims, A carriage! Here comes another carriage! Could that be Ethel Cassius? The Look ambassador's carriage arrives, and the crowd is shocked. It's the Look ambassador, a reporter asks. Ma'am, what brings you to the courthouse today? Is there any diplomatic conflict between Astaroth and Look? The ambassador replies. I'm only here to escort a very important person. She gestures towards the carriage. Let me introduce to you, my savior and an honored guest of the Look kingdom, Lady Ethel. Ethel steps out of the carriage, looking serene. I'm Ethel Cassius, though I'm trying to get rid of the Cassius name. The crowd murmurs in surprise. The ambassador continues. There's one more person I'd like to introduce to all of you. It's the child whom I lost some 20 years ago. My daughter Diana. The crowd gasps. Did she just say her daughter? This is a scoop, a reporter asks. Ma'am, how did you find your daughter? The ambassador smiles. Actually, it's Lady Ethel here who found her. My family owe her greatly, she adds. The King of Look was also pleased to hear this news, and extended an official invitation for Lady Ethel to visit the kingdom. As Ethel is escorted inside, a reporter asks, Lady Ethel, could you tell us how you found Miss Diana? Inside the courthouse, the reporters are still clamoring for information. How do you feel right now? Do you have no intention of dropping your divorce request? Ethel responds firmly. I shall clearly reveal everything in court. Ethel is escorted into the courthouse by Venetta and 2 guards. It's as crowded as a market, she observes through window. Venetta reassures her. They can't enter the courthouse, you can rest assured. Leandro came and called Ethel's name. Seeing him, Ethel thinks, not again, you leech. Leandro approaches her, looking desperate. Even though you were forced into this marriage, I'll do my best to make you happy from now on. Ethel cuts him off. I have no more breath to waste for you. If you have something to say it in court, and walks away. Leandro pleads. Just one moment, Ethel! Please talk with me. Suddenly, Riena intervenes. Leandro! Let me talk to her, she says. Leandro looks shocked. You will talk to her. And then turning to Ethel she says, yes, I'll persuade her to change her mind. So trust me and give us a moment, Leandro said. All right. I hope you'll succeed, Riena. Seeing them, Ethel thinks, I can't believe he's even leaving his divorce in his sister's hands. What a douchebag, Riena says. Would you please excuse us too? Venetta firmly states. I'm sorry, but as Lady Ethel's bodyguard, I'm afraid I can't. Riena responds. Ha, you're very loyal. Ethel, please dismiss her. Ethel thinks, there's something different about Riena. I can feel it, though I can't pinpoint exactly what it is. Ethel said, Venetta, please leave us for a moment. Ethel and Riena face each other, and Riena takes Ethel's hands. Startled, Ethel asks, what are you doing? Riena says, I heard from Leandro that you were treated poorly by your family. Oh, how hard it must have been for you. Ethel cringes. Riena continues tearfully, I understand how you feel. When I was in the orphanage, I was abused by the director too. He was a really bad man. He used to starve me and even hit me. Ethel thinks, I know that you're the one who reported the director to Duke Cassius, and got him punished. Riena said, so I know how you feel better than anyone else, Ethel. Ethel looks at her cautiously. Riena's smile widens. Let me help you take revenge on House Wallace. A flashback shows her parents, looking sinister. Ethel thinks, revenge. Riena looks intrigued. Not only that, I also promise to make sure Leandro treats you well. So, please retract your divorce request. Ethel's quiet, but inside her head, it's a battlefield. Ha! The real Ethel might have accepted this proposal. Riena is right there though, and she's having none of it. We get a flashback montage of Riena's crucial role in Tara's revenge in the novel. Riena's got the power, the ability to make this revenge a success. Back to the present, Riena's grabbing Ethel's hands, her eyes wide with concern. I already warned House Wallace to stay away from our estate. Ethel doesn't doubt that she meant it when she said she'd help her. But Ethel, oh Ethel. However, I'm neither Tara nor the real Ethel. Riena. Ethel's voice is soft as she looks straight at Riena. I appreciate your offer, but I have no intention of seeking revenge. Please, if you truly understand me, help me divorce Leandro. Riena is floored. Why do you not want revenge? Riena's desperation is palpable, grabbing Ethel's arms, shaking her slightly. They're bad people. They deserve to be punished. Ethel slaps Riena's hand. She left saying, you have to understand that people have different values. Riena can't believe it. Can't you just stop now? Leandro is deeply repentant of his mistakes. She tries to reason with Ethel. Father and Laham also said they'll be nice to you in the future. But Ethel isn't budging. I'll stop when Leandro agrees to our divorce. Riena's not giving up though. Do you think life after divorce is easy? You'll be gossiped about for the rest of your life. Ethel turns away hearing this. Riena continues. You'd better stop when I can still persuade Father and Laham for you. Keep this up and it'll be too late when you decide to return later. You'll only hurt more then. Riena looks so distraught. But Ethel is convinced Riena is just doing this for attention. Oh, so she thinks this is all an act to get more love and attention, and that this lawsuit is nothing more than a means to show my discontent. Riena's expression softens, but she's still determined. I know you still love Leandro. Ethel thinks to herself. No matter how hard I try, I just can't get through to her. She doesn't even see me as an equal human being. Knowing her true heart, everything's clear now. No, I don't love him. Ethel pauses. Actually, I've never loved him. Riena's eyes widen in shock. Ethel reflects. I did like Leandro. After all, he's the first character that I was familiar with in this strange world, who also freed me from the hellish life with House Wallace. Ethel continues to reflect. In hindsight, I only wanted a true family of my own, and that had nothing to do with love. Ethel said, it was a loveless marriage from the start. Riena interjects. But not all married couples love each other. That's pretty common for arranged marriages. Ethel cuts her off. I was always an outsider in House Cassius. Riena tries to reassure her. That's just because my father and brothers are awkward at self-expressions. I'll make sure it won't happen again. Ethel's had enough. There's no need to bother yourself. With this trial, I'll sever all my ties with House Cassius. And that includes you too, Riena. Riena is stunned. What? But even with Leandro out of the picture, we're still friends. Ethel says coldly. Like I said before, I don't like you. We're not friends. Riena's voice cracks. That's a lie. Ethel turns and walks away. Riena reaches out desperately. Wait! Ethel, please listen to me. Ethel! But Venetta stops her. She grabs Riena's arm while she shouts. Ethel! Suddenly, flashbacks of Riena with her family flood Ethel's mind. Riena genuinely loved the characters of a returned Rosie's second life. Riena interrupts her thoughts shouting. Ethel! Riena is desperate. Why can't you understand? Who do you think I'm doing this for? It's all for you, Ethel! Riena shouts with her face being red. How the heck are you going to live in this harsh world without House Cassius? Ethel is stone-faced. Watch your mouth, Riena. Riena, realizing she's gone too far, is terrified. It was a mistake, please forgive me. Venetta, who is still holding Riena's arm, seems annoyed. Riena said. But you're the one who first said something very harsh. Ethel asks. What did you mean when you said it was all for me? Riena said. It's just as you heard. I meant it would be safe and comfortable for you to remain under the protection of House Cassius. Ethel thinks to herself. That sounds like an excuse. I don't think that's what she meant. Riena, putting on a bright smile, says. Oh my, look at the time. I'll see you in a minute, Ethel. Riena leaves and Venetta asks. Should I have stopped her, my lady? Ethel responds. No, that could be seen as using physical force and be used against us in court. Ethel thinks to herself. She didn't seem like the Riena I've known. Ethel thinks. Wait, the Riena I've known. Just how much do I actually know about her? I read the novel, which is essentially Riena's life story, numerous times, but does that mean I know everything about Riena Cassius? Ethel recalls scenes from the novel. She concludes, I simply thought everything that's happened so far was due to everyone's excessive love for her, but Riena's smiling face appears in Ethel's mind. What is Riena really like? Riena, walking down the hall, thinks, Phew, it was so unlike me to get worked up like that. I don't need to be nervous. She went to the room where her family was waiting. I'm back, Leandro said. Welcome back, Riena. Riena sees Leandro and others waiting for her. But Riena is thinking, because I know for sure this divorce won't go through. Leandro, looking nervous, asks Riena, How did the talk go? Riena shakes her head, looking defeated. Duke reassures her. Riena, you don't have to care about such an ingrate. But Riena retorts, But it's true that what we did to her was wrong. Duke scoffs. Wrong? She's just throwing a tantrum for not getting enough attention, just like a baby. Duke Cassius sips his tea, adding, Did you really have to make a fuss, refusing to divorce, and make your sister hear unpleasant things? Riena defends Leandro. No, Dad. It was my idea to talk to her because I also want her to come back. Riena, ever optimistic, declares, Don't worry, we'll definitely win this case. She then asks, How about dining out after the trial? Duke and Lohaim are silent, and Riena wonders, Why? What's wrong? Lohaim smirks. Oh, you haven't heard it yet, little bunny. While you were with Ethel, we learned that things have gone a bit awry. Here, read this. Riena takes the newspaper, questioning. The paper? What? Is there something big going on? The headline reads, Look, Ambassador's daughter returns after 20 years of being missing. The wife to Lord Cassius was said to have contributed to the family reunion. Riena is shocked. This is, Lohaim explains, She rode the Look Embassy's carriage here. Apparently, there was a big commotion outside after we came in. The newspaper quotes the ambassador's daughter. I'd been abused by my violent husband for a long time, and not a single day went by without me wishing to separate from him, but that was impossible. She continues, after all, the law wasn't on my side. I sincerely hope our society no longer sacrifices individuals in the name of household peace. Luhaim is incredulous. I can't believe news like this broke out at such a critical time like now. Leandro adds, it's all well and good that the ambassador found her daughter, but why did she have to meddle in other people's family affairs? Riena looks down, realizing. The daughter implicitly expressed her support for Ethel's divorce. She clenches the newspaper, thinking, if we're not careful, House Cassius can be seen as the villain who oppresses the victim. Riena tries to reassure them all. There's really no need to worry. Some people might favor Ethel now, but there's no reason why we'll lose the case. You didn't do anything wrong other than not spending enough time with your wife, and treating her rather indifferently, right? Leandro hesitantly agrees. Why, yes. Riena continues. Seeing that she got her maid out of our estate too, I can guess what she's up to. Luhaim chimes in. Oh, don't forget how she took all the jewels with her, including that one you won at an auction, Riena recalls. Right, Lady DeLayson said she saw what looked like the viridescent princess when she stopped by a jewelry shop recently. Luhaim is furious. What a petty woman! Luhaim adds. She sold the expensive gifts from her husband to foot her legal fees for a divorce. Riena wonders. How did she find the ambassador's daughter? I've been looking for her too, but all I could find out was her name and the fact that she resides in the capital. How can Ethel do what I failed to do even with House Cassius' resources and connections? Just before her divorce trial too. Riena grits her teeth, questioning. Is this a coincidence? Or maybe, is she a regressor like I am? Luhaim, noticing Riena's dark expression, asks, Are you alright, Bunny? You look scary. Riena quickly recovers. Oh, I'm fine. I was just wondering how she found the ambassador's daughter, Luhaim said. You know Ethel's lawyer specializes in divorce cases, right? It seems that she happened to meet the daughter at her lawyer's office and thought she resembled the ambassador. Riena then asks Leandro. Leandro, has Ethel met with the ambassador before? Leandro answers. Who knows? Riena's eyes narrow. Is there anything you know about your wife? Leandro, startled, stutters. Riena. Riena gasps. I am sorry, I've been a bit tired lately, Leandro explains. Well, she might have met the ambassador in passing when we were in the capital to attend family gatherings. She went out by herself most of the time. She thinks to herself. Yes, that's impossible. It's not like regressing is a common occurrence. Moreover, I didn't get the impression that she remembers her previous life, nor did she seem to have the goddess's blessing like me. A clock chimes, signaling. It's almost time for the trial to start. Riena resolves. I should focus on the case for now. Meanwhile, Ethel is preparing for the trial, looking anxious. Ha! She reassures herself. The lawyer repeats to herself. I can do this. I can do this. Ethel opens the door, and saw people out her room murmuring. Where is courtroom 2? I heard it's this way. Ethel thinks. I guess this will be Sharon's first time standing in front of such a large audience. Terence told me that the Emperor played a hand so that those who favor House Cassius would be excluded from the list of court spectators, and the judge assigned to this case would also be one who is at odds against House Cassius. She thinks. However, I know that the Emperor didn't help me out of pure goodwill. He's only using this chance to keep House Cassius in check. Therefore, I can't expect any help more than this. More importantly, T knocks on Ethel's door. May I come in? Ethel is surprised. Oh, T explains. There's a lot of people. No one will notice even if I sneak into the crowd. Ethel questions. Didn't you say you'd be busy today? T smiles. I'm done for the day. I rushed here to attend the trial. Ethel is touched. Are you a spectator too? T confirms. Yes. Luckily, I got a seat as an audience. Ethel teases. Are you sure it was thanks to sheer luck? T laughs. This is a gift for you. He hands her a box of chocolates, saying, These are chocolates. I heard they're really hard to come by. You have a fierce battle ahead. I'm sure they'll boost your energy. Ethel happily munches on a chocolate. She offers the chocolates to her companions. Everyone, come and have some. Sharon hesitates. I'm not sure if we can eat such a delicacy, T assures. Of course you can. After a few moments, T looks around, noticing. I don't see that gentleman, Ethel replies. Oh, him. Just then, a frantic messenger rushes in, exclaiming, We have a problem! The butler was captured by House Cassius. The messenger tells about the butler calling for a doctor for Joshua, who had a panic attack the night before. Perhaps they found out where he was staying through the doctor. The moment he stepped out to head to the courthouse, he was captured. Ethel is alarmed. If we're to win, we definitely need the butler's testimony. The messenger asks, What should I do? Should I go on without him or postpone the trial? Ethel worries. I'm not even sure if I'm eligible to reschedule. If so, she tells Sharon. Sharon, can you shuffle the butler's testimony toward the end instead? Sharon readily agrees. Of course. I'll adjust the order. Ethel then asks Laura. Laura, can you make your testimony as long as possible? Laura nods enthusiastically. You can count on me, my lady, T adds. Then in the meantime, I'll bring the butler back. Ethel is concerned. Are you sure you don't mind? T said. It won't be a problem, as long as they're not keeping him inside the Cassius estate. T smirks. Jack will distract the guards. I'll sneak in and free the butler. Jack looks nervous. And me, my lord, messenger boy encourages. Way to go, Jack, T winks. I'll come back in time so that my seat won't go to waste. With a flap of his cloak, T and Jack leave. Sharon informs Ethel. Lady Ethel, it's time for the trial. Laura nervously clutches her purse, and Ethel reassures her. Don't worry, Laura. Ethel smiles. Shall we go then? She thinks. Let's trust Terence, and focus on my own fight. The courtroom is packed. People whisper. Are those people from House Cassius? They're all good-looking as people say. Others gossip. Did you hear? Lord Cassius' wife was hit by her own mother. I've heard. My friend witnessed the scene at the restaurant. Apparently, the husband, that man sitting over there, brought his mother-in-law to his wife that day. I feel sorry for the wife. I thought she's a very nice person based on what she did for the ambassador's family. Ethel observes. The atmosphere isn't so bad. Well, it's natural that people are drawn to newer and more interesting news. Ethel watches Riena, thinking. I'm sure Riena is racking her brain right now to figure out how I found the ambassador's daughter. Ethel smirks. Think as much as you like, Riena, and don't mind about your brother's divorce. The judge bangs his gavel. Order in the courtroom. The trial for divorce case G54 HFD 11 shall now commence. Let us first hear the plaintiff's case. Sharon begins. Thank you, Your Honor. 2 years ago, on April 13th, year 652 of the imperial calendar, the plaintiff and defendant solemnly vowed before Goddess Mila that they would do their best for a happy marriage. However, the defendant not only consistently ignored the plaintiff's wish to spend time with him, but he also made no effort to maintain a normal marriage life on the pretext of being occupied by work. Worse yet, he even neglected the plaintiff even though he knew about the unfair treatment she'd been receiving in House Cassius. Nevertheless, far from repenting his mistakes, all he's done so far is make excuses and cause her distress and anxiety by threatening the plaintiff to have his people investigate or follow her in secret. Hence, according to the Civil Code Article 408, Paragraph 5, the plaintiff demands a divorce. Sharon concludes, the plaintiff demands a quick divorce without seeking alimony nor property division. The courtroom murmurs. The judge asks Ethel, Is that true, plaintiff? Ethel replies, Yes, Your Honor. All I want is a divorce and nothing else. Ethel thinks, There were people who believed that I'm getting a divorce for money. That's not entirely false, but I know I need to give up a small gain to get the jackpot. The alimony would be small change compared to the profits my abandoned mine would rake in the future. It's the big picture of my future. Perel, chief legal officer of House Cassius, steps forward. Your Honor, the case made by the plaintiff attorney is utterly outrageous. It is merely based on the plaintiff's misunderstandings which stemmed from different perceptions. Even if the defendant behaved as such, it was just because the circumstances were beyond his control. As soon as he was married, the defendant took over the duty of managing his family's dominion, and worked as the acting lord on behalf of his father. He could hardly take his meals properly due to the excessive workload. Nevertheless, he never stopped his efforts to take care of his family. The defendant often showers his wife, the plaintiff, expensive gifts and provides her with a large amount of monthly allowance. Not only that, but he also financially supported his in-laws who are in desperate straits. It's true that the amount of time the married couple spent together was insufficient. However, the defendant did his best to make himself available for his wife as far as circumstances permitted. It's unfortunate that, without considering her husband's circumstances, the plaintiff one-sidedly demanded the defendant to make more time for her, and even continued to ignore her in-laws and the servants of House Cassius. Ethel got shocked hearing this and thinks, "What? When did I do that?" Perel continues, as if that wasn't enough, when the defendant was so busy that he forgot their wedding anniversary, the plaintiff hurled insults at him in front of his family. Ethel thinks, "Bullcrap. When I called him a turd, we were alone on the second floor." Perel pauses, then adds, "Despite her inconsiderate behavior, the defendant still loves the plaintiff. Thus, the defendant is unable to accept this divorce under any circumstances." Leandro said, "It was my fault. However busy I was, I shouldn't have left her alone." He said with tears in her eyes, "I shall reflect on myself and try harder to be a better husband." Leandro declares, "So I see you, your honors, please stop this divorce." Ethel is furious. "What in the world? Did he learn to act from Riena?" The courtroom murmurs, "He seems to truly love his wife. How romantic." Ethel is enraged. "You say you love me, but you're making me look like a terrible woman. If that's your way of loving me, I will take none of it." Leandro is shocked. Ethel thinks, "He can't say publicly that the mine is the real reason why he can't agree to this divorce, but he can't say that he doesn't want to lose the precious relationship with House Wallace either, since it's a good-for-nothing family." Ethel thinks, "That's why his basis of his arguments is saying that it's all my fault, so I have no right to demand a divorce, and that since he still loves me, he can't separate from me." Ethel is furious. "How dare he?" The judge declares the main issue of the case is whether Leandro's behavior can be grounds for divorce. He then allows Sharon, the plaintiff attorney, to present her evidence. "I'd like to call Laura Emerson, a former maid of the Cassius estate, to the witness stand." Perel, Leandro's attorney, objects immediately. "Objection! Laura Emerson is a maid the plaintiff brought with her from House Wallace. Her testimony may be biased." Sharon counters, "Miss Emerson was hired by House Wallace only 1 month before the plaintiff's marriage. Her salary since then has been paid for by House Cassius, and she has no current ties to House Wallace." Perel has a comeback. "Miss Emerson was recently dismissed from the Cassius estate. She has reason to hold grudges." Sharon dismisses this. "That's mere speculation. The head maid who fired her admitted that it was an unfair dismissal and even apologized to her. Both parties already reached a satisfactory settlement." The judge thinks for a moment. I don't see any valid reason to reject the witness. I shall accept the plaintiff attorney's call for the witness to take the stand." Laura nervously approaches the stand, her heart pounding. Sharon begins her questioning. "You've served the plaintiff closer than anyone else for the past 2 years, haven't you? What would you say about the relationship between the defendant and plaintiff?" Laura starts to spill the tea. "Actually, there's nothing much to say, because Lord Cassius hardly came near Lady Ethel. They've used separate rooms since their newlywed days. They also ate their meals separately, except on special occasions. There were more days when they didn't see each other at all." We cut to Ethel, looking stoic, as Laura continues, "I dare say it was 2 or 3 times a week. That was during their early stage of marriage. About half a year later, it was no more than 2 to 3 times a month." Sharon asks, "One of the times you mentioned must have been for the Cassius family meeting held in the capital. Am I right?" Laura confirms, "Yes. When there was no family meeting, they didn't see each other, not even once." The audience is shocked, whispering amongst themselves. Perel tries to intervene, saying, "Objection. It's not uncommon for a married couple to not see each other very often due to certain reasons." But the judge replied, overruled. "Defense attorney, refrain from speech during questioning unless you have substantial rebuttal." Sharon asked Laura, "You said they saw each other 2 or 3 times a week in their early days of marriage. Was their relationship closer then?" Laura shakes her hand, saying, "That's not the case. It only seems that way because Lady Ethel gave up on their relationship as time passed. She made numerous attempts to get close with her husband at first, but his lordship always refused to spend time together. One day I even saw her cry right outside his office." Meanwhile, Ethel thinks, "I was just yawning back then. It hurts my pride to be seen as clingy, but it can't helped." Sharon asked, "Did Lord Cassius seem really busy to you too?" Laura replied, "I can't say he seemed free, but I'm not sure that he was really as busy as he claims either." Even when he had free time in his office, he refused to see Lady Ethel. Oh, I remember his lordship suddenly went out for a walk when Lady Ethel came during tea time. Sharon declares, I have no further question for the witness. The audience murmurs in shock. How is that a married couple? Why in the world did he get married? Hearing all these murmurs, Riena looked concerned. Ethel thinks, as good as Leandro's public image is, Laura's testimony is causing greater shock. Perel announces, the defendant's party would like to cross-examine the witness. He approaches Laura and begins his questioning. Miss Emerson, you mentioned that Lord Cassius went out for a walk when the plaintiff appeared. When did this happen? Laura replies, it was spring, so around this time last year. Perel continues, so it was late spring. Late spring last year, the Cassius dukedom had a party to celebrate little Riena's birthday. You must recall said event last year. Laura looks confused. Pardon? Sharon objects. That's irrelevant to this case. Perel retorts. It isn't irrelevant. The judge bangs his gavel. Order, please. Defense attorney, what is your question? Perel repeats. Miss Emerson, do you remember little Riena's birthday from last year? Laura hesitates, then responds. Yes, I do. Perel asks. To my knowledge, the Cassius estate provides different special staff meals for each festival. Laura said that's correct. Perel asked, what was the special menu on that day? Ethel wonders how Laura can remember when there are at least 2 events every month. Laura stammers. It was. Sharon interjects. What does the menu have to do with this case? Perel said, it may appear unrelated. However, as you can see, human memories can be unreliable. Sharon asks incredulously. Do you mean to say the witness's memory is faulty? Perel says. I was only considering the possibility of that. Yet the witness has just proved that she can't properly recollect another event that happened around the same time. Sharon said there's a huge difference in the gravity of the 2 events. Moreover, the Cassius Duchy has over 40 official events each year. The audience murmurs, what? 40? Unbelievable. Perel said exactly, the 2 issues are indeed different in gravity. That is why solely relying on a former maid's testimony could lead to an erroneous conclusion. Perel continues, the witness said Lord Cassius looked free, but that's only her subjective judgment. Laura objects. No, what I said is true. Riena looked happy when Perel said. She also testified that the defendant refused the plaintiff's request to spend time together, even when he was free. Could that really be the truth? Perel continues. As the plaintiff's personal maid, is it even plausible for Miss Emerson to know the defendant's schedule in detail? Ethel realizes. He's a pro, all right. He made Laura's testimony seem unreliable. But we also have a lot to say when it comes to Leandro's allegedly tight schedule. Sharon presents more evidence. Your Honor, please look at the submitted evidence titled Schedule of Periodic Report. That document is about the business trips the defendant takes once or twice a month, for a week or so each time. The judge examines the document. It occurred so frequently, but I see no details about the trips. Perel clarifies. Those business trips are an important part of the defendant's work, where he reports back on the governance of the Duchy Cassius to Duke Cassius. Sharon counters. It's a maximum of 4-day round trip from Ashton to the capital even by direct train. For someone who's so busy, the defendant seems to have plenty of time to waste on the road while having none to spend with his wife. Is there any particular reason why the report has to be done in person each time? Perel explains. Reporting is not the only work he does in the capital. He also attends the Noble Council at the Imperial Palace, offers business advice to his family members, participates in a number of social events. Sharon slams her hand on the table. This is the evidence we've prepared to get a truthful answer directly from the defendant. She continues listing events. The year before last, you attended the banquet at Count Agrigento's estate with Lady Riena. 1 month prior to that, House Cassius hosted a party at Lake Marilyn, and then you took an extended trip with only your father and 2 younger siblings. Sharon concludes. I can see why his lordship was always so busy. In order to have time to spend with your family in the capital, you had to finish all the work while you were in your own territory. Does the defendant agree with this fact? Please answer. Perel admits. Your Honor, we admit that the defendant and his family are unusually close. However, that can't be the only reason why the plaintiff and the defendant have to divorce. Perel continues. The defendant and his family requested many times that the plaintiff join them. However, the person who turned down their requests each time was none other than The plaintiff herself. Ethel looked shocked as he points his finger towards her. The trial continues, and Perel states that if a married couple has issues, the blame is almost always equal on both sides. Ethel is furious. How dare he blab like that? Sharon stands up to object. Are you accusing the plaintiff is at fault? She continues. What kind of husband sees his family so often while leaving his wife alone throughout his married life? The judges murmur amongst themselves. That definitely doesn't seem to be a common case. Perel argues. That was just because the defendant doesn't know how to act around his wife. How can a man who was single his whole life become a good husband overnight? The defendant had never been in a relationship before marriage. It was simply due to this clumsiness that made him spend more time with his family and avoid being left alone with his wife. The courtroom erupts in murmurs. Ethel can't stand it. He's glorifying Leandro as a repentant husband who realized his love for his wife belatedly. She clenches her fists. Sharon objects again. How does it make sense that the defendant shunned his wife simply because he didn't know how to treat her? Perel smoothly replies. His lordship is regretting that part too. Riena is watching from the gallery, and Ethel thinks to herself. He's trying to gain sympathy by milking known facts. It's a similar tactic Riena used when she gained public support by using her pitiful image as a commoner orphan. Her eyes narrow. I'm sure Riena is involved in this. Ethel realizes. The one I'm dealing with right now is neither Perel nor Leandro. It's Riena. Sharon asks. Then why didn't the defendant change his attitude despite his wife's repeated pleas? Perel says. He intended to change when time permits, but unfortunately, this situation happened before he could even try. The judge bangs his gavel. Order, order! We'll have a short recess. Court is adjourned. If you have witnesses to present, have them prepared in the meantime. When am I going to look through all these papers? Perel announces. Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to call our witness, the head maid of the Cassius estate. He reveals the witness's name. Marianne Neuer. After that, the courtroom starts emptying. Ethel, Laura, and Sharon leave the courtroom. Ethel groans. The trial will resume in 40 minutes. I think I need at least a 2-hour break, Sharon says. Still, it's a good thing that the court is adjourned even for a moment. The messenger boy came and said, Lord T hasn't returned yet. Ethel looks worried. She thinks, T. Caden, please be safe. She clasps her hands in prayer. Meanwhile, inside a carriage, the butler is trying to leave. Please, let me see His Grace. Let me explain to him in person why I suddenly disappeared. Why do you keep saying I can't? A guard says. His Grace is currently attending the young master's trial. Butler protests. That's why I'm saying I'll go to the courthouse myself. The butler thinks. While pretending to meet the Duke, I should stand as a witness. The guard says. We have orders to escort you to the townhouse. The butler asks. Who gave you that order? I've served His Grace for decades. I know His Grace better than anyone. He wouldn't just sit still when his loyal servant who went missing is found. He asks the guards. Was it Lady Riena? Oh, come to think of it, you were all handpicked by her ladyship. One guard confirms, His Grace's word is Lady Riena's word, and vice versa. The butler is shocked. To say Lady Riena's word is the same as His Grace's, unbelievable. One of the guards smirks. Well, will His Grace punish us if he finds out about this? The butler realizes. Then it's a lie that we're heading for the townhouse. He thinks back to a conversation with Ethel. Since you've been living as Duke Cassius's loyal servant, how about spending the rest of your life as your son's father? He recalls holding a wooden carving Ethel gave him. I truly wish to return Lady Ethel's favor for having me realize what a foolish father I'd been. Suddenly, the window of the carriage shatters. The guard exclaims, what the? A dark, bloody force attacks the guards. Aok! Inside the carriage, the guards asks, Who's there? T, with his signature red eyes, appears, smiling. Who am I? A warrior of justice, perhaps. The carriage is destroyed in an explosion. Later, T and the butler are riding on horseback. Butler asks, Are they dead? T replies, No, I didn't kill them. Things would only get messy if I did. Butler asks, How did you find me? T responds, Simply put, I marked you with my powers. Butler asked, When did you? A flashback shows T and the butler standing in front of Sharon's office a few days ago. T said, When we last came across each other? The butler asks, Did you expect this would happen? T says, Unlike my good-natured employer, I tend to suspect almost everything. The butler said, You've prepared a way to track me down in case I have a change of heart, he says. I apologize if I offended you, the butler responds. Not at all. You saved me after all, T said. Ethel has no idea about this, the butler asks. Do you think we can make it in time? T replies. We have to make the impossible possible, the butler asks. Are you all right? You're breaking in cold sweats, T says. It took me a while because I couldn't pinpoint your exact location. This is what happens after I used a lot of my energy, so you need not worry. Besides, he reveals a vial. I have the holy water given to me by the goddess of victory herself. And they ride off. The trial resumes, and it's time for the defendant's questioning. We'll begin with the defendant's questioning, the judge announces. Perel begins by calling Madame Marianne Neuer, the head maid at the Cassius estate. Madame Marianne Neuer, you are the head maid who supervises all the employees at the Cassius estate, are you not? Yes, I am, she confirms, looking a little nervous. Perel wastes no time. On behalf of the other employees, could you tell us what the married life of the defendant and the plaintiff had been like in the past 2 years? The head maid hesitates. How could I dare? But Perel insists. Please, your testimony is essential in stopping the tragic discord of a family. Ethel's already got a smirk on her face. She knows exactly where this is going. The head maid starts. Her ladyship was a nice person, but she wouldn't open her heart to us. She clutches her chest, seemingly emotional. She always refused the gifts we prepared for her. Riena, watching from the gallery, gives a smug little heh. The head maid continues. She didn't even attend most of the events we hosted in the house. So we just thought the gifts and events were too shabby for someone of her station. Ethel's expression hardens. Well, that's not entirely false, she thinks, flashing back to images of gifts and events clearly catering only to Riena, with messages like, We're always on your side, Lady Riena, and We love you, Lady Riena. It was more like a party for Riena's fanatics. The head maid continues. It's true that Lord Leandro was rather passive toward his wife. That's why he always felt sorry to her. Perel asked. What makes you think so? The head maid responds. You see, his lordship called me one day and privately asked me to take good care of her ladyship. Ethel rolls her eyes internally. Tisk, she's romanticizing his act of shifting his responsibility as a husband to her. The questioning continues. The young master was always buried with work. Her ladyship stayed in her room most of the time. Oh, she sometimes participates in a book club or goes out shopping. Whispers erupt in the gallery. It seems that the husband was merely working hard, and all the wife did the whole time was go shopping. That's a little unfair. Ethel and Sharon exchange a glance. Ethel thinks to herself. Thank you, head maid, for speaking exactly as I expected. Sharon steps in now. Madame Neuer, you just mentioned what the plaintiff's daily life was like. But how was it possible for the lady of a family as great as House Cassius to have plenty of free time on her hands? Actually, Lady Ethel is not in charge of the household finances and affairs, the head maid replies. How is that so? As long as Lord Cassius is the Duke's deputy, shouldn't his wife be the lady of the Cassius estate? Sharon presses. The head maid replied. This is because her ladyship isn't familiar with managing a large household. She's not from an affluent family, so I suppose her parents couldn't provide her with the necessary education. Lohane chimes in, nodding in agreement. The head maid then adds, That's why Lady Riena had to keep managing the estate's finances and internal affairs, as she had done for a long time. Perel then states, We confirmed what the head maid just testified with Count and Countess Wallace. Here's their written testimony. Perel reads, Lady Riena plans to hand over the rights she's been holding as the lady of House Cassius to the plaintiff once the plaintiff gets used to the Cassius family's way of life. The plaintiff has never been told about such plans, Sharon exclaims. Perel continues, In truth, there are multiple precedents for similar situations. When Countess Grain was ill, Count Grain's sister took over the full responsibility of managing House Grain. Sharon retorts, The plaintiff has no health issues, Perel says. The Empress Dowager also assumed her mother-in-law's duty when she was still the crown princess until the then Empress, a foreigner, became used to the imperial language. Sharon cries, The plaintiff is not a foreigner, Perel concludes. Yet, as Count and Countess Wallace admitted, the plaintiff does not have the capability to carry out such duties. Sharon shouts, There are suspicions that Count and Countess Wallace had abused the plaintiff. He slams his hand on the table, yelling, Regardless, There are countless cases where someone else assumed the role of the lady of the house due to unavoidable circumstances. The plaintiff might not have been given the rights as the lady of House Cassius, but she was certainly treated as one. He presents evidence of a large monthly allowance, luxurious gifts, and a magnificent wedding. He continues, not only was she provided materially, the servants of the house also treated the plaintiff with sincerity. The head maid continues, we obeyed his lordship's order and did our best to lessen the loneliness her ladyship might have felt settling in a new house. The head maid, looking incredibly teary-eyed, pleads, your ladyship, please come back. We shall strive so that we could meet your expectations. Ethel, watching the performance, asks, then, can you do me a favor? She smiles sweetly. I'd like you to address me as my lady out loud. The head maid is taken aback. Pardon? Why? Ethel simply says, don't ask me why. Just do me the favor. The head maid reluctantly glances at Perel before uttering, my lady? I can't hear you. Louder, please. Ethel insists, and the crowd starts murmuring. The head maid said again, my lady. Ethel says, I'm sorry, but you need to speak up a little louder. The head maid, face contorted in frustration, shouts, my lady! Suddenly a voice echoes, you can't speak about Lady Riena like that, my lady. It's true that the authority comes from the lady of the house. The head maid jolted as she heard her voice when she said all these things to Ethel. However, you are not that person. Sharon was holding the recording box, which continues with Ethel's voice, my husband is the Lord's deputy whose authority was bestowed by Duke Cassius himself. Moreover, the Duchess passed away a long time ago. So who else would be the lady of House Cassius other than me? The head maid shouts, Lady Riena is! The young master also said that Lady Riena should continue to be in charge of household affairs. The head maid gasps in shock. Sharon snaps the recording box shut and says, that was a conversation that the witness had with the plaintiff at the Cassius estate just 11 days ago. Sharon continues, didn't you say you treated the plaintiff with sincerity? The head maid is horrified, realizing she's been caught in a trap. Sharon begins to analyze the recording. This recording clearly tells us a few facts. 1. The witness and the other servants, in fact, did not regard the plaintiff as the lady of the house at all. 2. Their attitude toward the plaintiff was far from respect. 3. The plaintiff clearly had no means to control the servants. And it's very likely that the defendant neglected his wife despite being privy to this. Leandro is visibly shaken. The head maid shouts, what a dirty trick! You said you'd deliver the artifact to Lady Riena. Perel shouts, witness! Ethel thinks, is she stupid? Though I always knew she hasn't got much of a brain. The head maid cries out, Lady Riena, it's all that woman's doing. I really had no idea she'd do this. Riena's eyes narrow, she's plotting something. Perel interjects, Your Honor, we need to examine the authenticity of the evidence. There's no clear proof that the recorded voice belongs to the witness. Moreover, it's only recently that recordings began to be accepted as evidence in court. Sharon cuts him off. How strange. Sharon counters, weren't you the first attorney who submitted a recording as evidence in our empire's history? The judge said, yes, I remember. It was for Duke Cassius versus Duke Velvet. He thinks to himself, thanks to the eccentric inventor Riena obtained by luck, Duke Cassius could win the trial. Sharon continues, back then, many people had their doubts about the recordings. However, Attorney Perel flawlessly proved its legibility as evidence. Sharon gives Perel a sweet smile. Thank you, Attorney Perel. You just saved us a fight over the recording's authenticity. Perel is seething. You, he thinks, trembling with rage. Perel is trembling, barely able to utter. You. He managed to calm down and then said, you're right. The way the witness treated the plaintiff was inexcusably insolent. Ethel thinks, he's such a quick thinker. What a swift change of heart. Perel continues, however, it was just an act of one individual. It's inconclusive to say that the entire staff treated the plaintiff in the same manner. Sharon cuts him off, Your Honor. Sharon addresses the judges. Did any of the other servants' written testimonies submitted by the defendant point out the head maid's attitude? One of the judges replies, no, there was none. Sharon holds up a small ornate object. If you listen to the recording closely, you can tell that this conversation happened in the presence of many other maids. Nevertheless, none of them mentioned said issue. Isn't it strange? The head maid gasped, saying to Riena, and my lady. Riena, looking downcast, says, "I'm sorry." Ethel is shocked. Riena continues, "It's all my fault. The head maid was actually my nanny. I never thought she'd use our close relationship and overstep. I'm sorry for the house management matter too." Duke and Lahame rush to Riena's side to comfort her. She continues, "I only continued doing the lady of the house's duties because I was afraid it'd put Ethel under stress." The audience got surprised, and Riena says, "I'm sorry, Ethel. I should have been more considerate." The courtroom audience murmurs. The judge bangs his gavel, shouting, "Order! Order, please! If you interrupt the trial one more time, you'll have to leave this courtroom, no matter how distinguished your family is." Tears streaming down her face, Riena nods. Ethel is visibly concerned. Her presence was overwhelming enough to have everyone focused on her, be it in a good way or a bad way. That's the influence of a novel's heroine who can affect a trial even as an audience. Suddenly, the head maid throws herself on the ground before Ethel, crying, "Your ladyship! Please forgive me, your ladyship! I've forgotten my place and behaved arrogantly." Slamming her head on the ground repeatedly, she begs, "I'm sorry! I'm really sorry! I'm sorry!" Two guards rush to pull her away. Leandro and Perel watch in disbelief as the audience whispers, "Poor woman! I feel sorry for her. It seems like she's sincerely sorry." Perel steps forward, addressing the court. "Ladies and gentlemen, as the young master of House Cassius, my client wishes to apologize on Madame Nayer's behalf." Leandro bows his head. "I deeply apologize for causing trouble. Ethel, I hadn't the faintest idea that you were suffering such humiliation. Nevertheless, I'd like you to give me another chance. I shall fire the head maid immediately. If you wish so, I shall dismiss all the other servants as well. I swear upon my name, if I break my word, I shall forfeit the Cassius name as well as my position as the heir to House Cassius." The judge asks, "Do you truly mean that, my lord?" "An oath made in public is legally binding," Leandro replies firmly. "It doesn't matter because I shall keep my word by any means." Ethel thinks, "If I say no in this situation, I'll definitely look like the bad person." She smirks slightly. Sharon objects, "Your Honor! The defendant failed to know what was happening under his own roof. The promise he just made can hardly." Perel interjects, "We don't deny that the defendant made mistakes. However, as human beings, we all make mistakes in life. Please allow the defendant another chance." The judge turns to Ethel. "Plaintiff, if you have something to say to the defendant, you may speak now." Ethel sits lost in thought. Is Terence on his way here? Will he be able to make it at all? Let's trust him. He'll definitely bring the butler here. After all, he said so. Ethel makes a decision. "Leandro, my mind remains unchanged. I want a divorce." Leandro looks devastated, whispering, "Ethel." Ethel shakes her head, stating, "I no longer have trust in you. It has been irreversibly broken. If you refuse to let me go in the name of love, that's violence. If you truly love me, you should let me go and wish for my happiness." Leandro is stunned. There's a knock at the door. Sharon is surprised. Sharon announces, "Your Honor, I'd like to call for a new witness." The door opens, and butler Caden enters. Sharon announces, "We call Mr. Caden Marimo to the stand." Caden walks forward. The Duke cries out, "Caden! How could you?" Caden stands at the witness stand. "My name is Caden Marimo, and I stand here as a witness. For the past 2 decades or so, I've been employed as a butler to the Cassius estate." The judge asks, "You say you were the butler of House Cassius, and yet are you truly testifying for the plaintiff?" Duke roars, "Caden! How dare you?" Riena pleads, "Dad, please calm down." The judge shouts, "Duke Edmund Cassius and Lady Riena Cassius, I order you both to leave. Exit this courtroom immediately." Riena cries, "Dad, please." Lahame says, "Father, you need to step outside. I think you got too carried away." Lahame leads Duke and Riena out of the courtroom, escorted by guards. Lahame sighs. The judge says, "Please proceed." Perel shouts, "Wait! Your Honor, Mr. Marimo disappeared a few days ago. It's possible that he had been kidnapped by House Cassius adversaries. His current state is possibly inappropriate to testify." Sharon interrupts, "Does the witness look unstable to you, Your Honor?" Caden states, "I was not kidnapped. I voluntarily left House Cassius." Leandro, utterly shocked, staggers backward. "Butler, WHY?" Sharon asks the butler to describe the marriage between the defendant and the plaintiff. Butler Marimo states. Her ladyship. No, Lady Ethel looked unhappy. Everyone in the Cassius estate, with the exception of Laura Emerson, treated her like a guest who would only stay temporarily. The servants' attitude toward her was completely different from how they treated the late Duchess. His lordship is also aware of the situation. After all, I brought up the issue to him time and time again. The scene shifts to a flashback of the butler talking to Leandro, who replies, "Just leave the matter to me. I'll handle it." Perel, unimpressed, declares, "Your Honor, this is redundant information. My client has admitted his mistakes and promised to fire all the servants involved." Sharon said, "Pardon me, there is one more significant reason for divorce we have yet to disclose. That's what Mr. Marimo is here to testify about." She then glanced at Leandro. Then she emphasizes the importance of Marimo's testimony, stating, "Your Honor, what Mr. Marimo is about to testify could damage someone's reputation, so I request we continue as a closed trial." Judge asks, "A closed trial?" Perel scoffs, "What a pathetically obvious trick." He objects, "I object. Your Honor, closing an ongoing trial would only arouse unsavory suspicions." Sharon retorts, "Are you certain you wouldn't mind? As I said, someone's honor is at stake." Perel confidently states, "The ducal house of Cassius have nothing to fear." Sharon asked, "Will you truly not regret it?" The judge dismisses the request, stating, "The plaintiff attorney's argument alone isn't enough to prompt the closure of this trial. The request for a closed trial is dismissed." Ethel steels herself, because the plaintiff herself will speak about her experience regarding the issue. With a deep breath, Ethel begins, "My husband, Leandro Cassius, has a serious impediment in regard to his ability of producing an heir." Silence fills the courtroom as everyone gasps. "Lehane is in shock," the judge exclaims. "An issue with producing an heir." Ethel continues, "My husband has avoided sleeping with me. He and I have never shared marital relations. I tried my best, but..." Tears stream down her face as she sobs. Perel jumps up, yelling, "That's outrageous slander! Defamation against the heir to a ducal family is punishable by..." Leandro looks devastated by the revelation. The narration explains, "Born as the heir to a great family, Leandro lost his mother when he was young. Naturally, he strived not to be taken lightly and kept all his personal matters to himself all his life. And so, he'd never have confided any of his marital issues to someone else, because the last thing he wants would be for such news to reach Riena's ears." Back in the courtroom, Sharon continues, "The plaintiff's account can be confirmed by the two witnesses, Miss Emerson and Mr. Marimo, who were in charge of the plaintiff's and the defendant's chambers, respectively. Hence, I'd like to ask the two witnesses further questions regarding this issue. Would you please come forward first, Miss Emerson?" Laura takes the stand, declaring, "I worked for Lady Ethel for 2 years, but I've never seen her and her husband sleep in the same room, not even on their first night." A flashback shows Leandro on his wedding night, thinking, "I'm sorry, I just can't do this." The next night, and the night after that too, gossip spreads through the courtroom. Was the rumor true then? What rumor? "There once was wind about Lord Cassius having that problem, don't you remember?" Two ladies whisper. "Oh, I remember, he's incapable of that sort of thing, right?" The butler adds, "Even after the wedding, his lordship continued to use the bedroom that he'd been using since he was young, instead of sharing a new chamber with his wife. And he told me that he just couldn't stand living as Lady Ethel's husband. He also said that he didn't feel a drop of love for Lady Ethel because he didn't see her as a woman." Sharon asks Leandro, "Defendant, you've been consistently arguing that you love the plaintiff since this trial began." "I love her, but I don't see her as a woman, and that's why I've never shared a bed with her. Does this make sense to you?" Perel bursts out, "Your Honor! It's only two individuals' opinions." Sharon counters, "And the two individuals watched the plaintiff and the defendant more closely than anyone else. Mr. Marimo served House Cassius for several decades as their butler." Sharon challenges, "What benefits would Mr. Marimo get if he sided with the plaintiff? Money?" Slamming her papers, Sharon declares, "As we all know, my client is not demanding any alimony." Ethel thinks, "That's right, I'm an empty pocket. That's why I owe Terence a great deal." Sharon continues, "Reputation? No family would welcome a servant who once betrayed his master. Mr. Marimo gave up not only his decade-long loyalty, but also his future to speak the truth." Sharon concludes, "So I see you not to distort his sincerity, Attorney Phillips. Suddenly, a woman in the audience jumps up, shouting, "That's a lie! Don't pretend that you're penniless! I know you sold all the gifts you received from Lord Leandro and hired that lawyer with the money. How dare you disgrace him with such absurd slanders? I saw the ring she sold at a jeweler's." The judge sighs. "Ha, this trial is such a—" The woman continues, "Lord Leandro is innocent." Ethel grabs her purse and went to Leandro. She gave a box asking, "Is this the ring that lady just mentioned?" She thinks, "When he gifted me with a ring called the Viridescent Princess, he bought Riena a necklace called the Viridescent King. Isn't it obvious which one would be higher in value?" Ethel opens the box, revealing the ring. Ethel said, "This is the only jewelry you gifted me, and I brought it with me when I left." The woman who accused Ethel exclaims, That can't be true. I saw it clearly with my own eyes." Guards take the women out. Ethel thinks, "This is exactly why I sold it, and then bought it again." She recalled saying to T, "I'm going to throw the ring to his face and say, 'Take this and don't show your face in front of me again.'" T adds, "I'd sure like to see the scene." The people in the courtroom whisper, "I believe that's the same ring Lord Cassius bought for his wife. I saw it at the auction. But the woman from a moment ago told a different story. Then she probably lied, like the head maid." "My goodness! Again? It seems like everyone's lying for the ducal family. I never expected that they'd be like this. How disappointing." Finally, Ethel confronts Leandro. "I don't want to keep any of the things you've given me. The only gift you can give me is divorce." The judge slams his gavel, declaring, "Please be quiet," he announces. "Since we're running out of time, we shall wrap up today's trial here. We shall resume in 2 days, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon." The audience was in an uproar. "What? I thought we'd hear the ruling today," one woman whispers. Her companion agrees. "It was getting so much interesting. How disappointing." The judges leave the courtroom. One sighs. "Ha!" Ethel observes them, thinking, they must have thought that it was beyond their judgment, because they didn't expect Leandro's fertility issue would be brought up. The chief judge might run to the emperor, and sure enough, the chief judge asks the emperor, "What should I do, your majesty?" The emperor is clearly stressed. The future of House Cassius depends on this." Back at the courthouse, a hand rests reassuringly on Leandro's shoulder. His lawyer says, "You can rest easy, my lord. We have enough time to prepare countermeasures before the next trial." Leandro slumps in his chair. Ethel and her lawyer watch them leave. "I had hoped we'd be done today," Sharon laments. "I'm sorry it turned out this way." Ethel smiles gently. "Please don't blame yourself." Leaning in, the assistant whispers, "Still, things went exactly as you expected." Ethel smiles, saying, "They sure did, right? Now, shall we hurry back too? We need to prepare ourselves to bring this fight to an end." Outside the courtroom, the House Cassius's members were waiting for Ethel. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps. Ethel turns to see Duke, Riena, and their entourage. The Duke glares. "How in the world did you influence Caden to your side?" Ethel smiles sweetly. "Seeing your grace asked me such a question. I'm sure you haven't heard about what happened at the trial." Riena turns to Leandro, and he turns his face away. Ethel announces, "Well, you can take your time to talk about it among yourselves. I shall visit your townhouse at 10 tomorrow morning." The Duke gets furious. "With whose permission?" Ethel faces him, smiling. "Do you not approve? I was going to accompany Mr. Caden." The Duke explodes. "Ethel, how dare you?" He grits his teeth. "Fine, make sure to show up at my house tomorrow. I shall be waiting for you." Turning abruptly, he orders, "Let's go." Riena looks back at Ethel, calling, "Ethel!" The Duke yells, "Riena! Let's go!" Ethel watches them leave, thinking, "Phew, now I can see how he got the nicknames Devil of the Battlefield and the Evil Duke." "My legs are shaking," her assistant asks. "Are you all right?" Later, the butler and Laura arrive. Ethel exclaims, "I'm so glad you're safe." Caden apologizes. "My apologies, Lady Ethel. If I hadn't been caught by them." Ethel reassures him. "Don't worry, things came out favorably for us, and that's all that matters." He continues, "I heard that we have an appointment tomorrow morning." Ethel agrees. "That's right. If you feel uncomfortable, I can go by myself." But he insists, "I can't let you go alone. As a father, I have to confront that past at least once for my son's sake." Ethel smiles brightly. "Then let's knock down their pride together. Let's have it out once and for all." But then, Ethel glances around and says, That aside, I don't see T. Where is he? He replies. He's. Moments later, Ethel was in a lush garden. She was in a rush. She recalled Caden saying, He left after he escorted me to the courthouse. He asked me to tell you that you should return home first after the trial. Although he asked me to keep this from you, he looked quite pale as he left. Ethel thinks, I'm pretty sure he overused his energy to find the butler. The healing tea removes headaches, but it doesn't help recover the used energy. In the novel, there was a scene where Terence hid himself in the forest after he was drained out of his strength. Ethel starts searching the garden. He couldn't have gone very far. As she walks, she overhears two men gossiping. Did you hear the news of Lord Cassius' divorce trial? One asks. The other replies, Of course. The whole capital is talking about it. Ethel hides from them. They continued, Who would have imagined that the noble Cassius family could be so petty? The other adds, I'll say, they not only made their servants lie in court, but they got themselves kicked out from the trial for making a scene. The first man continues, Anyway, I wonder if I wonder if Lord Cassius really can't perform at night. The second man gasps. There was a similar rumor in the past too. It went away after House Cassius desperately put a stop to it. Then could it be? He's cut off by his companion. Hey, watch your mouth. Let's go. After they left for their petrol, Ethel sighs. Just then T interjects. Why the long sigh? Isn't it good news? She finally spots T perched in a tree. T! She calls out. There you are. T asks. What are you doing here? Ethel replies. Pardon, T asks. Didn't you get my message that I would see you at home? Why don't you come down first before we talk? Ethel thinks, it's so frustrating not being able to see his face. I just can't figure out how he feels, and how he looks as he's talking to me right now. T replies. No, I can't. Ethel asks. Why not? T replies. I'd like to be alone. She insists, but T clenches his fist. That's why I asked you to leave first. Ethel whispers worried. T. Terence, shrouded in his cloak, tells Ethel he'd like to be alone for now, asking her to leave first. Ethel, looking a little worried, agrees, saying, All right. I'll go then. Ethel adds, Oh, the trial went as I expected, though it isn't completely over yet. Well, it can't be helped, right? She muses. She then bows. Thank you. It's all thanks to you bringing the butler safely to the courthouse, T replies quietly. You're welcome. Worried about him, Ethel continues, I'll leave you to rest now. I'm sorry for interrupting you. She then turns and says, I just couldn't sit still after hearing from the butler that you looked unwell. He asks cautiously, Are you worried about me? Her face lights up. Of course I am. How could I not when my partner is sick? He thinks to himself, then says, I didn't know you could be kind like this. You're usually all business with me. Ethel, taken aback, stutters, All business? Me, he retracted. My mistake. Please pretend you didn't hear it. But inside she's screaming. How can I pretend not to hear what I already heard? It's already bothering me so much. She carefully asks, Are you angry with me? He says, Not at all. Ethel continues tentatively. Then did I make a mistake? He replies quickly. No, you didn't. Ethel, putting it all together, wonders. Are you by any chance sulking right now? T denies it. Absolutely not. But Ethel knows better, giggling. Yes, you are sulking. Terence sighs heavily. This is exactly why I wanted you to leave first. My apologies, please forget what I said earlier. Ethel sits beside the tree and insists. I will if you tell me why you're upset. Terence tries to brush it off. Please, I'm serious. You really don't have to worry about me. Sometimes, I say silly things when I'm exhausted. She replies, countering. Don't you mean that you speak your mind because you have no strength left to hide your true heart? Terence gets speechless. Ethel, lost in thought, remembers. While I was so focused on my divorce, time continued to pass, and summer has arrived. She suddenly realizes. Oh, I think I know. Was it something from that night we had a toast on the terrace? I remember worrying about you because you seemed a bit strange after. Memories flash of Ethel telling someone, I'm going to leave the Empire. And later, Lois replies, I'm sorry, I wish I could come with you, but I can't leave my family in the Empire. Sharon adds, What a shame. I wish we could be friends and have drinks together from time to time. Ethel reflects. In his position, it may not be as simple as feeling sorry and saying goodbye. He watched my back, provided me with a place to stay, supported me financially, and even offered to escort me. I'm sure he thinks of me as such an ingrate, since I told him that I'd escape overseas without a word about repaying his favor. But I will pay back everything I owe him once the Anala mine goes into development. Cheering herself up, Ethel says, Well, although things may look bad for me now, I know things will change for the better in the future. Terence asks, Pardon? Ethel, caught up in her enthusiasm, declares, I'm only telling you, once I win my divorce case, my life will take a turn for the better. She then panics. Now that I've spoken that out loud, I sound more like a swindler. Ethel, trying to reassure him, continues, Anyway, if you need my help, you can contact me anytime wherever I will be. I mean it. What I'm trying to say now is that we'll continue to see each other. Inwardly she adds, So please don't misunderstand me. I'm not a Dine-and-dash ingrate. Terence, looking thoughtful, repeats, We'll continue to see each other, you say? He then says, I think you misunderstood. I never considered you leaving as turning your back on me for all the things I did for you. After all, you already taught me how to make the healing tea. Ethel is taken aback. Oh, right, the healing tea. I forgot about it, Terence says. That's not like you, Ethel. You must be very tired after the trial. Ethel replies, That's part of the reason. But I guess I was more affected by the sudden iciness I felt from you. Terence trails off, and Ethel wonders, why is he suddenly so silent again? Suddenly, she senses danger and jumps. I didn't literally mean that you were cold. I was saying that's how I momentarily felt. Before she can finish, Terence appeared right behind her. He asks, looming over her, So, it was because of me? Ethel, flustered, says, Yes. I felt that you were suddenly giving me the cold shoulder. Terence says to himself, Your forthrightness makes me speechless. I was throwing a tantrum like a child. Ethel realizes, Oh, that was a tantrum. Terence admits, Anyway, I'm a little surprised. I thought you'd remain detached regardless of what anyone says or does to you. After all, you were never shaken by your ex-husband. You cut your ties with House Wallace without hesitation too. Ethel explains, That's because the people you just mentioned aren't very important to me. She pauses, considering what that means. Terence, reaching for her, says, Does that mean? He jumps down from the tree. Ethel wonders, He sounded cold and distant just a second ago. But he's smiling now. He notices, H&P. I can tell you changed your clothes. Is that for disguise? She replies, Oh, yes. Vinetta is wearing the ones I was in earlier. She should be getting in the Look Ambassador's carriage by now, wearing a cape over my clothes. He puts his cloak on Ethel, saying, But still, just in case, I think you should wear my cape. He counter-offers, Can I borrow this instead? Holding up her hat. She replies, Of course. Then, smiling, It looks pretty good on you. Later, as they sneak away, T spoke. Fortunately, everyone seems to have rushed toward the front gate. Ethel replies, Let's hurry and sneak away. As they get on carriage, Ethel felt relieved. For what it's worth, I'm glad that Terence is back to his usual self. The next day, at the Cassius townhouse, Riena was busy thinking hard, tapping on table. Then she stops and orders her maid, Bring Elliot to me right now. First, we get a profile of Elliot Rudd, described as the best of the 7 geniuses Riena recruited. He's a prodigy in law, economics, mathematics, and military science, and House Cassius owes its advancement mostly to him. Back in the present, Riena tells her maid to send word that she needs Mr. Rudd to return immediately, and at all costs. She also instructs her to tell Perel to find a way to buy time until Elliot returns. Riena's worried, lamenting that Leandro was put to such shameful disgrace, all due to the butler's words and the recording. But she's sure the Emperor won't intervene anymore. Oh, it's time for Ethel to arrive soon, Riena realizes, adding, I need to see Dad. She reassures herself. This is nothing but another temporary ordeal that will come to pass. After all, I know for a fact that my future is only filled with brilliant victories. Later, Lehaim arrives. Riena asks him anxiously, Lehaim, how's Leandro doing now? He responds that he's still the same as yesterday, shutting himself in his room. I was very shocked to hear what happened between him and Ethel, Lehaim admits, adding, It would have been nice if he told us the truth from the start. Riena then says, Tell me about it. I simply believed what our servants said about how nice Leandro was to Ethel. Then, almost casually, she asks, By the way, Riena, Do you think we need to continue with the trial? Lehane looks surprised, and Riena glares, asking, What is that supposed to mean? He stammers, I just thought that we might all be better off if they divorce. From what I saw yesterday, they really didn't seem right for each other. Riena's having none of it. Don't be ridiculous. Ethel is our family. Can you give up your family? She demands. Lehane shrinks back. And no, I'm just saying because… Realizing he's upset her, he says, Yeah, you're right. Never mind me. Riena tries to lighten the mood. Lehane, let's keep our spirits up, shall we? I'm sure Ethel will understand our sincerity one day. Cut to Ethel arriving with her entourage. Good afternoon, everyone, she greets cheerfully, but with a hint of malice, adding, Or not so good afternoon for you, perhaps? Caden, Riena's father, is furious. How dare you tarnish my son's honor? He roars. Ethel coolly replies, I only said the truth. Riena tries to mediate. Please calm down, both of you. Let's try to talk it out. Caden turns to his butler, fixing him with a piercing stare. Tell me, Caden, why did you betray me and House Cassius? The butler remains silent. Caden presses, You've been with us for over 20 years. Does that mean nothing to you? The butler nods slightly. Does your grace remember my son, Joshua? He asks, throwing a wrench in the works. Caden is confused. What does your son have to do with all this? He demands. Don't change the subject and answer my question. Ethel interjects. Riena tries to smooth things over. Dad, please. The butler speaks. I remember him, Caden. Joshua visited our estate when I was young, didn't he? Riena asks, concerned. Did something happen to him? Is that why you left us? The butler's face is grim. Joshua is ill. Riena gasps. Oh no! Is he seriously ill? I think we should pay him a visit. I feel so bad to hear that. The butler adds. It seems none of you remember what happened back then. I suppose young Master Leandro, his lordship is no different. Caden is suspicious. Back then, we get a glimpse into the past, a flashback of a young Joshua being held at sword point. The butler narrates. My son still has nightmares about the events of that day. Riena scoffs. What? Is he seriously traumatized by such a trivial thing? He was only held at a sword's point, so what? It's not like he was actually injured. Caden's face darkens. Oh, I remember now. I can't believe you turned your back on me just because of that, Caden. The butler freezes. Just because of that. He stutters. Caden retorts. You can't blame me for your son's faint heart. Riena tries to intervene. Dad, you don't need to speak so harshly. Ethel cuts her off. Stay out of it, Riena. This is between me and Caden. Caden continues. Back then, I was on a rigorous training routine and had cuts from real swords all over. He then asks, Are you saying your son has been stuck indoors nearly half his life just because he was threatened? Riena, clearly distressed, begs, Please stop. You both have gotten too emotional. Ethel, I think you should leave for now. When both sides calm down, we can meet again and… Ethel's mother interrupts, her eyes narrowed. Are you not going to regret it? Are you sure you won't regret what you just said? Caden, equally stubborn, declares, Of course not. Ethel's mother scoffs. I see. Expecting an apology from your grace was vain hope on my part. You've just made me realize how self-centered you are. Caden is livid. How dare you, Caden? Such insolence. He slams his fist on the table, shattering a teacup. Now it's my turn, your grace, Ethel's mother says smoothly. Caden explodes. What? I don't want to hear a word from you. Leave this instant. Ethel's mother remains unfazed. I came because I have business with you. Why don't you hear me out? She sips her tea. I'd like to end our trial here. If you consent to our divorce, the case will automatically be moot. Caden is taken aback. Why are you telling me that? Go discuss it with your husband. I'm sure you clearly realized yesterday that you wouldn't be able to win this trial easily. I can see that you prepared yourself. Nevertheless, you're dealing with House Cassius. Crushing you is like dusting away lint from my shoulder. Ethel's mother remains calm. Let's see you do so. What's in it for you? If we continue this game of slander, it'll only harm your eldest son's reputation. I know you're continuing with this not for your son's sake, but out of your stubbornness. I understand how hard it is for you to admit that what you did to Joshua was wrong and that Caden left you because of that mistake of yours. Silence! Ethel's father shouts. Ethel's mother continues. Do you think I took Caden away from you? No, that's not true. You let him down first, Your Grace, and that's why he left you. Silence! Caden roars, slamming his fist again, causing even more chaos. He's trembling with rage. Ethel, I'm afraid the method you chose to persuade my father can't be more wrong, Wilhelm says nervously. Even if what you said were true, rather, because what you said is true, my dad will never admit it. Riena, meanwhile, is thinking to herself. Once Elliot returns, the victor of this fight will be House Cassius. No, me, she smirks. Ethel's mother is ready to play her final card. If Your Grace agrees to this divorce, I shall give you a gift that would please you very much. It's something you've been searching for so desperately for a very long time. Caden is suspicious. How could you even possess such an important thing to offer me? I'm not interested. Cease this nonsense, Sen. Ethel's mother interrupts. Oh, is that so? Over the past 10 years, haven't you been looking for the time capsule your wife left behind? Caden is stunned. What? What did you just say? Ethel's mother smiles triumphantly. I know where it is. I know the location of the late Duchess's time capsule. We open on a portrait of Cheryl Cassius, the late Duchess, who died of illness 10 years ago and was the love of Duke Edmund Cassius's life. We learn that the Duke adopted Riena because she resembled his late wife and gave her more love than his own sons. On her deathbed, Cheryl told her husband to try and find a hidden time capsule. After her passing, the Duke ordered the entire estate searched, even the depths of the lake, but it was never found. That is, until Sienna discovered it in the trilogy of A Returner's Rosy Second Life. I recently solved the clue left by the Duchess, Sienna thinks, a confident smile on her face. If I want to make the Duke draw his attention from Riena and listen to me, Cheryl Cassius is my only option. More precisely, the time capsule is my only option. Leandro, looking shocked, asks, The clue? Are you talking about that poem? Sienna nods, confirming it. We learn that Cheryl left a poem as a clue and hid the time capsule's location within it. She gave the poem to her husband and 2 sons, but none of them could solve the cryptic message. The Duke is taken aback. I can't believe it. Even the greatest cryptologists, poets, and detectives all failed to solve it. He stands, towering over Sienna with a stern expression. You already ruined my son's reputation. If you're lying to me, if you're using my late wife, you'd better not think of leaving this house in one piece. Sienna smiles, unfazed. Are you interested now? Whether you believe me or not, you can just follow your heart, Your Grace. Surprised, Leandro asks, How in the world did you solve it? Sienna replies with a playful smile. Well, I'm clever. I'm quite lucky too. The Duke, Leandro, and Riena exchange glances, clearly suspicious. Sienna thinks, although they're pretending to suspect me, they must have a lot on their minds right now. On the one hand, they would think there's no way I could solve the riddle, but on the other hand, they wouldn't be able to just shrug my words off as a bluff. The Duke takes a sip of tea, then abruptly asks, Can I trust that you're completely honest? Riena interjects, Dad, don't you remember the person who claimed to have solved the riddle a few years ago turned out to be a fraud? The Duke clenches his fist, his expression pained. I beg of you, please let me know where to find the keepsake my wife left for me. Sienna replies smoothly. Very well, I shall tell you. But before that, she presents a document to the Duke. I'd like you to sign this consent form, so your son and I can divorce by mutual agreement once you take possession of the time capsule. The Duke looks conflicted. I promise I shall never go back on my word when it comes to anything related to my wife. He takes the consent form. With a flourish, the Duke signs the document. Smiling, Sienna says, Since we have a lawyer present, why don't we have this notarized? Please call Attorney Phillips too, so we can have this document notarized by 2 lawyers. Riena looks at her adoptive father with worry. Dad. Cut to a meeting between the lawyers. Attorney Phillips hands the completed document to Sienna's lawyer. Sienna watches them, pleased. We see the enigmatic poem. The spring of purity has returned without fail. The glass garden where hydrangeas bloom, the hill behind the tower where the bell rings thrice at dawn, the fountain guarded by cherubs. At all those places I hide a treasure. Leandro is frustrated. I still don't get it. I already looked everywhere. The garden, the hill, the fountain, but I couldn't find anything. Sienna, ever helpful, chimes in. The largest fountain in the Cassius estate has 2 angel statues, but only one of them is a cherub. Leandro asks, confused. What? Aren't both cherubs? Sienna replies. If you look closely, you'll see one is older, a girl. Next, it's the glass garden, Sienna says. Riena asks, does the greenhouse and the estate really have hydrangeas? Of course, they do. I saw them just this spring, Riena exclaims. Sienna adds, I did as well. However, the gardener proudly told me that he planted them himself. The Duke looks thoughtful. Cheryl took care of the greenhouse herself, until she fell ill. When she was healthy, there were no hydrangeas in the garden, were there? Sienna confirms. They were only planted by the gardener after the Duchess fell ill. Leandro pipes up. Does that mean the hill verse also has a problem to it? Leandro says the bell tower was built almost a century ago. Riena asks, huh? Doesn't it ring 3 times a day, thrice each time? Leandro explains. Yes, it rings in the morning, afternoon, and evening, but the poem specifically says at dawn. Leandro rushes off. The temple of the Cassius Duchy used to ring the bell 4 times, including in the early morning, unlike other parts of the empire. Although, that custom disappeared a long time ago after it was criticized for being heresy. Leandro then calls out to his father. Leandro, are you all right to be out? And responds, I'm fine. How can I just stay still in my room when you're talking about the time capsule? Back inside, Sienna thinks. Besides, I have something to talk to my wife about. She's now looking furious and continues her train of thought. Well, I have nothing to say to you, the Duke explains. I simply thought she just wrote at dawn to mean in the morning as a poetic expression. After all, that custom of tolling the bell at dawn disappeared even before we got married, Sienna says. The important thing is that these 3 sentences contain some sort of incongruity. Leandro, in chibi form, muses. Maybe it's a mistake. After all, Mother wasn't a very meticulous person. Luhim scolds him. That's not a nice thing to say about our mother, Luhim. Back to the puzzle, Sienna states. If we put aside the 3 that contain discrepancies, then we have, she continues, the spring of purity has returned without fail. At all those places I hide a treasure. Since all those places refers to the places mentioned in the previous 3 verses, I think we should exclude that part too. Sienna smiles triumphantly. Then we're only left with I hide a treasure from the last verse. Leandro looks thoughtful, while Luhim is visibly annoyed. It's obvious that Mother was the one who hid the treasure. So what about it? The Duke glares at him. Watch your tongue, Luhim. Luhim, intimidated, apologizes. My apologies for interrupting, Ethel. Sienna ignores the interruption. She looks around the drawing room. I see there are many artworks modeled after the Duchess in this drawing room. Did she like them? The Duke replies. Not really. She said it was rather embarrassing to look at. She was a shy person. Those were purely for my own satisfaction. Sienna walks over to a statue. What about this statue? The Duke explains. Oh, that one was a gift from Cheryl. It's a replica of the marble sculpture in our estate. She said she wanted it to remind me of her during my stays in the capital. Sienna touches the statue. What are you doing? The Duke exclaims. You might drop it. Put it back down. Sienna replies casually. Don't worry, it's hollow, so it's lighter than it looks. Riena gasps. Wait, did you just say it's hollow? Sienna clarifies. So the Duchess ordered for her own bust to be cast. The Duke asks. When did you receive this, Your Grace? Sienna replies. It was about 17 years ago. The Duke then asks. And when did she first mention the time capsule to you? The Duke looks shocked. It was also about 17 years ago. Leandro realizes. Then could the I in the poem be? Sienna smiles knowingly. See? I told you the fact that the Duchess hid it is important. Shall we give it a shake? Luhim protests. Wait. I'll do it. How can you shake it with those thin arms of yours? Luhim and Leandro shake the statue together. The Duke listens intently. I can clearly hear something inside, the Duke says. Riena exclaims. How typical of Cheryl! She did enjoy pulling a prank or two. The Duke, determined, declares. Let's cut the base and see what's inside. A hand reaches out. A dagger pierces through the bottom of statue. Leandro, Luhim, and Riena all look on with concern. Duke Cassius stares down, his expression unreadable. Leandro asks, shocked, seeing what was right in front of him. Are these? Letters and scarves flutter down, a colorful cascade of evidence. Duke Cassius holds a letter, his brow furrowed. Luhim is equally perplexed, clutching his own letter. The scene shifts. Ethel sits among them. Riena looks incredibly awkward on the other couch. Ethel sips her tea, observing everything. She thinks, even for Riena, It's impossible to share memories with a duchess she never had. Duke Cassius reads the letter, his face softening. Please don't worry too much. You will never be someone like your father. Do you remember when Caden's son Joshua was born a few years ago? The panels show a memory, Duke Cassius holding baby Joshua. The letter continues. When I handed over the baby to you back then, you were completely at a loss. You may look stern and cold on the outside, but your heart is very warm. You are completely different from your father, and will never oppress the poor and the weak like he did. So please believe in yourself. With love, Cheryl. Cue the tears. Leandro and Lahame are both bawling, overcome with emotion. Ethel watches them, unimpressed as always. The Duke sets down his teacup. Ethel, I sincerely thank you. Had it not been for you, I wouldn't have been able to read my wife's last letter. Ethel nods, acknowledging his gratitude. She thinks, had it not been for me, Riena would have found it for you instead, but let's keep that a secret. We both got what we wanted anyway. Duke Cassius looks wistful. And Caden, I know it's shameless of me to say this, but would you give me one more chance to apologize? The butler looks on, and the Duke turns away, ashamed. The butler nods to Ethel. Why don't we leave first? Ethel smiles, agreeing to give them privacy. We then learn that the butler and his old master had a very long heart-to-heart that evening. The next day, at the city hall of Royan, the capital of Astaroth, Duke Cassius clears his throat. Caden returned home safely. When I said that I wanted to apologize to Joshua too, he said he'd asked his son's opinion first. Ethel, walking alongside the Duke, responds, I see, she thinks of course he should. The victim's opinion is the most important here. How did things ever come to this? Duke Cassius ponders. It feels as if I've forgotten something important for a long time. Inside the city hall, Ethel slams the divorce papers on the desk. Here it is, she exclaims. The lady at counter said. Oh yes. I hereby confirm that the divorce agreement between His Lordship Leandro Cassius and Her Ladyship Ethel Cassius has been successfully received. Ethel beams, thrilled. Finally! I've been waiting for this moment. The clerk continues. Then I shall inform you of the next steps. Only when the entirety of the process is executed will your divorce become official. The people in the city hall whisper. Did she just say the divorce agreement of the Cassius couple? Yes, I'm sure that's Duke Cassius, and the woman next to him is Ethel Cassius. She looks exactly as her portrait in the newspaper. Wasn't their divorce case still under trial? Perhaps they reached an agreement instead of going through the trial. Ethel thinks. Now that the document has been submitted, the trial will stop, and then it'll be terminated altogether when the divorce is officially approved. Ethel skips along, practically glowing. Are you that happy? Duke Cassius asks. Of course, she replies. That aside, seeing your grace is here today, I suppose your son is still having a hard time accepting this divorce. The Duke sighs. You know what he's like. He was so stubbornly against this divorce that I had to lock him in his room before leaving. Even Riena sided with him and tried to stop me. It seems they both are strangely attached to you. Ethel thinks. So the Duke felt it as well. I thought it was simply because of the mine, but now I suspect that there might be something more than that. She said, since I know how much your grace adores your daughter, I thought you might do as she pleases. I'm glad you didn't change your mind, he said. I have no mind to stop someone who doesn't want to live with us anymore in the first place. Ethel said, I know. Your grace has paid absolutely no attention to me. You've always called me Ethel Wallace even after I became Ethel Cassius. I can't deny that, Duke Cassius admits. To me, you were nothing but a young lady who married my son. It's a shame, though. I finally started to want to know you. Ethel asks, do you regret it? I hope you'll be nice to your son's next wife. While going inside her carriage, she said. Or better yet, if your son fails to change, why not have him remain single and live with you for the rest of your life, instead of creating another victim like me? Duke Cassius looks thoughtful. I shall bear that in mind. Goodbye, Ethel Wallace. He turns and walks away. A few days later, at the residence of the Look Ambassador, Ethel reads the newspapers. As expected, they're making such a fuss. What becomes of Leandro now is none of my business, but I don't want to be gossiped with him anymore. Diana greets her. Here you are, Ethel. Do you have any difficulties staying here? Ethel reassures her. Not at all. I'm receiving very generous treatment here. Diana smiles warmly. Please make yourself at home. Though I myself am not actually used to the fact that this palatial residence is my home yet. Ethel recalls saying T. After Diana's suggestion, I thought about it and decided that it's better to move to the Look Ambassador's residence. If I continue to stay here, this secret villa could be exposed to the public. T adds, I think that would be good. The security there is watertight, so you wouldn't have to worry about dealing with reporters. Ethel pauses. I know moving out from his villa was my idea, but he didn't seem to be sorry. I'm a bit disappointed. She slaps her face gently, thinking, Wake up. Terence has a once-in-a-lifetime event ahead of him. Diana, confused, asked, Ethel, what's wrong? As the Emperor's announcement about the existence of another son of his is drawing near, I'm sure Terence is also getting busier. His days must be hectic, meeting with all the aristocrats who are expressing their support for him. Ethel muses, Now that I have the Emperor's permission, I only need the Temple's approval for my divorce to be official. It's such a relief that Leandro and I don't have a child between us. A maid approaches Ethel and Diana. Lady Ethel, a man has arrived and is asking for you. He is tall and speaks like a gentleman. I couldn't see what he looked like as he's wearing a cloak. Ethel's eyes widen. Could it be Terence? He didn't seem like a reporter, my lady. Shall I escort him in? The maid asks. No. I'll meet him myself. Where is he now? Ethel replies. He's waiting at the back gate. The maid responds. I'll be back soon, Diana, Ethel says, hurrying off. Ethel runs, anticipation building. At the back gate, a cloaked figure stands waiting. Ethel is shocked as she sees the hooded figure. It's Leandro. He reaches out, his voice a desperate plea. Ethel. She just exhales, clearly done with this situation. Right. Terence would have given his false name T. Ethel realizes, clutching her head in frustration. What was I expecting? I'm such a fool. Leandro won't give up, he says. There's still a chance for us, Ethel. Please come with me and cancel our divorce. Ethel's had enough. Please open your eyes and see the reality. We're over now. We can return to how it used to be, he insists, but Ethel's not having it. My goodness, will you please stop being pathetic? Ethel's voice is sharp as she lays down the truth. It's too late, so you can just drop your pretense and stop acting like you're regretful or in love with me. I love you, Leandro blurts out, his face a mix of desperation and sincerity. I really love you, Ethel scoffs, putting her hands on her hips. Ha! Do you now? Let me hear your reason then. If you love me so much, why did you act like that throughout our marriage? He pauses, his face falling. Ethel presses him. If you're not going to answer, then I'll. Leandro cuts her off, trying to speak actually, but he doesn't have any excuse. Actually, I don't know why. Ethel yells. What? Are you kidding me right now? He continues. I like you, really, but for some reason, I just couldn't express my love to you, like other lovers do. Ethel's face darkens. Then it's not love. Leandro looks devastated, but he protests. But I've never felt this way toward any woman before. He's pulling out all the stops now. I don't know why, but from the moment I first saw you, I've had a good feeling about you. And when you treated the wound I got on my way to the Wallace mansion, I saw a hint of hollowness in your eyes, and it kept bothering me. Ethel thinks back. So that's why he looked at my face so carefully back then. Did I look hollow? Really? Leandro's confession continues. I was certain then that you're my fated half. I'd never had such a feeling toward anyone before except for my family. Leandro is really laying it all bare. I can't stand your nonsense anymore. Ethel snaps, her eyes blazing. Didn't you say you didn't love me as a woman? She adds. Please don't tell me you don't remember saying that to the butler. He stammers. Oh, that. Leandro explains. On our wedding night, I felt something was wrong. I just couldn't bring myself to do it with you. Ethel's eyes narrow, listening intently. He explains. Before I met you, I'd never felt such carnal desires like kissing, so I simply thought I had no interest in such things. I believed so until I met you, because I'd never had any feelings for any woman. The moment I held your shoulders on our first night, a strong sense of repulsion surged within me. It was like I was committing a sin, so I couldn't help but run away. My true heart was that I wanted to be nice to you, but, Ethel filled in, but you couldn't because you were afraid that I would become hopeful and demand you to treat me properly as a wife. He's really spilling his guts now, tears welling in his eyes. Yes, I even tried to confess the truth to you under the influence of alcohol, but I just couldn't bring myself to say it because I was afraid that you would get hurt. I was scared that you'd leave me out of anger. Looking at Leandro's tear-streaked face, Ethel thinks. Honestly speaking, as the female lead's brother, Leandro looks beautiful even when he's crying so unsightly like this. He even looked piteous. Ethel reaches out and grabs Leandro's collar. Don't lie to me. Leandro looks shocked. Ethel, she continues, you were worried that I would get hurt? You couldn't say it because you were scared that I'd leave you? Didn't you see how hurt I was? Didn't you see my sad face every time you ignored me like I was invisible? You're only making excuses for your mistake. Just because you felt a bit familiar toward me, you confused them with love, and married a woman similar to your sister. That's your mistake. Leandro looks confused. What are you talking about? She recalled him saying, although you and Riena look quite alike, how could I possibly confuse you with her? At that moment Ethel wonders. We look alike. How? Where? When? She says her accusation. You clearly told me that Riena and I gave off a similar air and impression. Did you say you fell in love when I was treating your wound? You opened your heart and accepted Riena as your family for the same reason, because she treated the wound on your hand. Ethel accuses him. Leandro is reeling. How did you know that? Leandro didn't accept Riena from the beginning. As a boy, he felt ill at ease about the stranger who suddenly appeared in his life. Why are father and Lohim making such a fuss about that girl? I just don't get it, Leandro thought as a child. Besides, she can't even speak properly because she didn't receive education at the orphanage. In a memory, Leandro was crying. Riena appears asking, Leandro, why are you crying? Oh, your hand is wet. Are you hurt? Leandro yells. Go away. It's none of your business. Riena replies. Don't say that. I'm your family. Leandro responds. I haven't accepted you as my family. I got the cane from father. So stop making a fuss and leave me alone. Riena says. You're still a child. A child shouldn't get the cane. I need to talk to dad. Leandro thinks. I've hated you and looked down on you. Riena says. Even if you don't like me, I like you. Leandro says. Riena. Back in the present, Ethel grits her teeth. If you love your sister so much, just live with her. Don't drag me into your life. Leandro is shocked. Ethel. That's not true. It may be true that she became my precious sister after that moment, but you treating my hand had nothing to do with. Ethel interrupts. You must have been very happy to find me because you could use me as a replacement when you had to stay away from her, working as the acting lord for your father. Leandro cries. That's absolutely not true. Ethel says. So you intend to stick to your lie, huh? He pleads. Ethel, please allow me one last chance. Ethel says after turning away. I don't want to go through the emotional exhaustion because of you anymore. Leandro calls out from behind. Ethel! Ethel walks away. If you're guilty about what you did, never show your face before me again. Goodbye, Leandro. Leandro reaches out, devastated, but she left. Later, thunder rumbles ominously as rain lashes against the grand estate. Inside, Ethel and her friends are enjoying a cheerful tea party, seemingly oblivious to the storm raging outside. But Ethel soon notices someone standing outside in the downpour. I can't believe he's still standing there. It's Leandro. Back in her room, Ethel angrily pulls the curtains shut. Does he really believe that will make me feel any better? It only gives me the creeps. She throws herself onto the bed. Even if he's bedridden after getting rained on like that, I still won't care. I'm so fed up with him. Later that night, Ethel is awakened by the sound of pebbles hitting her window. She's instantly annoyed. Arg, I can't believe him. This won't change anything, okay? She throws open the balcony doors, ready to give him a piece of her mind. Hey, you Stu! Her eyes widen as she sees who's standing below. T. It's not Leandro, but T. With a sweet smile on his face. He asks if he can climb over the gates. Ethel beams. She nods enthusiastically. With a fawn, T uses his powers, surrounded by red energy, to effortlessly leap over the gate. He lands gracefully on a tree, startling a nearby bird. He stands outside her balcony. Ethel asks, What brings you here? Did I wake you? T asks. Ethel responds, No, it's okay, you didn't. T looks apologetic. I'm sorry, but I have news for you, and I wish to let you know as soon as possible. Ethel is taken aback. News? Am I in trouble? T replies. Maybe or maybe not. Ethel leans forward eagerly. My word, what is it? T smiles gently. You're finally divorced? Congratulations, Ethel. He chuckles softly. Ethel's stunned. What? T explains. I overheard it at the Grand Temple. They'll make the official announcement in the morning. Ethel's eyes widen. I see. A wave of emotions washes over her. I'm divorced, finally. Flashbacks of her difficult relationship with the Cassius family flood her mind. I'm not Leandro's wife nor Ethel Cassius anymore. My difficult relationship with the Cassius family is finally over. T looks at her expectantly. He begins to say something. Ethel's pure joy erupts. I'm divorced! Hurrah! She cheers, waving her arms in the air. T flinches slightly at her outburst. She suddenly stops, realizing how she must look. Oh! She blushes. She clears her throat, trying to regain her composure. Ahem. Did you come all the way here to tell me that? T's expression is soft. I wanted to share the good news as soon as possible, and I also wish to congratulate you before anyone else. Ethel is touched by his thoughtfulness. Oh. She looks at T, her eyes filled with emotion. He's soaked from the rain. T wipes his face, looking at her with concern. She asks, Why are you so nice to me? She waves her hands dismissively. Oh, it's not that I don't like it, but I just feel that your kindness toward me is more than I deserve. She thinks in her mind, he even used his power for me despite knowing it'd cause adverse effects on him. She questions herself. Is it because I helped him? All this as a reward for the healing tea recipe feels too excessive. Besides, I can tell that his attitude toward me right now is pretty emotional. She wonders, could it be? Does he? T responds. Because you're my comrade. He continues. Isn't it natural for comrades to take care of each other? Moreover, you're my new friend that I haven't had for a long time. He adds softly. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but I haven't had someone I can call a true friend. Jack is the closest person to me, but at the end of the day, he's my servant, not a friend. The same goes for the others in my estate. Moreover, I have to frequently replace most of them. Ethel says inwardly, right, the Empress's spy might be among them. Ethel thinks about her own situation. I did try meeting people, keeping my true identity hidden, but such relationships didn't last long. In fact, I've never had a private conversation with Vinetta either, T says. I can see that. You and Vinetta are both the type of people who take time before opening up to others. Unlike my previous relationships, our first meeting was accidental, and we stand equal as partners. Isn't it surprising? We met each other by chance, but it turned out that I happened to be the one who could help you, and you happened to have the healing tea recipe that I needed. I can't help but think that our connection was meant to be. Ethel is moved by his words. Why, you're right. It really seems so. He tilts his head curiously. Your reaction is rather unusual. Am I making you uncomfortable by calling you my friend? Ethel smiles nervously. Not at all. Of course, we're friends. I'm still half asleep, that's all. Internally, Ethel is panicking. What was I thinking? He had no feelings for Riena at all. So why would he have any for me? This is so embarrassing. She shakes off her thoughts and focuses on T. Goodness! You're drenched. Please come inside. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold. T smiles gently. It's all right. The rain has stopped now. Actually, I have business to attend to early this morning, so I'd better get going now. Ethel is a little disappointed. Oh. T turns to leave, then pauses. How do you like your stay here? Ethel beams. It's wonderful. Everyone's nice to me. T nods. I'm glad to hear that. Why don't you invite your friends over? You couldn't do that while you were staying at my manor. Ethel responds. Actually, I enjoyed the quietness. I found it more comfortable not having any visitors back then. T looks thoughtful. Perhaps I shouldn't have let you go then, he mumbles. Ethel perks up. Pardon? I didn't hear you. T clears his throat. Ahem. I was talking to myself. I should really be leaving now. Ethel smiles warmly. Thank you, T. I think I can sleep well now. I'd been actually feeling down for hours because of Leandro. As T turns to leave, he looks back at Ethel, a soft smile playing on his lips. If you're really thankful, would you grant me a wish? Ethel's eyes widen slightly, surprised by the request. What wish is it? He hesitates. I don't think it's something too difficult to do. Ethel ponders this, then nods brightly. All right. T seems taken aback. You didn't even ask the details. Won't you regret saying yes so easily? Ethel retorts. You said it wouldn't be something too difficult. A small smile plays on T's lips. I feel a bit guilty seeing you trust me so much like this. She asks, what wish could it be? He steels himself. The wish itself is simple, but you may find it rather uncomfortable due to your current circumstances. She insists, please tell me what it is. I'll do my best to grant it. T leans in close, whispering into Ethel's ear. My wish is… Her eyes go wide, a small exclamation point appearing beside her. What? Of course, I can do that much for you. He smiles, relieved. I'm glad to hear that. Then I'll send someone to fill you in on the details soon. T departs, leaving Ethel watching from the balcony. He whispers to himself as he walks away. Sweet dreams, Ethel. The next day, Ethel is in the greenhouse with Diana, enjoying tea and sweets. The entire capital should be abuzz for a while. Diana comments. Perhaps we shouldn't receive any guests for the time being. Diana continues, concerned. Ethel assures her. I'm fine. I'm used to such things now. Thank you for worrying about me. Meanwhile, in town, newsboys are hawking the morning papers. Get your papers. Read the result of the Cassius divorce case. The headline screams. The young Cassius couple agree to divorce. A wave of relief washes over Ethel. Finally, I'm officially free. Ethel celebrated her divorce with a big party. But, she admits, to my disappointment though, Terence couldn't make it. Well, it couldn't be helped. After all, he's a busy man and no one knows his true identity apart from Sharon. I also received congratulations from an unlikely person. Ethel muses, holding a card that reads, Your wish has finally come true. Congratulations. Diana and Ethel exchange confused glances. Just what is he up to? Ethel wonders, referring to the Duke. Ethel thinks, it's proper etiquette for me to send a reply, but… Just then a maid interrupts. Pardon me, miss, you have guests from House Wallace. Ethel's eyes harden. Ha! They're finally here. She tells Diana. Diana, may I use the reception room? Diana looks worried. Of course. But do you really think it's necessary to meet them? Ethel responds firmly. Yes, I have some issues to discuss with them. In the reception room, the Wallace family fidgets nervously. Ethel enters, a composed smile on her face. It's been a while, Count and Samuel. And we met recently, Countess. The Count explodes. Why you? How dare you? Samuel tries to placate him. Father, please calm down. Ethel gestures calmly. Please have a seat. The Count sits with a humph. He sneers. You kept us waiting. And now you're having us watch too. Who taught you to do this? Ethel retorts. If you have any problems, you may speak directly to the Luke ambassador. She smiles sweetly. Would you like me to call her over? The Count is livid. Why you? I made you a duchess as young as you are. How dare you ruin your marriage and treat your parents like this? Ethel thinks with disdain. What in the world does he think he did for my marriage? Leandro came to find me on his own. Samuel attempts to reason with her. Father, please stop. That's not what we're here for. I'm sorry, Ethel. I've thought about what we did to you, and I think we were in the wrong. We came to apologize to you today. The Count retracted. Ahem, I'm sorry. Samuel adds, Mother has something to say too. The Countess stammers. Ethel. I'm sorry, dear. I'm truly sorry. Can't you please come back to us? And please speak to House Cassius for us so they can clear off our debts, The Count chimes in. Seeing the Duke agreed to your divorce, your relationship with them doesn't seem to be on the worst of terms. I hope you'll handle our debts with them for us. Samuel tries a different tactic. And dear sister, I don't intend to force you, but why don't you just reconcile with Lord Leandro? You don't want to lose your marriage just because of your misunderstanding, do you? You truly loved each other. Her mother adds, your brother's right. I heard from the young lady of House Cassius that the young master still misses you. Ethel's expression hardens. Her mother continues. Ethel, you're a good daughter, aren't you? Please change your mind for your mother's sake, will you? Samuel says, Ethel, Mother did hit you and treat you harshly, but she's sincerely apologizing to you. Can you please forgive her just this once? Ethel stares at Samuel, her eyes filled with resentment. Samuel, he asks, HM? What is it? Ethel stated the fact. You speak as if that was all someone else's business. You blame everything on Mother and pretend to be a goody two-shoes. Are you happy now? Does that make you feel any better? He protests. What? I apologize too. Ethel is furious. But only Mother is asking for my forgiveness on her knees right now. Samuel tries to defend his mother. Well, mother is the one who wronged you the most. That's why she's apologizing on behalf of us all. Ethel retorts coldly. Every one of you are equally guilty in my eyes. Ethel remembers. It's true that the Countess was the harshest of all to Ethel. But were the Count and Samuel any better? They both turned a blind eye to the Countess's abuse. They even frequently treated her like their maid. They just didn't have to manage her directly. After all, the Countess was always the one to deal with her for them. Ethel confronts them. Have you ever stopped mother when she was hitting me? Have you ever remembered my birthday? I don't understand what makes you feel so confident about your behavior. If anything, the Countess kneeling down over there is the only person who at least pretended to show any interest in me. The Countess cries out. Ethel, please don't misunderstand your father and Samuel. They were just too busy to care about you. Ethel snaps. Please be quiet. I didn't side with you because I like you. Just because you were her mother, she thinks. Ethel didn't give up on someone like you until the end. I feel so sorry for her. Ethel continues. I can see you're consistently devoted to your husband and son. You sometimes treated me nicely because that way, you could use me more conveniently. The Countess objects. That's not true. I swear I truly cherished you as my Dao Dash. Ethel interrupts. Please use the word cherish for your son. That word fits him better than me. After making you go down on your knees, you still defend that bastard after all. The Countess gets shocked. That's a misunderstanding. Samuel didn't make me do this. The Count is outraged. Did you just call your brother bastard? Ethel stands and turns, her eyes blazing. Please leave. I was such a fool to think that I'd be able to tie up the loose ends between us. The Count rises enraged. Ethel! How insolent! You ingrate! The Count raises his hand to strike Ethel. Samuel shouts. Calm down, father! Samuel grabs his father. He says, What are you doing, Ethel? Apologize to father quickly. Ethel declares defiantly, I don't want to. The guards step forward. They surround the members of Wallace family. As Ethel walks away, Samuel fumes. Are you really going to be like this? Her guards step in front to protect her. Please step back. You may not approach any closer. Ethel warns coldly. Don't get smart with me, Samuel. All you're good at is gambling and shifting the blame onto mother. Samuel smirks menacingly. Ha! I wanted to work things out well for all of us, but I guess I have no choice. Now that you're divorced, you're a Wallace again. If we fail to pay off our debts, you'll have to take on the responsibility. If you think that you can be well off alone, you're sorely mistaken. The Wallace family is laying it on thick. Samuel smirks. Maybe you forgot because the Look Ambassador is so nice to you, but however powerful she may be, she can't meddle in others' family affairs. Her father chimes in. Yes, he's right. You have legal responsibility for us. You have to provide for us. Samuel declares, even if you escape abroad, we'll follow you until the end. You can never sever ties with us because we are your family. Ethel's parents continue to guilt-trip her. Samuel says, Mother and father fed, dressed, and sheltered you. You have to repay that love. Her father adds, Yes, that's your duty as a daughter. Then Samuel drops the bomb. You know, I recently lost a game, so I have a new debt to settle. I want you to first pay that off for me. Ethel's response is sharp. Are you asking me to pay off your gambling debt? Samuel, looking sinister, retorts. You have no idea how lawless and cruel they are. Once they learn I'm flat broke, they will pursue you next anyway. It'd be best for you to pay the debt before all that mess. Ethel just laughs, which infuriates Samuel. Are you laughing? Do you think this is funny? Ethel walks to sofa and sits on it. That's great. If they are so cruel, I'm sure they'll squeeze the money out of you no matter what. You borrowed that money, so you repay it. I can't give even a coin over to them for you. Samuel is not having it. I see you're being like this because the Look Ambassador has your back. But do you really believe that she'll protect you forever? If I fail to pay the debt, it'll be passed on to our parents. And if they fail too, then it'll be yours to pay. Do you understand? You received the closed mine in Anala as a dowry when you got married, didn't you? You inherited our family's property, but you still refuse our debts. How selfish! As long as you're a member of House Wallace, you should share our debts too. Ethel thinks to herself. Looks like he did his homework before coming here. Legally speaking, he's right, but… Ethel's eyes narrow. I'm not a Wallace anymore. Samuel is shocked. What? Are you stupid? Now that you left House Cassius, You belong to our family again. What nonsense are you talking about? Ethel coolly explains. Like you said, I left House Cassius. But that doesn't necessarily mean I'm back under House Wallace. Samuel explodes. Cut the crap, I've already checked with my lawyer. Ethel questions. Did your lawyer say so? Did they say that a woman automatically belongs to her parents' house again if she gets a divorce? How strange. I didn't apply to recover my status on the Wallace family register. According to the law of the Astaroth Empire, once a woman gets married, she must follow her husband's surname and become a member of his family. But if she gets a divorce, she regains her maiden name, but cannot directly return to her original family. The divorcee must apply to be relisted on her parents' family register and gain consent from her parents. Ethel thinks, it's so sexist. Riena, who, in the original novel, abolished that law after becoming empress. Ethel thinks, the bottom line is, I'm currently either a Cassius nor a Wallace. Samuel is sputtering. Ethel says, divorce is uncommon in the Empire. Your lawyer might not be aware of this law. Or they did a half-hearted job because you didn't pay them enough. Ethel smirks, but Samuel roars. I don't believe you. Do you think I will fall for that lie? Samuel tries another tactic. Let's say that's true. But if you don't return to House Wallace, you will no longer be a noble. Are you fine with that? Ethel responds. My dear brother, didn't you know? Unless you commit a crime as grave as treason, you don't get deprived of your peerage so easily. Samuel is speechless, and Ethel's enjoying this way too much. He finally shouts, I'll check the fact myself. He storms out, followed by his father. His father calls after him. Samuel! Ethel's mother got left alone. Ethel says, nothing will change even if you keep standing there. Please have a seat. Her mother reluctantly sits. Suit yourself, Ethel announces. Until your husband and son return, I'll get some rest in my room. As Ethel leaves, her mother slumps onto the couch. How could you treat your father and brother like strangers? Ethel thinks. They are strangers, she says. I thought I made myself clear last time that I would sever all my ties with House Wallace. Teary-eyed, her mother pleads. Please, Ethel. Please help your brother just this once. How hard it must have been for that tender-hearted boy. Ethel snaps. Enough! You're also responsible for Samuel becoming such an irresponsible adult, her mother cries. He's your brother! Ethel hands her a business card. This is all I can give you. If you want a divorce, go to Sharon Maitangs. She's a friend and a lawyer. Stunned, her mother asks, divorce. Ethel continues, are you going to clean up after those two and be treated like that for the rest of your life? When I'm gone, there'll be no money. Then you will have to take full responsibility for their debts. Sharon represents people who can't afford legal service for free. Her mother, horrified, exclaims, I am not going to divorce. If you hadn't split up in the first place. Ethel cuts her off. If you say so. It's your choice after all. Ethel heads out. Ethel! Her mother calls after her. Ethel and her attendant walk through the halls. Meanwhile, her mother is left alone, thinking to herself. Later, Ethel is informed that Lord Samuel has returned. She thinks, I guess his source isn't very good. It took almost all day. As Ethel arrives, Samuel quickly calls out her name, then he pleads. I was rude earlier, wasn't I? I'm really sorry. I was so worried about my debt that I momentarily lost my mind. Ethel asks him, Where's the Count? Samuel explains. He was so shocked he collapsed at the lawyer's office. He's aged. He's actually been in poor health lately. If he can't pay off his debts, he'll be in serious trouble. Ethel replies. He should pay back the money he borrowed himself at least once. It'll be a good life experience, she adds. Is that all you have to say? Samuel stammers, and no. Let's make a deal. I won't bring up the dowry you received again, so please pay our debts for us. He adds, according to my lawyer, you may have to return the dowry to us if we demand it back. His mother nods eagerly. Ethel thinks, it seems they also have a chance of winning in court. Samuel pleads, I swear, if you'd like, I'll write you a promissory note. Please help us just this once. Ethel is unmoved. I don't have that kind of money. Didn't you read the papers? I didn't receive alimony. Samuel is in disbelief. What? Are you a fool? Why did you not receive alimony? He's clearly having a meltdown. Then he grins and adds, then forget about the money we borrowed from House Cassius. Just pay off my debt, his mother exclaims. Samuel! But Samuel isn't backing down. Don't cut in, mother! My problem comes first, okay? Ethel thinks about his behavior. He's nasty and selfish. He only cares about himself. Ethel finally agrees. Fine, she says. I can pay back that amount if I gather everything I have with me. Her brother smiles in disbelief. Really, thank you, Ethel. Ethel is being far too agreeable. Ethel says, in exchange, let's do a written agreement from you, the Count, and the Countess. Samuel, quill in hand, asks, all right. What shall I write? Ethel is ready with her demands. Write that you'll never show up before me again, and that you won't mention me to the press either. Also, you cannot borrow money from anyone by leveraging our relationship. He replies, all right. His mother is still worried. She adds, as it happens, my lawyer friend will be here soon. We can ask her to have your writing properly notarized. I knew this would happen, so I asked Sharon to come over in advance. Ethel is already 10 steps ahead, and Samuel has no clue. Samuel must believe that this deal is in his favor when in actuality, to make his debt go away, all I need to do is give up the Analamine, a headache that incurs no profits and only heavy taxes. She's playing him like a fiddle. Then she asks him, so who do you owe money to? He replies, why do you ask? She says, because I'm not going to give the money to you. You'll obviously gamble it away too. And no, I won't. Samuel protests. Ethel isn't buying it. She says, I said I'll pay off your debt, but I didn't say that I'll pay it through you. Samuel yells, you'd better not try to pull any trick on me. I'll write here that all these conditions will be invalid if you fail to clear my debt. She agrees. Whatever you want, just tell me who your creditors are. Ethel is gleeful. He he he. I'm going to get your promissory note from them. As he told about the creditors, Ethel nods. With all parties present, the agreement is being written. Ethel thinks, if you violate any of the terms in this agreement, you'll have to face someone much crueler. She's got a wicked smile as she imagines the consequences. What are you doing? Quickly write one, mother! Samuel urges, slamming his hand on the table. His mother is nervous. Samuel. Be quiet and write. He snaps. The notes are signed. Here, these are mother's and mine. Samuel announces. Sharon says, beaming. Both your notes have now been notarized. What about the Count's? Ethel asks. Samuel assures her. I'll have him write one and send it to you as soon as I return home. Ethel warns. You'd better do that. This whole thing won't go into effect without his note. You can trust me, Samuel says confidently. I'll deal with it as soon as I get home. He, along with his mother and guards, leaves. Back at estate, Ethel receives Count Wallace's written agreement. A maid informed, Lady Ethel, Count Wallace's written agreement has arrived. I was told it was already notarized. Ethel says, thank you. She reads the agreement and thinks, it seems Samuel persuaded the Count well. She then instructs her maid, would you please send this letter to House Cassius for me? The letter reads, Dear Duke Cassius, thank you for your congratulations on my divorce. Hence, the debt House Wallace incurred to House Cassius is now irrelevant to me. So please show no mercy and take all the money you lent to them, down to the last coin. Ethel, snickering, thinks about the consequences for Samuel, his parents, and the Duke. The three of them will suffer hardship because of this, but who knows? Maybe that hardship will lead them to change for the better. It all depends on you, Countess. Later, at breakfast, Diana greets Ethel. Good morning, did you sleep well, Ethel? They start eating. Bon appetit, Ambassador! Diana gushes. You know something, Ethel? In my dream last night. Meanwhile, the ambassador and his wife are happy to see her daughter happy. Diana is currently preparing to go to court for her divorce. Apparently, her husband, who now knows that Diana is actually the Look ambassador's daughter, is stubbornly refusing to split up. Ethel knows the outcome. Diana will win the trial. After the lawsuit, the ambassador couple can just have that bastard buried. Diana interrupts. Ethel? Are you listening? Ethel snaps out of it. Pardon? I'm sorry, what did you just say? Diana covers. I was saying that we should go shopping this afternoon. Diana is excited. I was invited to the Emperor's birthday banquet, and it's 10 days away. So I want you to come with me when I order a dress for the event. Ethel replies. Sounds good. Actually, I need a dress for the banquet too. Diana is surprised. Are you also attending His Majesty's birthday banquet? Ethel confirms. Yes, I got an invitation this morning. Ethel received a letter that reads, I look forward to seeing you at the banquet, My present for you will arrive soon. I hope you find it delightful. Ethel notes. This note doesn't have the sender's name, but I can tell for sure from the handwriting that this is from Terence. She wonders. Is he doing well? Vinetta said he's having hectic days these days. Ethel wonders. What could his present be? It says the present will arrive soon. Does that mean someone will deliver it? Diana is overjoyed that Ethel will be at the banquet. I'm so glad to hear that you were invited too. I was actually worried that it'd be awkward attending alone. But with you. Diana hesitates. Ethel, I believe he will be there too. Will you be fine? Diana is referring to Leandro. He? Oh, Leandro? Of course, I'll be fine. Ethel replies. She thinks in her mind. At the Emperor's birthday banquet, Terence will be announced as an imperial prince, and my attendance there is what he wished for. He probably deemed it as a wish, because he thought I might be reluctant to cross paths with Leandro and appear before many who definitely gossip about my divorce. It's a monumental day for T. As his comrade and friend, how can I not be there? Ethel thinks rhetorically. Diana is determined to help her friend prepare. Very well. I'll find you a perfect dress, Ethel. Ethel smiles. I'll look forward to it. A maid announces. Lady Ethel, a guest is waiting for you outside. Diana, the ambassador, and his wife are confused. Outside, staff are arriving with mannequins and boxes. Ethel is stunned at the sheer volume of dresses. What are all these? A woman with lilac hair introduces herself. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. My name is Miranda. I'm here to help with Lady Ethel's dress. But when Ethel asks if Diana knows anything about this, Diana innocently replies, No, and my parents said it wasn't them either. But Miranda says, Actually, your best friend asked me to do this, Lady Ethel. Diana is stunned. Ethel's best friend? Who's that? I didn't make that request. Miranda beams. Oh, here comes your friend. Ethel's eyes widen as she turns. The door is open. It's Vinetta. What? Vinetta? You're Ethel's best friend? Diana asks incredulously, and Vinetta confirms. Yes, I am. Then Ethel suddenly remembers. Your name rings a bell. You run a shop on Belux Street, don't you? I remember seeing it several times. Miranda seems surprised. It isn't a famous shop, yet you still remember it. Ethel remembers. In Riena's second life, she was the one who first recognized Miranda's excellent workmanship. But this time, I guessed he discovered her first this time. Vinetta leans in to whisper to Ethel. He said her shop caught his eyes when he passed by, and he thought the dresses there would look good on you. She teased. He couldn't have been less interested in dresses before. I wonder what got into him. Ethel thinks, blushing. So Terence's divorce present was a dress. Later, as dresses are laid out, Diana gets confused. What do you think of this? Maybe not. I think that one will look better on Ethel. The ambassador disagrees. This one looks better to me. But his wife says, No, honey. This dress will better bring out Ethel's fair skin. Laura says, Lacy dresses like these have been the rage nowadays. But Vinetta replies, I think finding one that matches her style is more important than following the trend. And Ethel watches all of this unfold, thinking. Then she recalled her sad life at Duke's house where everything was about Riena. Just then Diana brought her back to her senses. What are you doing, Ethel? They decided on a dress, so Diana exclaims, smiling, Go ahead and try this on. Ethel smiles and says, Okay. 10 days later, at the Imperial Banquet Hall, the guard calls out, Duke Edmund Cassius, Lord Leandro Cassius, Master Lahaim Cassius, and Lady Riena Cassius have arrived. Oh my, Lord Cassius is here. People whisper, is what his ex-wife said all true? Another adds, I'm worried for him. I hope House Cassius will see an heir without any problem. Riena tries to cheer up his older brother. Chin up, Leandro. All right, Leandro replies. Riena reassures him. Those rumors will die away soon. I'll make sure of that for you. The noble ladies flinches as they heard that. Leandro nods. Yes, you're right. Suddenly voices call out. Lady Riena! Lady Riena, it's been a while. People rush to greet them. I heard about you, Lord Cassius. I'm truly sorry, one person says. Another adds, Now that you're single again, you can let bygones be bygones and have a fresh start. Then they start gossiping. Your ex-wife went too far. How could she make up such lies? Some articles said there's nothing wrong with your health, my lord. You should sue her for defamation. Leandro sighs. Let's talk about something else. One of the guests whispers. My word, we're so tactless. Please forgive us. And another gossips. He's still covering up for that cruel woman just because she was once his wife. How nice of him. Right. Apparently, her family is neck deep in debt. Another says. House Wallace? But don't they own a mine? The whispers continue. Just how ugly is she to never have shown up at any of the social functions so far? But she looked fine in the newspaper photos. Ahem! Who keeps twisting my words? Another whispers. Come to think of it, she kept her face under her veil throughout the wedding, didn't she? An announcement rings out. The ambassador of the Kingdom of Look and her company have arrived. Riena and Leandro turns towards the voice. The ambassador of Look enters with her family. The gossiping continues. That young lady must be the daughter the ambassador lost a long time ago. She resembles her mother so much. Who's that lady behind them? Oh, that must be Ethel Cassius. I heard she's close to the ambassador's family. Let's see what she looks like. And then, Ethel makes her entrance. The ladies murmurs, that's Ethel Cassius? Another whispers, but didn't someone say a moment ago she's so ugly that she hasn't shown up in public? And Ethel thinks it's worth the effort. I didn't put this much time and effort in grooming myself even for my own wedding. Ambassador's wife introduces her daughter. Please let me formally introduce my daughter to you all. It's a pleasure to meet you. The crowd is impressed. She looks so much like you, Ambassador. Once again, congratulations on your miraculous reunion. She adds, and this is Lady Ethel Wallace. She's the one who found our daughter back for us. The gossiping ladies are stunned. Ugh, humph, oh, I see. Ethel thinks, looking towards the crowd gathered around Riena and other. I see people care a lot about House Cassius. As Ethel wanders the banquet hall, she thinks, when tea arrives I should congratulate him and return to the ambassador's residence. Then, someone approaches her. I almost couldn't recognize you. I didn't know you were invited as well. It's Duke Cassius. Ethel bows. Greetings, Duke Cassius, the Iron Wall of the Empire. He responds. I'm dealing with House Wallace's debts as you requested. Oh, thank you. Ethel replies. Then he waves towards his son. Oh, my son said he has something to say to you in person. Ethel is annoyed. Not again, Leandro. But it was Lehaim. He awkwardly greets her. Ahem, ahem. Good evening, ex-sister-in-law, Ethel says. You can just call me by my name as you always do, he says. All right, Lady Ethel. Thank you for finding my mother's letter. I'm deeply grateful. He bows and adds, I genuinely wish for your success in every step you take and for you to have a long and healthy life. Please excuse me. Then the Duke says as Lehaim walks away stiffly, Oh, that boy. It seems you and Leandro have already met each other. Did he thank you? Ethel replies. No, he didn't, but I'm fine. There's no need. But the Duke is furious. How dare that bastard? Then, a man approaches Riena. Lady Riena, would you allow me the honor to dance with you when the banquet starts? But the Duke rushes and is having none of it. Looking at the scene, Ethel thinks, he didn't grab the boy's collar, at least. He must have learned something from his experience with Joshua. Then the announcer booms. Her Majesty the Empress and His Highness the Crown Prince have arrived. The Crown Prince and the Empress arrives. The Empress announces that the Emperor will arrive after tending to another matter. Let us not wait and begin the banquet. Ethel thinks this banquet is to celebrate the Emperor's birthday. I can't believe she's starting it without him. Some of the guests whisper about his tardiness, that they are still on bad terms. Another whispers, I fear something big will happen. Ethel, observing the scene, thinks the Emperor will appear with another son of his soon. She realizes that Terrence's appearance here is different from what Riena remembers from her past life. This could shock Riena. Here you are, Ethel! I've been looking for you, Diana says cheerfully, but suddenly they heard a loud shout. Your Highness! My daughter is still very young! Crown Prince Mikhail, with a sinister smile, addresses the Duke. Please calm down, father-in-law. The Duke, utterly flustered, retorts, I am not your father-in-law. But Mikhail's like, Oh, you will be soon, because Riena and I promised to marry each other. The Duke grabs Riena's hand. Let's go, Riena! As they leave, Riena squeaks out, Dad. Mikhail waves goodbye. Riena waves back, I'll see you later, Your Highness. Just then the prince turns towards Ethel with an icy look. Ethel wonders if Mikhail is coming her way. He greets her. It's been a while, Ambassador of Look. She bows, Greetings, Your Highness. Glory to Astaroth. Then, turning to Ethel, he says, I'd like to have a talk with Lady Ethel. Could you give us some privacy? She replies, Of course, Your Highness. Ethel's friend is worried for her. Ethel nervously replies, It's an honor, Your Highness. Ethel notes that up close, Mikhail resembles Terence very much, but she reminds herself that their personalities are polar opposites. In the original novel, Mikhail was cool-headed, only gentle toward Riena. She needs to keep her guard up around him. I've heard a lot about you from Riena, Mikhail begins. She said her sister-in-law was like a friend to her. Ethel thinks, a friend? How ridiculous. Though it seems she didn't speak badly of me at least. Mikhail continues, However, she teared up when she recently mentioned you. His eyes narrow. I never let anyone get away unpunished if they make my woman cry. He gently touches Ethel's shoulder. I hope you never forget that fact. Ethel clenches her fist, trying to stay calm. Just then the Empress interrupts. I was wondering where you were, Mikhail. What are you doing? Ethel bows. Greetings, Your Majesty. Glory to Astaroth. The Empress shows her disapproval, then says, The music has begun. You should request the daughter of House Iceberg for a dance. But Mikhail firmly states, There's only one woman in this world that I will dance with, Mother. The Empress sneers, You still have a terrible taste for women. After an orphan, is it a divorcee this time? Mikhail's face darkens. An orphan? Riena has a family, and that family is House Cassius. But the Empress retorts, Yet she's not related to them by blood. The prince said in rage, Please don't cross the line. Ethel thinks to herself, Excuse me, I'm still here. The Empress coldly says, There's nothing whatsoever for you to gain from getting involved with that girl. Mikhail's eyes flash. You can say all you want, Mother, but my heart won't change. Ethel, overwhelmed, decides to sneak away and people watch instead. She sees Leandro dancing with Lady Delacent. Leandro's eye caught her, and he stares at her. Ethel felt discomfort. Ugh. Ethel overhears some ladies gossiping. Oh my, look over there. Lord Cassius is dancing with Lady Delacent. Ethel recalls the scene from the trial and realizes, so that's Lady Delacent. She was at my divorce trial. Watching them dance, Ethel thinks she has feelings for Leandro. The announcer booms. The glorious light of the Astaroth Empire, His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. People stop dancing and greets him. Greetings, Your Majesty. Glory to Astaroth. The Emperor addresses the crowd. Haha, don't stop for me. Please continue dancing. Thank you all for attending my birthday banquet. Just then the Empress gasps, after seeing someone behind the Emperor. What is he? The Emperor continues. Allow me to introduce to you Marquis Terence Freeheiden. In fact, I recently learned a very shocking truth. The Marquis is actually my son who was born of my former fiancée. The murmurs erupts in crowd. The Emperor adds, I'd like to introduce him again. This is my son, Terence Belvoir Astaroth. The Empress is in utter disbelief. What in the world? The crowd murmurs their greetings. Greetings, Your Highness the Imperial Prince! Glory to Astaroth! Terence smiles dazzlingly, and Ethel thinks, Ty, please don't smile in my direction. The Empress trembles with rage. How dare he? She rushes off and left. Someone says, Oh dear, the Empress seems to have an urgent business to attend to. The noblewomen swarms around tea. The Emperor says, Terence, why don't you choose someone you like and ask her for a dance? Terence, unfazed, says, Someone I like, HM? Ethel thinks in her mind, everyone knows that whoever is chosen by a prince for a dance is most likely to be the biggest ally of the prince. Ethel remembers that, in the novel, Terence declined dancing, using the excuse that he didn't know how to dance. He avoided empowering any family in particular by doing that, putting noble families' loyalty into competition. Thank you, Father. Terence replies, thinking, Actually, I'm not such a good dancer. Ethel nods, realizing. Right. You're declining to dance. T complete his words, and that is why. I will have just one dance. Ethel went in shock. What? Why? But then, Terence announces, I'd like to have the honor of dancing with the most beautiful lady here. The Emperor asks, Haha, who looks most beautiful to you, son? He adds, To me, it's still the Empress. Someone remarks, You're so romantic, Your Majesty. But Ethel is shocked. The most beautiful lady, huh? It can't be Riena since he hates her. She thinks, Saintess Arcia, the famous beauty, didn't come today, and Duchess Luciano is the Emperor's sister, so she wouldn't be fit for his first dance partner. Ethel worries to herself. If the lady Terence chooses becomes his lover, I probably won't be able to be as close with him like now, will I? Even as a friend. she continues. I'm sure whoever is chosen will come to truly like him. After all, he's such a good man. Suddenly, Terence's voice cuts through her thoughts. Excuse me, my lady. May I have this dance? Ethel is completely taken aback. Me? Did he just ask me? Terence smiles at her. Overcome with surprise, Ethel says, Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. My name is Ethel. Terence takes her hand. Ethel thinks, I don't belong to House Wallace nor House Cassius. I have no one backing me either. She realizes. So by choosing me, Terence is trying to show that he has no intention of getting involved with any family yet. Terence kisses her hand, saying, The pleasure is mine. Ethel is still in shock, but they begin to dance. Meanwhile, Duke Cassius and his family are stunned. Leandro stammers, So he wasn't her bodyguard, but a prince? As they dance, Ethel reflects, Oh no, I don't remember how to dance. After all, I've never danced with Leandro. Had I known this, I would have practiced before coming. But then she slips. Luckily, Terence catches her. He whispers, Please relax and let me take the lead. Just mirror my footsteps. We'll turn here. The music plays, and Ethel seems to relax into the dance. She thinks, Phew! When the song ends, Terence asks, Shall we get out of here now? Ethel replies, Can you do that? He says, Yes, I only intended to dance one song. As they leave the dance floor, people swarm around them. Your Highness! Greetings, Your Highness! But Ethel bumps into someone. By the push of the crowd, she got pushed aside. People gathered around tea. As Ethel walks away, Leandro calls out, Ethel! Wait! Please talk to me. She turns around, annoyed. We're divorced. What more do you still have to say to me? Meanwhile, the ladies are all abuzz. Oh, ladies, Lord Cassius is looking for someone to dance with. They clamor around him. How about me, my lord? Please dance with me, my lord. Cassius dismisses them, saying, I'm sorry, but I'm busy right now. He calls out Ethel, but she's still left. Ethel huffs, thinking, The garden must be empty, right? She storms off. While walking, she suddenly heard a shout. How could you humiliate me like this? Someone replies to the shout, Stop. People will hear you. Ethel peeked and saw the Empress. The Empress confronts her husband. Let them hear. I don't mind at all. The Empress screams. How dare you let that dirty bastard into the imperial palace? How dare you name him as a prince in public? The Emperor steps in. Terence is my son. He deserves to be treated as a prince. The Empress snaps. Do you still grieve for your dead first love? Is that why you're acting so unreasonably? Ethel was listening to all of this unfolds. The Emperor warns, Watch your mouth. The Empress trembles with rage. To think how much I and my family have done for this empire. The Emperor replies, I'm well aware. When my brother died and I suddenly became crown prince, you and the ducal house of Velvet were of great help to me. He continues, That's why I've never held you accountable for your attempts to kill my son. The Empress screams, What's so wrong about getting rid of a bastard child? I am your wife and the Empress of this empire. No matter how much you love that woman and that illegitimate son of hers, my son will become the next emperor. The Emperor says, Karine, do you truly believe that I took in Terence because I love him? Ethel gets shocked and covers her mouth. The Empress, shocked, responds, Then why did you humiliate me like this? The Emperor coldly states that her emotions and her position as Empress don't matter. Only who on the throne will benefit House Astaroth the most. Do you mean to say Mikhail isn't good enough as the next emperor? The Empress asks, horrified. The Emperor smirks. Aren't you already well aware that it's Mikhail, not me, who is blinded by love? The Empress trembles without speaking. The Emperor adds, If attachment or affection were the reason, I would have acknowledged Terence a long time ago. If Mikhail ascends to the throne, the empire will essentially be ruled by House Cassius, not the imperial family. The Empress calls out in rage, Your Majesty! Ethel reflects on how Terence was announced as a prince this time, unlike in the previous life when he was kept hidden. She notes that the Emperor prioritizes the safety of the imperial family above all else, and sees his sons as chess pieces at his disposal. The Emperor declares, If Mikhail and Terence both fail to prove that they're fit for the throne, I'll have to consider adopting another of Astaroth blood. The Empress is outraged. That's out of the question. Mikhail, our son, will surely pull himself together. The Emperor scoffs. What great maternal love! You still have hope for that child even though your family has given up on him. He then brings up a past event, Do you remember saying exactly the same thing during the Rock of Abundance case? The Rock of Abundance case was a legal dispute over the ownership of a rock between House Cassius and House Velvet. The rock, a sacred boulder, improves land fertility, and is said to have been a gift from the goddess Mila. Riena purchased it at a cheap price using her future knowledge, leading to an abundant harvest in the Cassius domain. Duke Velvet, the original owner, was infuriated and asked the Emperor for help, but the Emperor delegated the case to Crown Prince Mikhail. Everyone expected Mikhail to side with his mother's family, House Velvet, but, however, Mikhail begins, I have examined the conversation that transpired during the sale of the item. Even though the seller didn't know the true value of the rock, one cannot undo a fair transaction. Therefore, the ownership of the rock should remain with House Cassius. Duke Velvet is shocked while Riena's brother is pleased. It was a perfectly reasonable decision in the eyes of the law. But had it not been for Riena, the Crown Prince would have absolutely taken Duke Velvet's side. The Emperor continues, You've waited for Mikhail to change, yet things remain. If he doesn't get his act together soon, I will have to make my decision. The Empress pleads with the Emperor to give Mikhail more time. Suddenly, Ethel panics. Gah! They're coming this way! Ethel squeezes close her eyes as she was about to get caught. But when the Emperor reaches the hall, he asks, What brings you here, Terence? He hides Ethel behind. Terence replies, You've been gone for longer than I expected, father, so I was worried and came out to look for you. The Emperor says, I left you to freely celebrate, yet you still came to look for me. Terence responds sweetly, Well, you are the main star of the day, father. Fine, let's go back inside. The Emperor decides. Ethel trails behind, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the Empress vows, The throne must belong to my son. I will never let that brat take it. She storms off. As all of them left, Ethel sighs in relief. Phew! She reflects that Mikhail must have heard what the Emperor said, but he didn't show it at all. She's sure he already knew what his father had in mind. Mikhail has everything: a powerful maternal family, a lover with the goddess's blessing, and a devoted mother. In the novel, Terence had to go against him with nothing in his hands. She notices that Terence's broad shoulders that hid her looked small and hunkered today. Inside, chatter fills the room. Guests are discussing Ebert Company's new item, a thermos that keeps water warm for hours. They wonder why Lady Riena has it. Ethel thinks, I guess the thermos has finally been launched. Ebert Company is a merchant group that has grown rapidly in recent years, mainly dealing with magic artifacts. Since their artifacts are infused with magic, ordinary people can also use them, though the effects only last for a limited time. She notes that the thermos has appeared faster this time than in the original novel. People gathered around them comment on Riena's connection to Cecile Ebert, the owner of the company. A woman raises her glass and declares, Everyone, I know you all believe that Cecile Ebert is the owner of Ebert Company. However, the true owner is Lady Riena Cassius. Ebert Company was merely a small business. That is until Lady Riena used her sharp business acumen and grew it to the prosperous company that we know now. She adds, I've only pretended to be the owner because Lady Riena didn't wish to reveal herself. The guests are shocked, whispering that Ebert Company began to grow exponentially some 10 years ago. How old was Lady Riena then? Ethel remembers that in the novel, it was much later when she came forward as the real owner of Ebert Company. Riena smiles. Oh please, I didn't do much. I only suggested some ideas. Riena adds, It wouldn't have been possible without the trust and support from Cecile and her employees. Ethel suddenly understands that she revealed herself earlier to divert people's attention from the divorce case and restore House Cassius's reputation. Someone murmurs, I can't believe she became the owner of a company before she even turned 10. The guests clamor, Lady Riena, please do business with me too. Riena announces that Ebert Company plans to actively contribute to the betterment of society. Riena declares, As the first step, we will donate 1 million gold. The crowd erupts in applause, toasting to Lady Riena and House Cassius. All the attention has suddenly shifted to Riena Cassius. Ethel glances over and sees Terence watching her. Later in chirping birds and blue skies. What a peaceful day for Ethel and Vinette to be hanging out in the forest. But Ethel seems distracted, thinking, any time now. The Empire has been shaken up by the appearance of a new prince, and the revelation that Riena actually owns Ebert Company. It's all over the papers. No one's paying attention to my divorce anymore, which she's glad about. But I haven't seen Terence even once for over a week. She sighs, understanding he's busy. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "How have you been?" It's Tara, dressed in a concealing cloak. Ethel is so happy to see her. "Tara!" She recalled a flashback to Tara meeting with her, asking, "When can I get the information?" The response? "In 2 months." Back in the present, Ethel holds out a card to Tara. "This is what I promise you. If you go to the place written here, you'll be able to meet Viscount Chillian within a day." As Tara reaches out for the note, Ethel pulls her hand in air and adds, "Before you take this, I need you to swear that you won't touch even a strand on his head if you meet him." Tara is shocked. That's," Ethel explains. "I'm not saying you shouldn't have your revenge forever. If you delay your revenge just this once for me, you can do as you please after that." Tara questions, "Why should I do that?" Ethel says, "I can't tell you the reason right now. But if you refuse, this note and the promise between us will be as if they never happened." Tara is furious. "What nonsense is that?" Tara glares, so Venetta draws her sword slightly. Tara glances at it, then calmed down a little. She asks, "How long do I have to wait?" Ethel replies, "Just 1 day. Meet me here again tomorrow. I won't interfere then, I promise." Tara grits her teeth. "Fine. I'll settle for taking a look at that bastard's face for today." She snatches the note. Tara reads the note. "Spring Flower Park," Ethel says. "It's the park right next to the racecourse," Tara says, trembling slightly. "I can't believe he's in the capital. He's been so close all this time." Tara, enraged, declares, "I should see for myself," and she rushes off. The next day, "Do you think Tara will keep her word?" Venetta asks Ethel, who replies, "Do you think she won't, Venetta?" Venette continues, "I don't know exactly what happened to her, but I felt deep resentment from her. Waiting even for a day must feel like a lifetime for her." Venette adds, "I think you should have at least let her know the reason why she should wait." Ethel smiles gently. "That would be meaningless. What matters is if Tara can keep the promise she made to me." Venette realizes. So this is a test, to see if she is capable of keeping her word even with her plan for revenge. Ethel recalled Riena, screaming, "Why can't you understand? Who do you think I'm doing this for? It's all for you, Ethel. How the heck are you going to live in this harsh world without House Cassius?" Ethel thinks, "I don't know why she said that, but one thing is clear. Riena won't back down easily. I need an informant who can watch her closely and tell me what she's up to." "But will Tara still keep her promise even after getting her revenge?" Ethel asks Venette. "Venette, was there any news of violence that happened at Spring Flower Park yesterday?" Venette replies, "No, there wasn't." Ethel continues, "What about any fire incident in Ellen's district?" Venette confirms, "There is none." Ethel smiles, "Then Tara will absolutely come." Suddenly, Tara arrives, breathless. "I am sorry I'm late. Lady Riena suddenly sent me on an errand," Ethel says gently. "It's all right, Miss Tara. Please catch your breath." Tara is shocked. "Miss? Why the sudden formality?" Ethel explains, "It's because I'm neither a Cassius nor am I the person you serve. Besides, I treat people with the same respect they give me." Tara asks, "Pardon? What makes you so certain that I didn't do anything to Viscount Chillian?" Ethel explains, "The Viscount is no pushover. He may seem pathetic because he spends every day at the races, but it is where money and people gather. He goes there to collect information at the risk of getting discovered." Tara sneers, "That bastard is still very daring." Ethel filled in, "And thorough too. Had you attacked him yesterday, his self-defense magic would have activated." Ethel continues, "Chillian's self-defense magic is dark magic. If you attack him, and in his hideout in Ellen's district." She told her everything about him. Tara asks, "Why did you not give me this information yesterday?" Ethel replies with a smile, "Oh, that. Because I needed to be certain that you are a person of your word. I'm sorry if you're offended." Tara beams, "Not at all. If you'd given that information away without any test out of pure kindness, I wouldn't have trusted you." Ethel asks, "Does that mean you can trust me now?" Tara replies, "I take it that you tested me because you will continue to need me in the future. There's no other reason for you to put me in danger on purpose otherwise." Ethel thinks in her mind, she's very quick-witted. She really is something. Then she nods towards Venette, and she nods back. Then Tara turns. "I'll take my leave then." Ethel asks, "Will you be doing it tomorrow?" Tara responds, "I'm not sure, but I'll have it done as soon as possible. I blamed you so much yesterday, but I realized later that I'd never succeed if I let my emotions get the better of me. If my revenge is to be meaningful, it should be done in a cold and throat manner. As she walks away, Ethel says, I'll pray for your successful revenge, Miss Tara. Ethel thinks, I'm sure Tara will be able to have her revenge successfully without Riena's help. A few days later, Ethel sits at her desk, when suddenly a letter arrives. She reads, I have achieved my aim. I'd like to request a meeting this afternoon. Later, when Vineta told her, Ethel asks, Today? Vineta confirms it. Yes, the Marquis. I mean, His Highness wishes to see you this evening, if you are available. Ethel is all smiles. I'm totally available. The issue that has been giving me a headache has just been solved. Just then she recalled Leandio causing a fuss. Please let go of me. I have something I must tell my wife. But guards hold him back. Diana sighs. He's here again? How persistent. Ethel thinks. Something to tell me? Humph. He's just curious about my relationship with Terence. She glances down at the letter again and reads the postscript. The young lord was sent to the Cassius dukedom last night. Then she told Vineta. I can go to tea after meeting Tara. She asks, By the way, am I meeting him today at a restaurant? Can His Highness meet me so publicly? Vineta explains. That building belongs to His Highness. He purchased it this time for rendezvous. What? What about his villa? Ethel questions. Vineta chuckles. Being on the outskirts, he deemed it too far and inconvenient. Moreover, he's lived there long enough, so he's now sick of that place. Ethel's mind is blown. Huh! He's lived there long enough, so he's sick of it. She thinks to herself. Right. Terence was born rich. I envy him. Vineta adds. The building is on a busy street. It'd be more inconspicuous and suitable for discreet meetings. Ethel asks. Shall we go meet Tara first? Later in sun-drenched forest as Ethel and Vineta stroll along. But suddenly, Ethel stops dead in her tracks, a dark feeling washing over her. She wonders, what's this feeling? As Ethel glances around, Vineta gets concerned. Is there something wrong? Ethel, sensing danger, thinks, if there's any danger, Vineta must have noticed it by now. She calls out, Vineta, do you? Just then Tara came running. Vineta says, Oh, there she is. Tara approaches, asking, Am I late again? No, Miss Tara, you're on time. Ethel assures her. Tara sighs in relief. That's a relief. Actually, yesterday But Ethel cuts her off. Sure. She thinks, something's definitely off. Ethel realizes, I don't hear any insects today, not one. She remembers. The insects were very noisy during the last 2 meetings. Suddenly, BM. A tree comes crashing down right next to them. Then, a figure leaps out, sword drawn. Vineta confronts him. Tara yells, Get behind me, my lady! But a soldier steps forward, drawing his own blade. Not on my watch! Swords clash as the soldier screams. You traitor! Ethel gasps. Matisse! Tara gets knocked to the ground. Matisse puts his feet on Tara and is furious. Tell me, Tara! How dare you go behind Our Lady's back? What have you been plotting with that woman? Then Ethel realized. They knew that we'd meet here. They got rid of the insects in advance to eavesdrop on us. Seeing Matisse is here, Riena could be behind this. No, Riena wouldn't resort to such a crude method. Suddenly, a new figure appears, a man with long blue hair and glasses. Haha, my praise have fallen into my trap. Looking at him, Ethel says, Elliot Rudd. He smiles. I must admit you have a pretty good memory. Ethel recognizes him instantly. He's a genius that humanity would have only once in 1,000 years. He achieved mastery in 4 academic fields, which is unprecedented in the history of the Imperial Academy. He's also Riena's tactician, he says. It's been a while, former Lady Cassius. She wonders, what is he doing here? Isn't he supposed to be abroad now? Did he plan all this without telling Riena? She questions, what is this all about? Elliot replies, it's just as you see, he explains. We're trying to remove an ungrateful roach that's been in league with Lady Riena's enemy. Despite the enormous favor she received from her ladyship, please don't mind us. Ethel's stunned. Enemy, Elliot sneers. Though I don't think you're even worth being referred to as an enemy. He pokes Ethel's head with his fan, saying, You're nothing but a filthy rat that used to leech off House Cassius. Ethel grits her teeth. How dare he? Elliot mocks her. Oh, how scary. You could kill someone with that glare. Suddenly, the Vineta tackles the soldier to the ground. Putting the sword to his neck, she shouts, Everyone freeze! While Matisse pins Tara down with his foot. Ethel thinks, I must not shrink back. If his intention were to kill me, he wouldn't have come in person. There must be something he wants from me. Elliot smirks. Are you racking your slow brain to figure out how to get out of this situation? I can even hear you thinking of petty tricks. Ethel snaps. How dare you? Watch your mouth, commoner. I may have divorced from Leandro, but I'm still a noble, she thinks. Elliot is most disgusted by those who look down on others just because they're nobles. I should make him think of me as such a person and lower his guard, Elliot says. Ha! Tara, I can't believe you chose that vulgar woman over our esteemed ladyship. Meanwhile, Tara is lying on the ground, he says. I thought it was strange from the start. It was a fight that could never be lost, but House Cassius succumbed to that woman. That ridiculous story about the time capsule aside, I wondered how things turned out so unfavorably against us at the trial. That couldn't have been possible without inside help. There's a spy leaking our information to her. Ethel thinks, so he's moved on his own to find the spy without telling Riena. I'm impressed, Elliot Rudd. Tara, still on the ground, gasps. Ethel scoffs. A spy, you say? Nonsense! Actually, this isn't the first time Tara has come to me in person. She tried to dissuade me from getting a divorce in the past, too. She thinks. Tara, please take the hint, she adds. She said she just couldn't stand seeing Riena sad. Elliot asks, You don't seriously think that I'll believe such a lame excuse, do you? Ethel hopes in her mind, Tara, please. Tara jolted and says, That isn't an excuse. Lady Riena was so depressed back then, so I begged Lady Ethel to remain as her friend at the very least. That was all. How absurd, Elliot shouts. Matisse places his foot on Tara's head, pressing her into the ground. Elliot continues, Then how would you explain what you did yesterday? We've been watching your every move, Tara. Elliot accuses. We know you met this woman 3 days ago. And we saw what you did after sneaking out last night. Ethel thinks. Don't tell me. Did they see her get rid of Viscount Chillian? If that news reaches Riena, she'll definitely get to know how Tara found Chillian. And eventually, she will notice that I have a special power. Wait! Ethel remembers Elliot saying, We know you met this woman 3 days ago, and we saw what you did after sneaking out last night. Ethel realizes, if he had witnessed her commit murder, he wouldn't have threatened her so vaguely like that. I'm sure he doesn't know what she did exactly. Ethel thinks, He's provoking me and threatening Tara right now to trick us into blurting out the truth. She clenches her fist. Tara has been serving Riena for such a long time, but he immediately considered her an enemy as soon as she looked suspicious. What a fearsome man. Elliot looks down at Tara, who is still on the ground. Tara, it's not too late to come clean to Lady Riena. She's a merciful person. Who knows? She might forgive you. Ethel stepped in front of her and confronts him. Elliot Rudd. Elliot sneers. Ha! Why don't you stay out of this? Ethel asks, shocked. Did you watch me? She accuses him. Did you watch me too like you watched Tara, you pervert? Elliot stutters. W what? Pervert? Ethel yells. Yes. You're a pervert. How dare you peep a lady? How much did you see? Did you see me change too? Did you see me even when I was sleeping? Elliot is horrified, while other guards gasp. Ethel grabs Elliot by the hair, shaking him violently. Answer me! Did you really watch me? Huh! He shouts. Hey, do something about this woman, she says inwardly. Tara, please take the hint of why I'm doing this. A soldier rushes in, grabbing Ethel. Please let go of him. Vineta slaps the guard holding Ethel, knocking him down. Elliot is stunned and staggering. He says, That vulgar woman, young Master Leandro has such a peculiar taste. Tara, still on the ground, says, Elliot, I just don't understand what you're talking about. It's true that I went out last night without letting anyone know, but I only went out to exercise because I had trouble digesting what I had for supper. Elliot roars. Nonsense! Who in the world exercises for 8 hours to digest? Tara retorts. I do. To me, exercising is training with weapons. Elliot presses. Tara, do you truly intend to betray her ladyship? Tara replies. Betray? No. How could training be an act of betrayal? I'll take the heat if my meeting Ethel in secret is wrong, but please know that it was all for Lady Riena's sake, she declares. I would say these men are the real traitors, she cries out. How dare you frame me as a spy and even try to harm me? Does her ladyship also know what you're doing to me? I didn't do anything wrong yesterday to deserve this. I've been serving Lady Riena for much longer than any one of you. If my innocence is proved, I'll make sure you all face the consequences. Ethel wonders. Well, what are you going to do now, Elliot? Elliot shouts. You wish, Tara. There's no doubt that you're guilty. He orders, take her away. As the guard apprehends her, Tara yells, Get off me! I can walk on my own! While they dragged her away, she glances towards Ethel. Then Elliot says, Ethel Wallace, don't think you can get away with this. I'll make you pay for the sorrow you incurred to my noble, angelic lady, at all costs. Tara gets escorted away. So Ethel slumped to the ground. Vinetta asks a shocked Ethel, Lady Ethel, are you all right? Later, Ethel sits down for dinner with Terence. Terence asks, Is the food not to your taste? Ethel replies, Oh, it's wonderful. Terence says, I'm glad to hear that. Ethel thinks, I should be careful. Terence made time for this dinner despite his busy schedule. I can't ruin it. She also thinks, there's no solid evidence that Tara betrayed Riena yet. In this situation, Riena wouldn't punish Tara for what happened today. But Elliot is different. She saw flashbacks of Elliot's cruelty. Ethel thinks, he could probably. She thinks about Tara and halts her eating, looking wary. T looks at her troubled. Ethel thinks in her mind, Tara kept her word, so I wants to protect her. But how? And Elliot is hostile towards her too. If we both want to be safe, I must do something about him. T notices Ethel seems troubled. He asks, You seem to have a lot on your mind, Ethel. She stammers. And no, I don't have any worries. He replies, All right. Then T gives her a knowing look. If there's something troubling you later, I hope you'll share it with me. That's what friends are for, right? Ethel forces a smile. Thank you. If she told Terence what happened, he'd definitely try to help her in any way. But he's a prince now. She can't add to his burden when he's very busy with his own work. Besides, she owes him too much already. Aren't you too nice to me? She laughs. You're too kind to a fault, T, she tells him. To survive in this world, you need to be calculative at times. T counters. I may not seem like it, but I'm quite calculative. Are you really? She asks, surprised. He says, In fact, I asked you if you have any worries because I do. I hope to get some advice from you. Ethel asks, What is it that worries you? T leans in and whispers, What do you think I should do to become the emperor? Ethel gasps, shocked. He scratches his head, saying, Oh, please don't feel pressured to answer. I secretly asked this question to my recent closest acquaintances. Ethel slams her wine glass on the table. First, you will have to get rid of Elliot Rudd. He asks, Pardon? She explains, As long as Elliot works for Riena and Riena supports Prince Mikhail, things will remain unfavorable to you. Ethel thinks, I'm not saying this for Tara's and my sake. Even if we weren't involved with Elliot, I would have given the same answer to T. T asks, Is he that formidable? She replies, Not all geniuses can influence the world, but Elliot is different. She remembers. The maneuvers Riena pulled in the original novel were mostly devised by Elliot. Although jealous of Riena's lover, Prince Mikhail, he still provided ideas so that the prince could win the competition for the throne. All because that was Riena's wish. Then T says, Actually, I've done a little digging on Ebert Company. Cecile is its acting head, and Elliot Rudd is their deputy head. To have both Ebert Company and a great genius on her side, it's as if Lady Riena has the goddess's blessings all to herself. He adds, Anyway, my father has been in a very bad mood lately, and that's been giving me a headache too. As you know, House Cassius alone is second only to the imperial family, but it changes things with Ebert Company on their side. How strange. Why is it that the more I think Mikhail has the upper hand, the stronger my desire for the throne? I keep wanting to prove that there can't be a human born only to be blessed their whole life. He clenches his fist. Ethel realizes what T is fighting for. T, she recalled Mikhail saying, I never let anyone get away unpunished if they make my woman cry. She thinks, I've always known that the world is unfair, and that Riena has monopolized all the blessings in this world. I thought it was all natural and there's nothing to be done about it, because Riena is the main character of this story. Still, this is too much. I divorced Leandro, so what? I had a good reason. Should I have been stuck in that house until Riena would release me? Ethel snaps out of her thoughts, trembling with anger. Then she says, Terence, I have good intel. Why don't we join hands? Both of them exchanged what they know. A few moments later T says, That would certainly be a bomb that could destroy Ebert Company in one blow. If I report to my father, he will grant me the official authority to investigate the company. Ethel exclaims. Great! Then we'd better move quickly before they get wind of our plans. Let's get down to work immediately. T stops her. Ethel, wait. Work can wait until we fill our stomach. He pokes at a piece of meat with his fork, then points it towards her. Here, say ah. Ethel opens her mouth, ah. She eats it. Nom nom! Just then Ethel freaks out. Ack, what did I just do? I can eat by myself, T. T smiles. Now that you seem less worried, shall we continue our meal? She replies. But we don't have time to lose, T reassures her. I'll have my competent staff work on it, so please indulge me for now. Ethel sighs. Oh, I really can't win against you. As they eat, Ethel exclaims, This tastes superb. T says it's worth hiding the best chef in the capital. Jack went to some trouble looking for him. The next day, T is going over some documents. He points out, what a brilliant way to evade taxes. They're smuggling in luxury goods using teleportation magic. However, wouldn't the cost for hiring a mage with teleportation magic skills be more expensive than the taxes? Ethel explains, they don't need a mage. Ebert Company owns teleportation devices. Those devices allow them to efficiently move objects solely with magic stones. The devices can only carry inanimate objects and to short distances though. Ethel rolls out a map. Here, Riena owns this island on the Empire's northwestern coast. Duke Cassius bought it for her as a birthday gift several years ago. I remember. That news was the talk of the town back then. She adds, Ebert Company first gathers their luxury imports on this island. T filled in, aha! Then they teleport the goods to a nearby place on the mainland. Ethel replies, correct. They disguise them as domestic goods before putting them on the market. Their warehouse for the illegal imports needs to be somewhere close enough to receive the items from the island and also close enough to one of the company's branches. It should be somewhere around this area. She points towards a landmark on map. T says that's within the Cassius Duchy. We shouldn't conduct any official search until we secure solid evidence. Besides, if they get wind of us searching for their warehouse, they'll certainly hide their goods elsewhere. We need to move discreetly with a small number of personnel. Ethel AKS, is that possible? He confidently replies, my men are very capable. You can trust them. Besides, you've narrowed down the search perimeter for us. She replies, right, you would have done this all well on your own. I suppose I was worried for nothing. He steps closer to Ethel. Please worry more. She asks, pardon? He leans in. Please continue to worry about me and show me the path I should take. I need your guidance, Ethel. Ethel is shocked. And my guidance? But how dare I? T steps closer to Ethel. Why do you underestimate yourself, Ethel? In my eyes, you're much more of a genius than that Elliot guy is, who easily figured out the situation the butler, Duke Cassius' closest aide, was in, and won him over? And who solved the riddle of the time capsule that nobody had ever cracked? Ethel, flustered, thinks, but that's all because I read about them in the novel. It's no wonder I look like a genius to T. T examines the document. And this tax evasion scheme is obviously confidential information for Ebert Company. Such intel is very difficult to get even for you who is a former member of House Cassius. Ethel looks down. I was just lucky enough to overhear Riena and Elliot talking about it. It was out of sheer luck that I could get the other information as well. T stares intently. Well, not everyone can draw accurate conclusions just because they have information. You used the information you obtained, made good judgment based on it, and even put it into action, Ethel. Didn't you stay up all night to organize this document? Ethel doesn't respond, and thinks, he's right. A returner's rosy second life doesn't describe specifically how they evade taxes. Too much detail would bore the readers. And so I sieved through the few descriptions the novel had on their scheme, compared them to the imperial tax laws, and analyzed them throughout the night. He smiles warmly. You're incredible, Ethel. But Ethel looks down, dejected. But there's so much I don't know. He pressed on. Even so, she continued. Ambassador Look helped me a lot. She lent me the tax law books too. T gently lifts Ethel's chin. What does it matter? You're the one who missed sleep. You worked so hard on this that you even got these eye bags. Ethel's heart skips a beat. She thinks, until now, I've unconsciously seen myself as a pathetic person. I've also regretted the fact that I held on to my marriage with Leandro for as long as 2 years. I'm ahead of others because I read the original novel, but I took that for granted. However, was it all really just because of my knowledge about the story? What if Terence is right? Then she smiles. Thank you, Terence. She beams. You're right. I am pretty amazing, huh? T covers his mouth, trying to contain his laughter. You make me want to officially hire you. Ethel smirks. As your advisor? I'm expensive, you know. T changes the subject. Well, maybe I should sell this building. Ethel interrupts. Oh, please let's return to our discussion on Ebert Company. Later, at Ebert Company's headquarters, Elliot asks, So she showed no particular movement yesterday either? His subordinate replies, No, sir. She does go out every day, but she doesn't do anything worth mentioning other than shopping in town. Elliot is skeptical. I thought she'd do something once we caught her with Tara. I can't believe she's only gone shopping. What if she's already noticed we're spying on her and it's all an act? If so, Ethel Wallace is not to be trifled with. Elliot recalls what Tara said. Your ladyship looks so sad that I went to ask her to at least remain as your friend. He retorts, That's a lie, my lady. A blatant lie. He then recalls Ethel confronting him in the past. Did you watch me? Answer me. Did you really watch me? Huh? Elliot thinks. I hate to admit it, but I might have misjudged that woman. Elliot tells his subordinate. I think we need more personnel to observe her. Starting today, have 10 more people follow Ethel Wallace. The subordinate exclaims. That many, sir? Suddenly, another subordinate rushes in. We have a problem, sir. A team of inspectors came from the Imperial Palace for a tax audit. They say they're conducting a random investigation. Elliot remains calm. So what? There's no need to make a fuss about it. It's expected. It's no surprise that the Imperial family wishes to find any fault with Lady Riena and House Cassius. Elliot declares. Since the chief is away at the moment, I should welcome them. Let's go. His subordinate hesitates. Please wait, sir. I have one more thing to tell you. The leader of the investigation team is the second prince. Elliot gets shocked. Terence Belvoir Astaroth? He thinks. This new prince who recently emerged is older than the crown prince. However, he wasn't birthed by the empress and was only added to the imperial family registry not long ago. And thus, the emperor named him the second imperial prince. He recalled Ethel and T dancing and remembers what Riena said. Lady Riena said there was something suspicious about their relationship. She also said the young master told her that the second prince was the woman's guard. Elliot is suspicious. I'm sure there's something between the second prince and that woman. I've handled everything perfectly so there won't be any problem. Mark my words, second prince. I'll bring everything about your relationship with her to light this time around. He walks to welcome the inspectors. As they were inspecting Tion's, looking at him, Elliot glares. Look how that jerk is putting on airs just because he's of imperial blood. Search all you want. You'll never find anything. I see they're just hastily rummaging around our office and warehouse. How dare they try to interfere with Lady Riena's business with such a sloppy job? Elliot addresses the inspectors. If you're done here, shall we move to my office now? As Elliot leads the second prince and his men through the halls, T suddenly halts and says, Oh, that's strange. Elliot turns and asks, Pardon? What's strange, your highness? T knocks on the wall. Elliot asks, Is there something wrong with the wall? He thinks. Don't tell me. No, there's no way he knows. He can never find that space just by knocking on the wall. As T tilts his head, Elliot thinks. Someone must have tipped him off about its existence. Is there a mole? If so, who could it be? T stares at him. Elliot wonders. What's with that gaze? The royal guards stare intently at Elliot. Elliot falters, sensing something is amiss. T raps sharply on the wall. One of Elliot's subordinates asks, Is something wrong, your highness? T replies, Only this wall sounds different. It's as if there's an empty space behind it. Elliot is shocked by T's discovery. He thinks to himself, There's no way he could find out. That wall is perfect. I've tested its soundproofing and ensured its sturdiness by knocking and kicking. Yet he's still pinpointed its location. I'm sure there's a mole. As T and guard stares at Elliot, he has a realization. Oh, I see. They intend to make me the mole. His subordinates whisper to each other. Isn't it strange how the prince keeps looking at our deputy head's face so clearly all of a sudden? The other whispers back, Yeah, it looked like they were signaling each other. Elliot glances at them and thinks, So that gaze of his was meant to make me look suspicious. That was clever, very clever. He smirks to himself. But that will be all you can do. After all, you'll never be able to open the door, he says. I don't understand, your highness. Are you saying there's a room behind this wall? T responds, Is there not? Elliot replies. I highly doubt that. As far as I know, it's just an ordinary wall. T asks, would you mind if I investigate? Elliot agrees. Of course not, you can do as you please. After looking at the wall, T thinks to himself, I suppose there'd be a hidden button of some kind that opens the wall. But Elliot thinks, it doesn't look like he could even figure out how to open it. How could he? That wall is locked with a password, and only 3 people know the code: Lady Riena, Cecile, and me. T asks, I don't see any button. Does it open with a password? Elliot, attempting to appear nonchalant, thinks, there's no need for concern. The key to a hidden room would be either of the two. Isn't it too obvious? He smiles and replies, well, if your highness thinks so. T smirks to himself. What could it be? If I were to say random words, surely I could stumble on the password. Elliot considers T's words and smiles. You dolt, how can a secret code be cracked so easily? I'm sure he'd try to break down the wall once he ran out of words. Elliot thinks, you can say gibberish, smash the wall, or anything you want. It's no use at all. If you forcibly open the door, the protective magic will activate and all the documents inside will burn in a flash. T ponders. Which word should I start with? And then he rummages through his robe and pulls out a note. He says, Jack. One of the guards startles. T hands the note to Jack. Will you read this for me? I wish I could read it out loud myself, but I just can't bring myself to. I'll just pass the chance to you. The guard is sweating bullets. Why you want me to read this, Your Highness? T replies. Yes, please read it loud and clear for everyone to hear. The guard stammers. But, T says. You don't want to? The guard nervously responds. Oh, of course not, Your Highness. Jack trembles before the wall. Elliot is visibly concerned, asks, Your Highness, just what's written on that note? The guard reads the note, blushing intensely. Lady Riena is the cutest in the world. Her cuteness saves the world. Her light will touch upon everything in the world. Oh, Riena, Riena forever! Hurrah! Long live Riena! Glory to Riena! Everyone present recoils in disgust and shock. The wall slides open with a drrrk. The hidden room is revealed, filled with boxes and documents. T says, oh, that random password was correct. He enters the room, and continues, I wonder what this space is for. It's full of documents. How very suspicious. Inside, the guards exclaim, Your Highness! This is Ebert Company's sales record of this year. It's different from what we seized earlier. Over here. This one's from last year. There's also a ledger with names next to each entry. T holds up a stack of papers. Deputy Head, could you please explain what these are? Elliot doesn't answer. T says, well, don't bother. You're hereby under arrest for obstruction by concealing evidence. The royal guards move to apprehend Elliot. Elliot's subordinates roars. A arrest? Do you have a warrant, Your Highness? T replies. His Majesty granted me full authority on this tax investigation. Thus, my command is His Majesty's, and I can arrest him without a warrant. Elliot says calmly. Very well. Elliot's aide tries to intervene. Sir. But he says, that's enough. That man is a prince. Elliot places a hand on his aide's shoulder. It seems I'll be gone for a while, so please take good care of the plants in my room. Elliot is escorted away, surrounded by guards. As Elliot steps into the carriage, he's suddenly blindfolded and restrained. He shouts, what are you? The carriage departs. Elliot, now blindfolded and handcuffed, is dragged into a prison cell, where Venetta pulls his from his collar and throws him into a cell. He stumbles and falls to the ground. He yells, Hey! He struggles to sit up. As his blindfold opens, he saw Venetta. Elliot looks up to see Venetta locking his cell. Moments later, Ethel came and grins, standing outside the cell. Oh, hello. Ethel greets Elliot with a smile. Oh, hello, Dot. Elliot is not impressed. The second prince's men dragged me away, and yet you are here. You're not even trying to hide your relationship now, are you? Ethel tilts her head. Why should I hide our relationship? It's not what you think it is, he says. You know that infidelity is shameful. Elliot's accusation has Venetta annoyed. She asks, May I knock some sense into him a bit, my lady? Ethel cautions her. He's trying to provoke you, Venetta, don't fall for it. Seeing how feisty he is even behind bars, I'm sure he has something up his sleeves. Ethel remembers, if Venetta used violence against Elliot, the pain would have bounced back on her in full force. That's because Riena's eccentric inventor has implanted a micro self-defense artifact in Elliot's body. Obviously, his intention was to provoke Veneta into striking him, so he could escape while she was in pain. But Ethel's not buying it. I can see through you. Despite being a genius, Elliot has been pushed aside to a minor position on the outskirts of the Empire because his mother was an immigrant, and also because of his personality. No one likes an arrogant man after all. However, after returning, Riena fully supported him both financially and emotionally. Since she was the only person who recognized his value, his loyalty to her is stronger than anyone else's. Elliot asks Ethel, "So you successfully managed to lure Cecile Ebert, huh?" Ethel's eyes widen. "Are you suspecting Cecile?" Elliot explodes. "Don't play dumb! I'm not the traitor, so who else would it be but that woman?" Ethel smirks. "Maybe I should just let him believe as he wants for now," she says. "Does it matter who betrays who? What matters is the fact that you're locked up here." Elliot is furious. "I am a member of the Cassius household. People saw the second prince drag me away. Even a prince won't be able to lay a finger on me because House Cassius will never let that slide. You blindfolded me to make me believe that I was taken to a remote place, but I know for a fact that this is the annex of the capital's guard station. Based on the carriage's travel time, I'm certain we're still in the capital. Moreover, I remember all the structures, styles, and interior of all major facilities in the Empire." Ethel asks, "So? What's your conclusion?" Elliot concludes, "This is all merely an act to create a menacing atmosphere to intimidate me, but it's only a waste of your time. As long as I'm officially held in custody, you can't lay a finger on me." Ethel thinks, "You might have been right if I hadn't told T about you." She recalled the scene where T says, "I think I should just kill that man." Ethel gets shocked. "What?" T backtracks. "Oh, I mean, I'd like to avoid it if I could, but it's possible that he'll pose a threat to us in the future." Ethel realizes it's true that Elliot is a threat to T. Toward the end of the novel, a monster wave hits the Empire, and Elliot saved many lives with his brilliance. Not only that, but in the epilogue, he even assisted Riena, who had become Empress, and contributed to the development of the Astaroth Empire. Everything he did were solely for Riena's sake, but the entire Empire benefited from the outcomes he produced. Ethel continues, "Elliot will certainly be a valuable asset to the Empire," T replies, "but isn't that valuable asset against us? Based on how you described him, he doesn't seem like a man we can win over." Ethel says, "All right. Could you give me some time? Let me try changing his mind. If I fail to persuade him, then you can do whatever you want." She thinks to himself, "This isn't an act to intimidate you, Elliot. This is a test from Terrence." She realizes, at this rate, T would never change his mind about Elliot. So she tells Elliot, "Elliot, there's someone I'd like you to meet." Elliot gets troubled. Later, at the Cassius estate, a guard announces, "Riena Cassius, you are hereby charged of violating 7 Empire laws including tax, trade, and anti-bribery laws. Heed this imperial command and submit yourself for investigation." But Riena's father isn't having it. The Duke roars, "Who do you dare take away?" He rides out with his men. The royal guard calls out, "I am here to carry out His Majesty's command." "You can't stop me, Your Grace," the Duke shouts. "Humph, you can't take my daughter away as long as I'm here," the guard retorts. "Do you intend to disobey His Majesty's order?" The Duke replies, "I will report to His Majesty in person, and if His Majesty finds my daughter guilty, I shall be punished on her behalf." The royal guard requests, "Please be reasonable, Your Grace." The Duke shout, "Silence! We will never let you take Riena away." The guard warns, "You're leaving us with no choice but to take her by force." The Duke yells, "Fine, bring it on. You will experience yourself why they call me the Iron Wall of the Empire." Just then, as they were about to engage, Riena calls out, "Please stop." She steps forward. "I, Riena Cassius, am here." Her father asks, "Riena, what are you doing here?" Lohim says, "Little bunny, get back inside. It's dangerous here," Riena declares. "Dad, I'll let them investigate me. It won't take long, so there's no need to worry." Her father is distraught. "No, dear. I can't let you go," Riena reassures him. "It'll be okay, Dad. I'm a proud member of House Cassius too, right? We have been the guardians of the Empire for a long time. As a Cassius, I'll show you that I can overcome an obstacle like this without difficulty." Riena glares at the guard, who flinches. She says, Here, I'm ready. I, Riena Cassius, won't run away nor hide. Her maids are overcome with emotion. My lady, you're so brave, they gush. Hick, when did she grow up to be such an admirable person? You're our one and only master for the rest of our lives, Lady Riena, Lehaim says. If they touch even one strand of your hair, I'll turn the guard station upside down, okay? Riena smiles. Don't worry, Lehaim, I'll return safely. Then she glances at her father. Her father sighs. I wish you were just a baby girl forever, then I wouldn't have to let you go. She asks, can I take that as permission to go? Her father says, who could stop you? Her maids say, Lady Riena, please come back safely, my lady. The royal guards gets flustered. One asks, so, when are we leaving? At the same time, at the annex of the capital's guard station, Count Milohem arrives. Ethel with Veneta greets him and says, Welcome, Count Milohem. Count Milohem smiles. Thank you for inviting me. And you are? Ethel replies, My name is Ethel. I'm aide to His Highness the Second Prince. The Count is thrilled, thinking, I never knew the Second Prince is interested in me. It's such an honor. He laughs. In fact, it's a 1 in a million chance that someone requests a meeting with me first. As they walked, Ethel explains, As I explained in the letter, the man you'll be meeting today could be a little ruse. Milohem brushes it off. Oh, it's fine. Did you say he's a genius extraordinaire? As long as I can borrow his wisdom, I can endure a little rudeness. Suddenly, they're at a prison cell. Inside sits Elliot. Ethel announces, This is Elliot Rudd, my lord. The Count beamed. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ethel says to Elliot, Elliot, greet Count Milohem. Ethel instructs gently. Elliot scoffs. You made it sound like I must meet someone very important. I can't believe it's Count Milohem. He leans back, gazing at Milohem skeptically, and asks, What's your angle here? Ethel remembers in the previous life, Elliot stayed and worked in the Milohem County. He was a genius, so why didn't he try to be successful in the capital? After considering everything, I reached to a conclusion. We all influence and are influenced by other people. In Elliot's case, his parents died when he was a baby, and even his uncle, who raised him, died before he entered the academy. He had neither friends nor close colleagues, but still, he didn't leave the county, and I assume it was because of the Count. Back in the present, Milohem sits on the floor, trying to get Elliot to help him develop his county. The Count says, As I'm sure you're well aware, the soil in my dominion is very barren. Since we border the Jevica kingdom, we can't afford to reduce our defense spending, and recently, more and more are fleeing Jevica and coming to my county. We don't have any special local products, the government subsidies are always far from enough, and there's only so much I can do to take out loans through my connections. Ethel is touched by his sincerity, thinking, Many lords enrich themselves by exploiting the people in their dominion, but the Count spends his own money to help his people. That's why he keeps talking about money, and everyone in society shuns him. Milohem continues, I heard you're a genius. Any insight to my predicament would be appreciated. What do you think I should do to develop my county? Ethel nods to herself, smiling. What do you say, Elliot? Isn't Count Milohem very nice? So turn over a new leaf and... But Elliot says coldly, I don't know. I couldn't care less. Poor thinks. It didn't work, Elliot says. How can I think about someone else's problem when I'm behind bars? Milohem tries to cheer him up. Oh, come on, don't be like this, Elliot says. If you get me out of here, or at least let me contact my people outside, then I'll give it a thought. But instead, Milohem offers him bread. Instead, I have a loaf of bread from Madame Molly's. She's the best baker in my county. Won't this do? Elliot explodes. Are you kidding me? Go away, mister. Milohem, munching on the bread, responds. Man, don't be so snappy. I'm sorry that you declined Madame Molly's bread, he continues. You're brilliant enough to be Ebert Company's deputy head, so please consider helping those less fortunate, and give me some advi. Before he can finish, Elliot snaps. Is there a dog barking somewhere? It's so noisy. Ethel is appalled. Milohem grits his teeth and suddenly reaches through the bars and pulls Elliot into the cells. But due to artifact, Milohem got hit instead. Milohem is on the ground, stunned. Ethel asks, Are you all right? He sits up, scratching his head, and says, My word, this is so embarrassing. You've warned me never to lay a hand on that fellow too. Elliot trembles in disbelief. I've never been hit by anyone in my life. You've just banged my head. The Count, exasperated, says. That explains why you have such a foul temper. A bastard like you has to be taught some lessons so you can get your act together. Elliot retorts, Ha! Hit me if you can. Milohem yells, Fine. I'll beat you until that artifact or whatever it is exceeds its limit. You rude jerk. Elliot shouts, You stupid nobleman. Ethel tries to mediate. Now you both need to calm down. Elliot shouts, Ethel Wallace! Don't let this man set foot in here again. Milohem counters, grabbing Elliot. Don't listen to him, Lady Ethel. I'll make sure to come here every day to kick his ass. Ethel, overwhelmed, thinks, Oh dear, I miss you, T. Meanwhile, at the Astaroth Imperial Palace, T is interrogating Riena. Do you intend to remain silent, Lady Cassius? Riena remains tight-lipped. You are charged with conducting multiple crimes through Ebert Company. Were you aware of the existence of the secret room discovered in the company's headquarters? It's been 4 days now, but the inspectors are still going through the documents. That signifies the volume of crime records found. As the owner of Ebert Company, don't you have anything to say? A warehouse full of smuggled products was also discovered in the Cassius Duchy. Can I assume that House Cassius is also involved in Ebert's smuggling activities? Riena still says nothing. T continues, If you keep quiet like this, I can't help but think that you are guilty of all your charges. Is that okay with you? She refuses to answer any questions for 4 days now. T thinks, What an incredible woman. As T continues to interrogate Riena, Ethel advised him, We have to keep the two from each other as far as possible. If they're confined in one place, they might get in touch somehow. One time while interrogating Riena, T had other things on his mind. I was told that Count Milohem has been harassing Elliot, but honestly, I don't care about those two. Genius, Schmenius, he annoys me. I hate that Ethel cares about that bastard, even if it's only to keep an eye on him. She is staying with him for a long time. Finally, the conspirator confronts T. Did you seduce Ethel, Your Highness? She asks, Please answer me. Did you woo my innocent sister-in-law? T replies, Ha! You meant that? He glances towards his subordinates, so they left. Then T asks, You finally opened your mouth and asked such. Riena cuts him off. Please answer me. Then she glares and asks, Answer me. Riena clenches her fists, and T smirks, enjoying her anger. T tells Riena, No, she isn't your sister-in-law anymore, with an annoying smirk. Riena is not having it. So you did, he replies. Well, I wish I could have. Don't play with me, she warns, her eyes blazing. T just chuckles. I'm only telling you the truth. Riena's trembling with rage. I'll never let you take her, she vows. She slams her hand on table with anger, and yells, I'll never let you take her away from me. Slamming the door behind her, she storms out. T lets her go unfazed. Meanwhile, T's mind is elsewhere, lingering on Riena Cassius. Memories flood back, Riena's childhood, her interactions with Ethel, her obsession with Ethel, and a growing sense of unease. He thinks, Despite being known as the beloved youngest daughter of House Cassius, I got a bad feeling from the first time I saw her. It also made me uncomfortable that she was overly obsessed with Ethel and was giving her a hard time. I can feel it in my bones. That woman is a fake. Later, Elliot is getting a forced stretching session, courtesy of Count Milohem. I can't believe you're so stiff, the Count exclaims. Elliot groans. T, please stop. I can't bend down any further. The Count laughs. You can be as flexible as I am, so try and go down a little more. Ethel and Venetta watch the scene unfold. Venetta asks, Just what's all that fuss for? Ethel just laughs. The Count, flexing his muscles, declares, A sound mind dwells in a healthy body. I'll help you be reborn. Ethel says, That's what this is for. Venetta, though, isn't convinced. I'm not sure if this is really necessary for your goal. Ethel hushes her, pointing. Sure. Look at that. Elliot is still suffering. Stop. Stop. You'll break my back, he cries. The Count just laughs. Don't be such a crybaby. This much won't break your back, Ethel whispers to Venetta. He keeps complaining, but he's still following everything the Count says. We all have someone persistent in our lives, don't we? A realization dawns on Venetta. You mean to say that Count Milohem is that person in Elliot's life? The two can't help but laugh at the scene. Ethel thinks, Elliot is a man of logic and eloquence, but the Count has more of a free spirit. Besides, she recalled her conversation with Elliot. Ethel asks Elliot, Do you really hate the Count so much? Elliot pauses, then admits. Yes, he reminds me of my uncle. I'm so sick of him. Ethel asks. Your uncle? The one who raised you. Elliot explains. I do appreciate his care and support, but he incessantly lectured me that I'd be ignorant of the real world if I only read books. Plus, he always nags that I have to be a useful person, Ethel remarks. It sounds like he was a nice person, Elliot says. He was. I was sorry that he died so early, Ethel says. You must have been very sad, he replies. Well, yes. He took me under his wing when I was orphaned by my mother. Actually, my mother abandoned me and left the empire alone because she was so tired of living in a foreign country. I just told everyone that both my parents died because I didn't want to explain the details. Ethel stares at Elliot, processing his revelation. Then she glares. Elliot, if your intention is to appeal to my sympathy and manipulate me, it's no use, she says sternly. Elliot scoffs. You got me, he replies. Suddenly, a flashback of Ethel with a noble lady. He recalled her saying, How dare you? Watch your mouth, commoner. I may have divorced from Leandro, but I'm still a noble. How dare you peep a lady? You're shrewder and cleverer than I thought, Elliot admits. You only pretended to be stupid back then, huh? Ethel just giggles. Ethel reflects on that. Despite all that, I believe what he said about Count Milohem reminding him of his uncle was true. But the Count's presence isn't enough to shake Elliot's loyalty to Riena. Later Ethel sits alone, analyzing the newspapers. She picks up a newspaper, headlines screaming. Unprecedented scale of tax evasion. Ebert Company's tax evasion amount reaches 1 million gold. And Ebert's other crimes revealed. Tax evasion and more. Other headlines catch her eye. Surprising twist of Saintess Cassius. How involved is Lady Riena Cassius in this scandal? And Ducal House of Cassius remains silent on this matter. She thinks, it's such a serious case that there isn't a single news that is biased toward Ebert Company. She clenches her fist, a determined glint in her eyes. All right then, shall I try and shake Elliot up? Later, Elliot was eating breakfast in his cell. Ethel enters, so he asks, You came early today, she retorts. Are you disappointed because I'm not Count Milohem? Elliot continues, Haha, how funny. If you're here to make such a nonsensical joke, will you just turn around and leave? Ethel slips a newspaper through the bars. Here. I thought you might be curious about the situation outside. Elliot takes the newspaper and begins to read. Ethel watches him, concerned. Elliot looks up. Ethel Wallace, what's your intention in showing me this? Ethel simply shrugs. Like I thought you might be curious. Elliot taps the document, his expression thoughtful. Let me guess. You want me to believe that Lady Riena will abandon me, don't you? He adds. Yes, her ladyship is kind, but she can also be cold-hearted if necessary. If she's certain that I'm the traitor, I'm sure she won't hesitate to cut me loose. His mind flashes back. Back at headquarters, the prince acted like I was the one who leaked intel. It was to protect Cecile, the real traitor. Moreover, I'm on bad terms with Tara, he says. I know people hate me for my personality. Even Lady Riena regards me as a headache, even though she's always nice to me. I know that much. On the other hand, people have solid trust in Cecile Ebert. But she's the one who betrayed Lady Riena. His head drops in despair. Ethel concludes, Cecile has nothing to do with this case, but I should leave him alone for now. Elliot says, the reason Lady Riena paid attention to Cecile in the first place was because of her strong bonds with her staff and business partners. I was also certain that the possibility of Cecile going behind Lady Riena's back would be less than 0.03%. I never thought my guess would be wrong. Elliot seems to have given up. He trembles, saying, At this rate, I'll be framed as Lady Riena's traitor, just as you intended. Then, without even an opportunity to explain myself to her ladyship in person, I'll be found guilty and get thrown in prison. He trembles, completely defeated. Ethel gets worried. Elliot. Suddenly, Elliot throws his head back and laughs maniacally. Hee. Ha 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 ha. Ethel flinches as Elliot grabs the bars of his cell, his expression fierce. Do you look like a fool? Do you think I'll give up so easily? If you believe that you've won, you couldn't be more mistaken. I will save Lady Riena and clear my name. Ethel is taken aback. Ha! Exactly how are you going to do that? You're behind bars. Elliot's eyes gleam with determination. You fools! Before I was taken to this place, my plan was already in motion. Meanwhile, at the Astaroth Imperial Palace, T approaches the doors to the king's chambers. A servant bows. Pardon me, your highness. The crown prince is meeting his majesty at the moment. Inside, the emperor is furious. You haven't come to your senses yet, have you? Inside, the Mikhail replies, I don't think I'm making an absurd request, your majesty. The emperor shouts, are you saying that asking me to release a felon isn't an absurd request? Mikhail counters, Lady Riena hasn't even been convicted. We can still investigate her as much as we want without confining her. The emperor asks, what if she flees? Mikhail replies, she's a member of House Cassius. There's no way she would abandon her honor, her wealth, abandon me and disappear. Moreover, she has donated a fortune to the empire. Please consider that too. Ha! That donation was tax they're supposed to pay. The king retorts. Mikhail is desperate. Father, I implore you. The prison conditions in the imperial palace are far too poor for Lady Riena. The emperor says she's in a special cell for nobles. Mikhail replies, still, prison is prison. The king yells, silence! I can't stand the sight of you anymore. Get out! Mikhail leaves, defeated. The doors creak open, and Mikhail steps outside. He sees T and says, brother. T raised his hand and replies, it's been a while, brother. Mikhail says, I suppose you're here to meet His Majesty. Well, my business with him is done, you can enter now. He moves closer and whispers to T. You'd better stop harassing my woman, when I still treat you as my older brother. T smirks. I don't remember harassing my dear younger brother's woman. I have arrested a criminal. Mikhail turns and confronts him. You should address me properly as the crown prince instead of calling me brother. Regardless our blood ties, as long as I'm the crown prince, you must observe decorum. T smiles tightly. I'll bear that in mind, your highness. Mikhail grits his teeth and leaves. T enters the room and bows. Greetings, your majesty. The emperor replies. Oh, Terence. What brings you here? Ha ha. Have you read the articles? You dealt such a good blow to House Cassius. I feel so much better. T smiles. Since your majesty is happy, I'm happy too. Speaking of which, did something happen with the crown prince? He looked quite upset. The emperor scoffs. Ha! He was here to complain on behalf of that woman. That aside, why are you being so formal toward your brother? T's expression turns serious. Oh, actually, before I came in, His Highness told me not to harass his woman, and then he suddenly demanded me to address him. The emperor slams his hand down on the desk. That evil brat! He failed to notice that his woman committed a serious crime. How dare he take his anger out on you? He huffed. Pay no mind to what Mikhail said. T spoke, yet etiquette states. But the emperor interrupts. I'll decree for such an outdated etiquette be abolished immediately. T bows again. I'm deeply grateful for your consideration. The emperor smiles. Oh, come now. There's no need to be so formal. After arguing with that stupid brat persistently asking me to release a criminal, I feel like I can finally breathe with you. T says, Your Majesty, Mikhail's judgment is only temporarily clouded because of love. The emperor cut in again. How could he love Cassius, daughter of all women? He's disappointing me more and each day. Suddenly, a knock on the door. The butler says, Pardon me, Your Majesty. I apologize for interrupting, but there's an urgent matter. A document is presented. The emperor takes a look at it and asks, What? Elliot Rudd? Who in the world is he? T replies, He's the deputy head of Ebert Company. He was known as a genius during his time at the Imperial Academy. The emperor asks, So that man was behind all this? The butler says it seems that his direct subordinate at the company confessed. The emperor asks, Do you mean to say Riena Cassius is innocent then? The emperor looks thoughtful, a dark expression on his face. The head chamberlain speaks. According to the subordinate's account, Lady Riena simply provided the funds. The one who's actually been running Ebert Company is Elliot, Your Majesty. The head chamberlain continues. I had planned to check the facts prior to reporting to you, Your Majesty, but I received a letter at my residence this morning. The king asks, A letter? He explains that the sender claims not to be an Ebert Company staff member, but they say that they assisted Elliot's illegal activities as an external party. The head chamberlain adds, They claim to have correspondence with Elliot as proof. The emperor asks, Have you seen it with your own eyes? The head chamberlain responds that he only received the letter this morning, so he hasn't had the chance. The Emperor notes that 2 accusations are being made around the same time and point to one person. He asks, "Who sent the letter?" The head chamberlain states that a name was written on the letter and asks if the Emperor would like to meet them in person. The Emperor replies, "I'm curious about the proof. Summon them here." The head chamberlain responds, "Very well, Your Majesty." As the head chamberlain leaves the room, the Emperor asks T, "Where's Elliot Rudd now?" He replies, "He's in custody at the capital's guard station." The Emperor says, "I should meet him myself. Schedule a meeting once the proof mentioned in the letter to my head chamberlain is verified." T replies, "Yes, Your Majesty." As T was walking in the hall, he thinks, so it was all his design. He recalled his conversation with the Emperor. He remembers Elliot's subordinate who asks, "A arrest? Do you have a warrant, Your Highness?" He concludes, Elliot's subordinate who confessed during the investigation must be that man. T realizes that Elliot mentioning his plans must be a secret code to execute the emergency plan he instructed them in advance. He thinks in his mind, he was behind all the criminal activities and Riena Cassius has been kept in the dark. From the beginning, he's prepared for any worst-case scenario to protect Riena. Moreover, if Cecile were designated as the main culprit when Elliot is being suspected of having been in league with me, Riena would have been certain about Elliot going behind her back. That's why Elliot has brought all the blame on himself, because that way, he can prove his unwavering loyalty to Riena and Riena will definitely cut Cecile off and focus on saving him. Elliot Rudd is a more dangerous man than I expected. Later in his office, T asks his subordinates, "Was there any of the managing staff who changed their testimony while I was gone?" His subordinates reply, "No, Your Highness. Both who testified that Elliot is the mastermind still stood their ground. The other 4 have kept their silence." T, looking at the document, thinks, the 6 managing staffs of Ebert Company were caught at various places and brought in separately. T notes that it's unlikely that they had gotten their story aligned beforehand. He wonders, is Elliot their natural choice if they have to choose among the 3? It's clear that Elliot took account even on how the employees would act. The subordinates say they couldn't find any traces of Lady Riena's direct involvement in this case, not even in the documents, nor the books from the secret room. T thinks to himself that he's sure that the evidence the head chamberlain will bring would be his fabrication as well. The letter was sent to the head chamberlain because he has His Majesty's trust, and he is also favorable to the Crown Prince. If both the evidence and witnesses point to Elliot as the culprit, T will have no choice but to let Riena go. After all, as much as he hates House Cassius, he believes that they're indispensable to the Empire. Now that it's revealed that the Cassius Duchy has been used as a hub for moving and storing Ebert's smuggled goods, T would think that's enough evidence for him to hold them accountable, and he wouldn't want to provoke Duke Cassius by unnecessarily punishing Riena. But T smirks thinking about it. Everything has gone according to your Elliot, however. Later Ethel went to Elliot and tell him that people would come to take him to the Imperial Palace soon. He mocked, "Oh no, I'm so sad. Do I have to confess my crime before His Majesty then?" Ethel asks, "Aren't you afraid? You could be sentenced to death." Elliot says that yes, I could, but keeping my most cherished safe is more important than saving my own life. Elliot says, "I'll never allow evil like you and the new prince to lay a finger on my noble lady." Ethel thinks, as expected, Elliot falsely believes that Terence and I are ultimately aiming to destroy Riena. But Elliot, it's you who's been our target from the beginning. If Riena were held accountable as the mastermind, Elliot's punishment would be relatively light. He could get away with a slap on his wrist if he claims that he only did as he was told. If Elliot were punished lightly, Riena would be certain that he betrayed her, and their relationship would fall apart. In that case, however, their plan to drive Elliot into a corner would fail. On the contrary, if Elliot received a hefty punishment even though Riena was behind all this, she would notice that Elliot had fallen prey to plot and try to rescue him. If he were really a traitor, he would somehow find a way to get away with a light sentence or no sentence at all. In that case, there's no way she wouldn't notice his intent. Besides, if Riena were revealed as the main culprit, that means Elliot merely followed a high-ranking noble's orders. In that case, there'll only be so much punishment he can be charged with. So the best result for Terence is that Elliot becomes the mastermind and be sentenced to life in prison or death. Ethel asks Elliot, "Just what makes you admire Riena so much?" Elliot replies, "She told me the world was wrong to ostracize me just because my mother was a foreigner and that I have a unique personality." Ethel says inwardly, I feel sorry about the mother part, but your personality isn't just unique, it's bad. Who would like you when you always ignore others and treat them like fools? Elliot declares happily. That moment, I swore to follow her until my last breath. I even swore to use my death for her. In Elliot's eyes, Riena couldn't be more kind-hearted, and Terence and Ethel are villains trying to bring her down for no reason. Ethel thinks that if Elliot were able to see things objectively, he would have already noticed that all this was planned to capture him in the first place, not Riena. Ethel asks Elliot if he's sad to lose Ebert Company, which he's invested so much energy to grow. Elliot replies that Ebert will be disbanded, but establishing and developing another company isn't a big deal. Lady Riena can do it without Cecile and him. Ethel thinks Ebert Company's success was the result of Cecile's connections, Elliot's genius, and the eccentric inventor's inventions. So what he meant to say is that Riena will be fine without him because she still has the eccentric inventor. Then Elliot asks her, "What about you? Aren't you sad?" She replies, "What do you mean?" He replies, "Lady Riena will soon suspect Cecile of conspiring with you and Tara too, who is on bad terms with me. What a shame." Elliot says that Lady Riena is such a kind person that she probably won't cut the two loose immediately, but she won't open her heart to them again either. Elliot laughs. "It's not long until the spies you and the new prince planted will all be weeded out. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you unable to reply anything because you're so angry?" Ethel thinks to herself, completely speechless at how delusional he is right now. Ethel thinks that Tara is already on her side, and Elliot will be sentenced to a life sentence at best. If Cecile loses Riena's trust and is cut loose, then 3 of the 7 talents on Riena's side will have been removed. In that case, she's left with Matisse, the eccentric inventor, and the other 2 are. Just then Elliot says, "Hey, give me a pen and a piece of paper." She asks, "Huh? What do you need them for?" He replies never mind if she doesn't want to. He was going to specially show him kindness. He tells her to forget it. Ethel thinks spy. Him. Does he mean Count Milohem? Ethel looks shocked. After Elliot writes instruction on the papers, Ethel muses. "I see, he does seem to have grown on you. But Elliot's having none of it. Cut the bullshit," he snaps, extending the papers towards her. Turning the pages, Ethel notes, "This is pretty detailed. You've even taken Milohem County's situation into account." Elliot crosses his arms, unimpressed. "I've just written things off the top of my head. I don't like to leave debts unpaid." Ethel tilts her head. "What do you owe the Count?" "Oh, is this him helping you exercise?" Elliot practically throws his hands up with frustration. "No, that's not it. It's the bread, okay?" "The bread?" Ethel asks. "The bread?" He replies. "Yes, the cornbread he brought the other day," he admits. "It wasn't so bad. Actually, it was much better than the food you gave me." Ethel's face is a picture of mock offense. In her mind she says, "Once you're in prison, you'll have to eat more awful things. What a shame!" But she spoke, "I am terribly sorry about that." Then Elliot explains, "Anyway, the ideas I wrote down are only based on the information I heard. Without visiting the area in person, they wouldn't work perfectly." Then he adds, "Moreover, the man seems to be a bit slow, so you have to explain it to him well." Ethel, feeling annoyed, remarks, "He just can't get over himself until the end, huh?" Just then a knock interrupts their conversation. Ethel opens the door, announcing, "I'm done with him now, so you can take him out." She's cut off by the sight of T, looking devastatingly handsome. Her eyes widen in surprise. Then she pushed him and take him aside. He asks, "Are you surprised?" She replies, "I never thought you'd come yourself, T." T's gaze intensifies. "I wanted to see you." Ethel's heart skips a beat. "You wanted to see Emmy?" She stutters. T continues, "Yes, you, Ethel. And the man in that room as well. We need to discuss how to handle him going forward." Ethel looks down, a little dejected. "I'm sorry, I failed to change his mind," T reassures her. "It's all right. After all, I wanted to get rid of him from the start." He pauses, then adds, "Ethel, you don't need to hide it from me." Ethel looks up, confused. "What do you mean?" T's expression is serious. "You don't want him to die, do you?" She recalled her saying, "Could you give me some time? Let me try changing his mind. If I fail to persuade him, then you can do whatever you want." Back in the present, Ethel thinks, "He's right, but I can't continue to insist on what I want. As long as Elliot is kept alive, there's a chance that he'll escape with help from the eccentric inventor and House Cassius. T holds up 3 fingers. 3 days. I'll give you 3 more days. Ethel looks surprised. Huh? Would you really do that? T says. Even if he confesses, we still have to finish our investigation, he tells Ethel. I will have him back here after his audience with the Emperor, Ethel replies. I thought he has to stay there once he's taken to the palace. T smirks. My authority allows me that much leeway. Ethel then remembers. Oh, Riena will be released soon, right? He replies. Yes, now that we've secured enough grounds to dissolve Ebert Company, His Majesty must be much less concerned now. Just then Ethel takes T's arm. Actually, I have something to tell you about that. He leans in close. I'm all ears. She whispered something in his ear. T blushed as he heard it. Ahem. T clears his throat as Ethel stammers. Ack. I was too close, wasn't I? T's expression turns serious. Is what you said true? Ethel smiles. It's a speculation for now, but based on what I heard about the Crown Prince back at House Cassius, it's highly likely to be true, T remarks. That surpasses common sense. Ethel giggles. Haha, is it that hard to believe? T replies. No. Actually, my brother would do such an outrageous thing and more, she then says. It wouldn't hurt for you to confirm when you return to the palace. T nods. Very well. T checks his pocket watch. It's time for me to go now. I'll bring in the guards to escort Elliot. The guards arrive. Ethel tells him. They're here, Elliot. You better get ready to leave. Elliot, still in his prison clothes, is panicking. What? I can't go looking like this. Hurry and get me clean clothes. Ethel deadpans. Are you going on a picnic? Elliot retorts. Of course not. I'm meeting His Majesty, so I need to look presentable. For your reference, light colors look good on me. As they leave, Ethel whispers to T. Even if he annoys you, you can't hit him because he has an artifact protecting him. You should be careful, T. T looks at her intently. You seem to have become pretty close with him. Ethel recoils. Close? Who? Me and Elliot? That's absurd. What makes you think that? T adds. I almost regretted the decision I made a moment ago. She looks at him confused. Outside, Elliot is being escorted to a carriage. Gah! He exclaims, seeing who's waiting for him. Why is he here? It's T, looking smug. An embarrassed guard stammers. Why, Your Highness, we can't have you and this criminal ride in the same carriage. T replies smoothly. Please don't worry about me. I'd like to talk with this man on the way. T settles into the carriage, radiating an aura of dominance. Inside, Elliot glares at him. I have nothing to talk to you, he shouts. A guard snaps back. Watch your tongue, convict! He is a prince! The carriage pulls away. The next day at the second prince's palace, Elliot is practically throwing himself at the emperor's feet, confessing. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to confess. I was so blinded by money that I went behind Lady Riena. I deserve to die. Please kill me. The emperor sighs. We can't help it since he said so. T is having none of it, he concludes. He's saying that we should hold Elliot as the culprit and release Riena. Meanwhile, back at his own palace, T's thinking. As expected, the evidence provided by the letter sender was flawless. Then he wonders. Moreover, from what I heard, Duke Cassius secretly met with the Emperor yesterday. What did he offer in exchange? Land? Or could it be one of the mines in northern Cassius County? T's really stewing now, hand covering his face. Duke Cassius, that powerful, haughty man pleaded to the Emperor, huh? He might come back and protest if I don't let that woman go today. He sits up abruptly. A cup of tea is poured. He gulped the tea down. He thinks back to a pleasant moment with Ethel. The tea tastes different indeed, but then he thinks, come on, I can't afford to get sentimental right now. If I'm going to use the intel Ethel gave me yesterday, I have to act today. Just then someone knocks the door and asks, May I come in, Your Highness? Jack bursts in, face anxious. What you said was right, Your Highness. How? Just how could it be? T says. Tell me what you saw in detail, Jack. Later Terence went into the Emperor's study. The calls. Terence! He smiles. What brings you here? Oh, it's almost dinner time, isn't it? Are you here to eat together? T bows. I have a request to make, Your Majesty. He gets down on one knee. The Emperor replies, You can make 2, 3, or as many sons as you want, so tell me. T replies, I'd like you to come somewhere with me now. It's a place within the palace grounds, so it won't be dangerous. The Emperor is suspicious. What is this about? T replies, I believe it's better for you to see for yourself than to hear my explanation. The Emperor strokes his chin thoughtfully. Very well. I have a feeling this will be fun. T's expression darkens. I'm afraid this isn't anything fun, Your Majesty. On the contrary, it could be shocking. The Emperor perks up. Hearing you say that, I feel more obliged to go. Terence gives a small, grim smile. They walk through the palace. As they reach the place, the Emperor asks, Isn't this the palace prison? Are we going to see Riena Cassius? T replies, That's correct, Your Majesty. The Emperor questions why. She's due to be released soon. T pleads with him. Father, I implore you to come with me for my sake. The Emperor doesn't say anything, but he nods slowly. Slowly they arrive at Riena's cell. The guard gets shocked. One starts to say, Why your ma dash? T and his subordinate shuts them to keep quiet. T cuts him off with a Shh! The guards nod frantically. The guards trembled. The Emperor and aides are confused. Why are they shaking so much? Beats me. T slightly opened the door to Riena's cell. From the opening they saw inside, Riena's attendant says smiling, My lady, please say good things to His Grace about how well we served you during your time here. They heard Riena's reply. I'll think about it. The attendant bows deeply. I'll count on you, my lady. Then she replies, Oh my, whatever should I do? The attendant continues, It's such a shame to see a noble lady such as yourself in this shabby place. How do you like the imperial pâtissier's millefeuille? We also have macarons and éclairs, Riena says. I have a sudden craving for ordinary chocolate muffins. I haven't had them for a while. The attendant turns to the door that was slightly open and says, Is someone out there? Go fetch some chocolate muffins right no dash. But he gets shocked seeing the Emperor outside. The Emperor repeated darkly, Chocolate muffins? The attendant gasps, Why, Your Majesty. The Emperor's expression turns furious. He orders him, Begone. The attendant trembles pleading, Your Majesty, it's not what you. Riena, meanwhile, is sitting in her cell surrounded by suites and attentive guards. Emperor's eyes are narrowed with anger. He looked at her livid. Riena, seeing the Emperor, jumps from her place and shouts, Your Majesty. One of the guards asked, Why, Your Majesty? What brings Your Majesty here? The Emperor looks around and says he's got a point. The place is decked out like a dollhouse. He asks, Who decorated this room? Was it the three of you? He demands. One of the guards nervously replies, Your Majesty. He had no words to speak. The Emperor orders, Answer me. One of them trembles. Why, yes, it was us. The Emperor questions, Why did you do that? The guard can barely squeak out, Because. The Emperor's eyes blaze. Answer me. Riena steps forward. Please, Your Majesty. It's all my fault, please blame me. But the Emperor won't hear it. Stay out of this. Riena declares, I'm afraid I can't, Your Majesty. They didn't do anything wrong. The Emperor is losing it. He glares. Riena Cassius, are you serious? Suddenly, the attendant kneels, slamming his head to the floor. Please punish me, Your Majesty. The Emperor's eyes narrow in anger. There's no way you did this all by yourself. Tell me, who made you do this? The attendant flinches. It isn't like that, Your Majesty. In hopes of winning favor with House Cassius, I dash. The Emperor interrupts. The life of your family and your subordinates depends on your answer. I'll ask one last time. Who is it? Trembling, the attendant whispers. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. It was the Crown Prince. He explains that Manhwa commanded him to make sure Lady Riena's stay here is without inconvenience. The Emperor's face twists in fury. Bring Manhwa here this instant. Riena watches all this, her face shadowed but a smile on his lips. She slumps down and says, It's all my fault, Your Majesty. Please ease your anger. But T intervenes, stepping in front of Riena. Please stay away from this, Lady Re-dash. But Riena is scared, hiccuping, like little bunny. T falters, A bunny? No way. Have I just thought of an animal while Lu Emperor at a human? And so vividly at that. He wonders, could this be the reason how she has so many supporters? Just then, Manhwa arrives saying, Your Majesty, I was told that you wished to see M-. Seeing Riena on the ground, he shouts her name, Riena. Manhwa runs and pushes T away. He then reaches out to her and asks, Are you all right, Riena? Are you hurt anywhere? No, I'm fine, Manhwa, Riena says, but just then sensing she says, There's no need to worry about me, Your Highness. Rather than that, His Majesty is… The Emperor seethes. What do you think you're doing, Manhwa? Manhwa stares back, unflinching. I don't understand what's going on, Your Majesty. But the Emperor's furious. I asked you what you are doing! And then, the Emperor hits Mikhail over the head. Ack! Mikhail! Riena cries out. Mikhail pulls her into his arms. She asks, Oh no! Are you alright? Are you hurt? Riena is teary. Mikhail replies, Don't worry, I'm fine. How about you? She says, You fool. You're the one who got hit. Why are you worrying about me? Seeing the scene unfolds, the Emperor and T is not pleased. Riena then turns to Emperor and says, That was clearly an act of domestic violence, Your Majesty. The Emperor sighs, covering his eyes. Leave us alone, Lady Riena. He adds coldly, Since this is your cell, we should be the ones to leave. He starts to walk away. I'll see you later, Riena, Mikhail says, clasping her hand. I'm sorry. You're in trouble because of me, Riena whispers. As the door shuts, Mikhail declares, Your Majesty, Riena didn't do anything wrong. Silence! The Emperor bellows. He asks, Explain what I witnessed inside. That man says he's following your orders. The attendant trembles. Mikhail replies, That's correct. This prison is in such a poor state that I gave him the orders. The Emperor yells, Poor state? Even Imperials use these same rooms when they're imprisoned. Mikhail exclaims, But Riena has lived in the duchy all her life. This is too bad of an environment for her. Moreover, isn't she innocent? The Emperor demands, What did you just say? Mikhail stands his ground. I heard everything. The crimes committed by Ebert Company were all Elliot Rudd's doing. Mikhail gets fired up. Riena is only a victim. Because of that bastard, she lost the company she's poured all her energy into, yet you're holding her in custody. The Emperor retorts, So are you saying that's why you gave her special treatment? Mikhail replies, Since my authority doesn't allow me to release her, I judge I should at least afford her some convenience. The Emperor asks the attendant, Since when did you start serving her? He nervously replies, It was since the first day Lady Riena arrived here, Your Majesty. The Emperor says, Yet it was only yesterday that Elliot Rudd was revealed to be the culprit. Care to explain yourself? Mikhail reveals, That doesn't matter because I knew from the beginning that Riena is innocent. I believe, without a shadow of a doubt, that she isn't the kind of person who'd commit such crimes. What? You really are out of your mind, the Emperor exclaims. He thinks, Does Mikhail really not know Riena's true nature? Or could he be aware, yet brazenly insisting otherwise? The Emperor continues, When did it all go wrong? You weren't like this in the past, Mikhail says. I was reborn after I met Riena. Thanks to her, I could start a new life, the Emperor says. Damn Riena this, Riena that. Mikhail sighs. Never mind, father. I never expected you to understand me either. Mikhail continued. You've always been strict toward me while being nice to your son outside the palace. He continued. Mother always went hysterical whenever you left the palace, so I once secretly followed you when you went out. The Emperor was taken aback. Mikhail says. Grandfather told me the truth, he continues. Back then I saw the gentle look on your face as you played with the brother whose existence I didn't even know about. You presented me with a sword and said I should train hard, but you gave your bastard son a ball to play with. His eyes are wide with resentment. He clenches his fist around his sword hilt, remembering. I never thought he'd envy that. I had to learn how to use a sword without father's knowledge. Swordsmanship was essential for Mikhail since he was to be crowned in the future. On the contrary, I was destined to live in the shadows. Little T is asking his father, Father, I'd like to learn how to use a sword. His father looks surprised. He adds, Yes. I want to have a nice sword like yours, father. T recalls his father's judgment. I supposed he judged that I didn't need swordsmanship, and he wished to snuff any misunderstanding about me seeking the throne. The Emperor confronts Mikhail. How can you compare yourself with Terence? You are my legitimate son, born by the Empress of this empire. He shouts back, You can never imagine how hard my childhood was because of that reason. He smiles darkly. But I'm fine now. Riena healed me completely. The Emperor angrily asks, Will you not reflect on your mistakes? Mikhail stands his ground. I am sorry that I broke some rules, but I don't regret what I did. I believe there should be room for flexibility for every rule. The Emperor scoffs. You're the one who insisted that your older brother address you properly, citing outdated etiquette. I can't believe now you're mentioning flexibility for your lover's sake. Mikhail starts to protest. Father, that was... The Empress arrives, interrupting. Your Majesty, what is all this about? I heard you were looking for the crown prince in great anger. She points towards T and sneers. Did this bastard try to drive a wedge between your majesty and Mikhail? The emperor huffs. Nothing of the sort, empress, he declares. The crown prince deceived me. The empress asks in disbelief. Deceived you? The emperor glares at Mikhail and says, Mikhail, you believe this is simply about showing some flexibility to long-standing rules? The emperor is furious. What you did is an act of challenging the emperor's authority. You extended a suspected criminal with conveniences on a whim, made imperial guards serve her, and even filled her cell with luxuries. The emperor continues. The crown prince is defying against the emperor's authority. How could the imperial house of Astaroth stand firmly on this land? The emperor angrily declares. Therefore I, Dominique Vinarda Astaroth, hereby declare, Mikhail Pettis Astaroth is to be stripped of his position as crown prince. His status will revert to that of the first imperial prince. Who will become the new crown prince will be decided hereafter. The empress staggers back in shock, muttering, This is not happening. As the emperor turns and started walking, she cries out, Your Majesty, I beg you to please reconsider. Mikhail is the sole legitimate heir of the imperial family. The emperor retorts, It wasn't an easy decision. The empress desperately asks, As a parent, can't you let slide your son's mistake just this once? He replies, I've already let his mistakes slide numerous times. The empress pleads, Dominique, you can't fall for that evil bastard's scheme. The emperor roars, Empress, I dare you make any more rude remarks about my son again. She questions, shaking, Are you truly siding with that bastard? The emperor roars, I won't ask you to consider him your son, so at least treat him with basic manners. Do you understand? After saying that he left. The empress clutches her head, asking Mikhail, What's all this about, my crown prince? What did he mean when he said you deceived him? He replies calmly, holding her arm. You look pale, mother. Why don't you return and rest for now? We can talk lat dash. The empress explodes. How can I rest in this situation? Tell me what His Majesty meant when he said you deceived him. T smiles. Why don't you see for yourself, Your Majesty? He opens the door. The empress' eyes widen in shock as she looks inside. She sees Riena running towards Mikhail. Riena cries out, Mikhail, that was too cruel! How could His Majesty do this to you? He began, Riena, but she cuts him off. You don't need to say anything. I know how you feel. The empress trembles. W. What are all these? H. How is this a prison cell? D. Did you do this, Mikhail? All for this wench. T. confirms. That's correct. Not only that, he also had a few guards serve Lady Riena, Your Majesty. The empress staggers back in shock and fell unconscious. Mikhail calls out, Mother! He ordered the servants, What are you doing? Hurry and carry Her Majesty out. As a servant took her, the maid instructs, Let's take her to the imperial doctor. As they left, Mikhail turns to T and asks, Are you happy to see my mother collapse? T responds, I don't see why you're blaming me for that. Mikhail glares at his brother, warning, Didn't I warn you the other day? I warned you that if you touched my people again, there'd be no more consideration for you as my brother. I heard it was you who led father here. How dare you scare Riena and make her kneel? He declares, From this moment, we are enemies. T turns to leave, shrugging it off. Whatever. I'm busy. I should get going. Mikhail protests. Wait. I'll interrogate Elliot Ruddo myself. Let me meet him. T thinks. He intends to deliver Riena's message to Elliot. It's so obvious. T says, I can't allow that. He's still under investigation. He can't meet just anyone. Mikhail glares. Just anyone? T smirks. Oh, right. You're not just anyone but the Crown PR. Oops, I mean Prince Mikhail. Mikhail grits his teeth, saying, We'll see how long that cocky look on your face will last. T smiles tauntingly. Suit yourself. The next day, Count Milahan laughs. Ah ha 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 ha. He cheers. You prepared this for me? Ah, this is so touching. Elliot protests. Give it back to me. Ethel smiles. Oh, Elliot is shy. Ethel narrates. He left the note to the county, because he thought he'd never see the count again. Then she thinks, all things aside, is T all right? When he came to return Elliot this morning, he only told me the news and left immediately. We hardly talked. Ethel worries. I never thought the Emperor would depose the Crown Prince. Because of me, things are diverging from the original novel more and more. Ethel thinks back, explaining she told T it was merely speculation, but Mikhail buying off guards was an actual scene in the original novel. He did that when the villain framed Riena and locked her up in prison. However, the Emperor didn't notice what his son did for his lover. And thus, Mikhail wasn't stripped of his title of Crown Prince, and Ebert Company continued to thrive until the end. Ethel realizes that this Ebert Company incident is 100% of her own creation. She thinks, my plan was to leave this country as soon as I divorce, but then decides, I'm glad I can help you though. Suddenly, Count Milohem cheerfully says, offering Lady Ethel some of Madame Molly's bread. It's simply the best, he beams, carrying a basket overflowing with bread. Elliot is standing nearby, looking less enthusiastic. Ethel replies, I'd love to. While Vinetta says, well, I'm not really hungry. The Count smiles warmly. Oh, come on, Dame Knight! It'll taste better if we eat together. Impressed by the amount of bread, Ethel exclaims, Why, you brought so much today! He grins. Yes, all to show this genius fellow my gratitude. But Elliot is not having it. Humph, I don't eat much. You shouldn't have brought this much unless. Before he can finish, the Count shoves a loaf of bread into Elliot's mouth. Then you can increase your portion this one time. Elliot chokes. Do you intend to kill me? The Count laughs. Haha, I'm sorry. I only meant to express how grateful I am. Elliot retorts. If you're so grateful, why don't you testify in favor of me in court later? He adds firmly. Elliot Rudd is an invaluable asset to the Empire's advancement, so I plead mercy for him. What do you say? The Count remains silent. Ethel looks on with concern and calls out, Moo Lord. But the Count says, I'm sorry, but I can't do that, he says bluntly. The trial you'll face is about the Ebert Company case, isn't it? I was going to let it go and say nothing. With a pause he adds, You don't think what you did is wrong, do you? Elliot gets stunned. The Count continues, You don't believe what you did is a serious crime. I can't say good things about you when you don't show a fleck of remorse for what you did. His face hardens. A genius or not, a wrongdoer must be punished. Elliot slams the basket of bread on the table and declares, I've lost my appetite. Get the hell out of here, all of you. The Count turns to Elliot. Let me ask you a question. Why did you do it? With a brain as brilliant as yours, you could have bettered the world. Elliot explodes. Ha! Why should I do that? I live for only one person. All I need is her recognition. The Count presses. Do you mean to say you committed such crimes for her? He replies, Yes. The Count questions, Does she also know you've gone this far for her sake? Elliot proudly shouts, Of course. That's why she always thanks me. She also said I'm the pillar she could rely on. The Count's expression darkens. If so, she is a bad person. Elliot gets completely taken aback. What? The Count continues. She only says thank you, but in fact, she doesn't cherish you at all. Why, you know nothing about her. How dare? Elliot begins to shout. The Count fires back. If she's really a good person, if she truly cherishes you, she would never have said thank you when you did such things for her. Instead, she would have stopped you. She would have led you to the right path. The Count confronts him about the truth, but Elliot replies, You know nothing. She is a good person. To think that breaking the law is always black and white fallacy many ignorant people commit. Ethel is shaken, thinking, Unbelievable. He's the one who always believes that Riena is the incarnation of justice. The Count explodes. What are you talking about? Explain it so I can understand. Elliot shouts, She's nice. She's nice in a clever way, not in a stupid way. The Count questions, Are you saying she broke the law because she's nice in a clever way? Then are you saying that those who obey the law are nice in a stupid way? Elliot counters, She always does good deeds. She protects the weak even if that means she has to break the law. Let's say you witness a thug assaulting a weak old man. What would you do? The Count responds, I would strike the thug to stop violence first, and then make him promise that he won't do that again. Elliot explains, Using violence is a crime. According to your logic, that would make you a bad person because you broke the law, right? The Count nods, that makes sense. Elliot adds, Like you, she only punished villains in her own way to protect the weak. But the Count looks confused. But then, what does that have to do with committing tax evasion? Is her dodging taxes also an act of punishing villains? Elliot looks exasperated. Do I have to explain every single detail? Paying taxes dutifully is useless when politicians are corrupt. It's better to use the money for a good cause than to waste it on such scums. Ethel internally fumes. What high-level trashy nonsense! He's just justifying evading taxes and diverting the money to their wallets. The Count continues, Like you said, there are many people in the Empire who are hell-bent on making themselves wealthy, but there are also many others who are striving to make the Empire a better place for its citizens. Regardless, you have to pay taxes. Domains with barren lands like mine have no choice but to rely on national subsidies. You may think it's only a waste of money, despite being a beneficiary. When we have to pay taxes, we also feel. Elliot cuts him off. What's your point? The Count screams. Don't make excuses for evading taxes. Elliot stammers. W what? The Count demands. Cut the nonsense and speak what's really in your mind. Elliot sighs. You're right. Not paying taxes is against social justice. The same goes for the other crimes committed by Ebert Company as well. But then he asks, so what? He smiles. My Lady Riena is ever so lovely, cute, beautiful, and elegant. She's a noble being who was born with all the blessings in the world. She made some mistakes, so what? And I broke some laws for her. What's the big deal? How dare they try to punish such a sacred and noble being based on the mere law of the human world? Elliot clutches his head. She didn't commit murder. She just broke some laws. What's so wrong with that? What she did is nothing compared to what she deserves to enjoy. Ethel suddenly recognizes Elliot's expression. I've seen such an expression before. That's the face the head maid had during the trial. Ethel realizes. I didn't expect Elliot to have been brainwashed this seriously. Is Terrence's way the only way after all? Vineta readied her sword. But then the Count clenches his fist, and then punches Elliot on the head. But due to artifact the Count got sent flying and got hit in the cell. He cries out, Ugh! And Ethel exclaims, And my lord! Ethel and Vineta look on in shock as the Count falls to the ground. Elliot clutches his head. This bastard hit my head again. Is he an idiot? The Count rubs his head, exclaiming, Gosh, that really hurts. He asks, So you're saying she's so lovely and cute that she's unpunishable by law? Where in the world is there such a person? I thought you were the Empire's greatest genius. You're stupid, that's what you are. Elliot, still in agony, trembles. Stupid? How dare you call me stupid? Ethel and Vineta can't help but giggle at Elliot's shock. But then, Elliot's nose starts bleeding. Hey, genius! The Count panics, asking why Elliot's nose is bleeding when he hit his head. Isn't the artifact thingy supposed to cause pain to your attacker? Elliot wipes his nose, and when he saw blood on his hand he fell unconscious. The Count catches him and calls out, Hey, genius! Vineta and Ethel rush to his side, calling out his name. They put Elliot in bed. The doctor says there's nothing concerning about his health, but he does have a fever. Ethel questions if it could be a cold, but the doctor points out colds don't usually cause nosebleeds. Ethel asks, then why did he pass out with a nosebleed? The doctor replies, well, perhaps his mind was overwhelmed. Ethel thinks, geniuses don't get nosebleeds from thinking too much. The doctor then poses the idea of Elliot being cursed, but Ethel immediately dismisses it. It must be the artifact malfunctioning. Still, the doctor assures them that Elliot's bleeding has stopped, his fever has subsided, and he'll wake up soon. The following afternoon, Ethel brings Elliot his lunch, urging him to eat since he skipped breakfast. Elliot just stares blankly. Ethel leaves the tray, telling him she'll leave it in case he feels like eating later. Back in the hallway, the Count asks how Elliot is. She reports that he doesn't seem sick, but he won't eat or speak. Vineta suggests he's embarrassed. Vineta scoffs, saying that after babbling about how lovely and cute that woman is, he's had time to reflect and is now embarrassed. Ethel agrees, saying his remarks were full of nonsense. Ethel cuts in, asking them to refrain from mentioning what happened to Prince Mikhail, fearing it could provoke Elliot. At the State Council meeting, the Emperor revealed Mikhail's actions and stripped him of his Crown Prince title. Now, there's a possibility of T becoming the Crown Prince. Ethel is happy for T, but knows he'll be much busier going forward. Later, Ethel and the Count stand outside Elliot's cell. The Count awkwardly asks how his nose is and if his head is alright. Elliot coldly responds, You can say that because you know nothing. Ethel is ticked, saying he wouldn't even speak a word to her. Elliot continues, saying they don't know Lady Riena, and until he met her, he never imagined he'd have such emotions towards someone. The Count gets exasperated, saying, Gosh, not that lady again! Ethel is being serious here. Cassius says his conclusion remains the same. He can't think of that lady as a good person. Elliot explodes, telling him not to shoot his mouth off about his lady when he doesn't know anything. The Count counters that, According to the newspaper, she was released from the imperial prison last evening. Elliot asks if that's true. Ethel nods, confirming it. The Count adds that he may not be as clever as him, but he can see that she was released, yet Elliot's still behind bars, which means, "She didn't abandon me!" Elliot exclaims. The Count argues that if his subordinate was locked up for what he did, he'd come running without hesitation, though he wouldn't frame them in the first place. Elliot shouts that she didn't frame him, it was his choice. The Count insists that it's all the more reason for her to come. He would have come upon being released. Elliot asks what the point of coming is. They wouldn't let her in anyway, and a reasonable person wouldn't. The Count shouts that it's not a matter of whether she can see him or not. If he were her, he couldn't have stopped himself from running to him even though he knew he wouldn't be able to see him. Later, Ethel and Venetta are walking together. T appears, asking where they're headed since he wrapped up his work early. Ethel says they're going for a walk and invites him to join. T gladly accepts. Venetta then says she should return and keep watch on Elliot. Ethel wonders what's with Venetta, if she has grown close with Elliot. T says he doesn't think that's the case. Ethel and T arrive at the temple in the Wanderer's Forest. It's been a while since they came here for the healing tea leaves last time. T asks if they should take a look inside. Ethel agrees. Inside, Ethel says the statue resonates with her somehow. She notes that she doesn't know why. For a statue of Goddess Mila, it's either large nor sophisticated. T told according to legends, the Wanderer's Forest is Goddess Mila's final resting place. Ethel says hearing that story makes her want to pray and asks if they should take a moment and offer prayers. T agrees. Ethel thinks about how the additional 3 days T gave her end tomorrow. Whichever decision they make about Elliot, she prays it will be the right choice. Just then something fluttered and she heard a voice directly in her mind. "I've finally reached you." She got taken aback. The next moment her mind was in disarray. Ethel is floating, disoriented, while T is calling out her name. T calls out, "Ethel!" There's a flash, and Ethel is back in the church with T. Dazed, she asks. T responds, "Are you alright? You seem to be praying for too long." Ethel gasps. The voice. "Did you hear a voice saying, 'I've finally reached you'?" T looks confused. "I didn't hear any voice." Ethel stares at the statue of Goddess Mila, whispering, "How strange. I clearly heard it." She wonders if it was a divine message from the goddess. Gods actually exist in this world, she thinks. In the final part of a returner's rosy second life, Riena even met Goddess Mila. Seeing that Riena's memories of her past life almost match what my mental reading shows me, I'm sure it was Goddess Mila who brought me into this world, Ethel thinks. However, I've never felt the goddess's presence since I arrived here. I don't have a special ability to captivate people like Riena either. Anyway, the voice is gone now. Maybe it was just my imagination. T interrupts her thoughts, placing a hand on her shoulder. "I think we might as well return now, Ethel." Ethel, startled, replies, "What?" she insists. "And no! Let's walk a little more." T counters, "But you don't look well." Ethel assures him, "I'm fine. I really am. You don't get free time often. It would be a shame for us to head back already." T relents. "All right then. Let's walk around a little more." As they walk through the church, Ethel thinks, "How peculiar. That statue looks as if it wants to say something to me." Outside, strolling through the forest, Ethel says, "You said the goddess rests in this forest, right?" T confirms. "Yes, and that's why legends say that a special power dwells here." Ethel asks, "What kind of power?" T explains, "I heard that it's one which attracts wanderers from around the world. Some say that the goddess summons them to embrace them." Ethel is impressed. Wow, how gracious. But T has his doubts. Is she really, though? There are other less-known legends, too. According to them, she is unreasonably violent and enjoys watching conflicts and disputes among humans. Besides, Mila may not even necessarily be a goddess. In some legends, she appears as a male god or an animal. Ethel is surprised. "I had no idea you are so knowledgeable in legends, T. Do you like such stories?" T replies with a soft smile. "My mother loved old tales," Ethel responds. "Oh," T continues, "when I was young, she used to tell me legends about goddesses and other fairy tales." T then reveals, "My given name is actually the protagonist's name from her favorite story." Ethel asks, "Really? What kind of story is that?" T says, "Well, it's just a run-of-the-mill story. Bad things happen to a young boy, but he overcomes numerous hardships, and ends up with a lady he loves and lives happily ever after. Ethel realizes. So your mother named you after that boy because she wanted you to be happy like him, T replies with a smile. Yes, that's why I like my name, he continues. Speaking of which, Ethel, I'd like you to call me Terence. Ethel looks surprised. Pardon? T smiles. I like it when you call me T. You're the only one who calls me that, so it makes me feel special about you. But from now on, I want you to call me by my real name. Ethel smiles back. All right. Terence, shall we head back now? Terence blushes. So this is what it feels like to be called by my name by someone other than my parents, Ethel thinks. Right. He said he didn't have any friends before me. All right. I'll call him by his name often. Then she says, but I can't call you Terence in public. You know that, don't you? Terence replies. Then please do so when it's just us two. The next day, at the annex of the Capo Guard station, Count Milohem asks, Are you not coming with me today? Ethel responds, No, my lord. You'll get to meet Elliot without me today. You remember the precautions, don't you? He laughs. Don't worry. I won't hit him again. The Count enters the room, leaving Ethel alone. She thinks, they were connected in the past life. They deserve some time together on this last day. The Count stayed and talked with Elliot for a long time. The Count told Elliot, Everyone in my dominion is so happy because of your ideas. Elliot replies, Ha! That's only natural. Though Elliot reluctantly only said a couple of words for the Count's hundreds. Later, as the sun sets, Elliot asks Ethel, That man was insanely noisy. Is he gone now? She notices Elliot, who has refused to speak to her for a while. She wonders, Does he feel better after talking with the Count? Elliot suddenly turns to her. I'm sorry, but I have a favor to ask. Ethel asks. What? Elliot says. What's with your response? Ethel teases. I never knew you could say such expressions like I'm sorry and ask for favors. Elliot is annoyed. What do you take me for? He sighs. I mean, you're right. I should apologize to you first, he continues. I'm sorry for being rude while trying to find out about your connection with Tara. I still believe that you were secretly in league with her, he adds. However, after seeing you up close, I concluded that you're not as wicked as I thought. Though you often get on my nerves, so, I'm sorry. Ethel huffs. All this after blaming me for making Riena cry with such a great fuss. Elliot stammers. That's. You making her cry doesn't necessarily mean that you're a bad person, and people can hurt or be hurt due to misunderstandings. Ethel realizes. Elliot is starting to think in a normal and reasonable way about Riena. She relents. Fine. I'll let bygones be bygones and accept your apology. Ethel points her finger. But there's one condition. Elliot gulps. A condition? Ethel playfully pokes a dejected Elliot with a stick through the prison bars. Are you satisfied now? He asks, and she cheerfully confirms. Yes. Elliot reflects on his past behavior, admitting. Having experienced this myself, I understand how insulting it must have felt. I admit that I crossed the line back then. Then he asks, Shall we start talking about my request now? She replies. Sure. As long as it's not a difficult favor, I'd be happy to consider it, he asks, fidgeting. If I end up receiving a prison sentence, I'd like to serve it in El Cinza. Ethel, taken aback, exclaims, You want to go to El Cinza prison? Elliot clarifies. Yes, the one located in the El Cinza region near the western border. Elliot explains further. I know I should speak to Prince Terence about this, but he's a bit difficult to deal with. Ethel hums thoughtfully. Elliot snaps. What's with your response? She teases. Isn't El Cinza close to the Milohem County? It looks like you've gotten close with the Count already. Elliot immediately gets defensive. Don't get any funny ideas. I'm only saying this because I don't want the plans I made to go to waste. He slams his hands on the table, looking flustered. After thinking about his past conversations with the Count, he says, The more I talk to him, the more clearly I realize just how ignorant he is about developing a territory. Since El Cinza prison is close enough, he will be able to drop by whenever he has any questions, Ethel says. But as you know, El Cinza is a poor area. The facilities there must be run down too. Elliot replies. Well, I won't be bored at least. There should be plenty of work to do if I want to help the area grow. Ethel then brings up a concern. Moreover, the food there is probably much worse than what you'd get in the capital. But Elliot dismisses it. I'm sure the Count will take care of that matter for me. Ethel's expression turns serious as she asks, What about Riena? You probably won't get to see her very often. Elliot looks downcast, saying, I don't expect her to come visit me that often anyway, he continues. In the eyes of the public, I'm already someone who committed corruption blinded by greed. If she visits me, people will look at her with suspicion. Honestly, I don't want to see Lady Riena all that much. Ethel is shocked and asks, Are you unwell, Elliot? He snaps back. I'm fine. So she asks, Then what makes you say that? Elliot confesses, When I'm with her, I feel like I'm not myself, and that scares me. I'm a logical thinker. I can confidently say that I've been that way for as long as I can remember. However, after I met Lady Riena, I often found myself acting irrationally, unable to control my emotions. When it came to her, I couldn't think straight or make any rational decision. I did feel something was off with me, but that's just what they say love does to you, so, Elliot continues, but after being away from her for a while, and especially after hearing what the Count said yesterday, I feel even more confused now. He clutches his head, thinking, I still love Lady Riena. I really do. She's still as cute and lovely as ever in my eyes. But, at the same time, I just can't shake the thought that having such emotions is completely unlike me. He finally concludes, I know that the moment I see her again, I'll go right back to how I was. So now that it's come to this, I think it might be better to spend some more time away from her. My uncle always wanted me to help make the world a better place. I have no intention of living up to his wish, but at least I promised myself that I wouldn't become a bad person. Ha! Where did things go wrong? The next morning, the Imperial Palace issues a statement, announcing that Elliot Rudd was the sole culprit behind the Ebert Company incident, and that Lady Riena had no part in it. With the case closed, Elliot was to be transferred to the main building of the Capitol Guard Station until his sentencing. Elliot says to Ethel, Thank you for accepting my request. Ethel responds, Nothing's been decided yet. I will speak to the prince, but I cannot guarantee that he will agree. Elliot replies, Even so, you'll try, and I appreciate that. Then he adds, If you're ever in prison, come to El Cinza. The more faces I know, the merrier. Ethel says, That's not going to happen. With a gentle smile, Elliot says, Take care. Ethel replies, You too, Elliot, as she walks away. Later Ethel and T were together having tea. Ethel says, As long as Elliot is in El Cinza, there's no chance that he'd side with Riena again. I still believe he will make a great asset for the Empire. T replies, Very well. In that case, I'll drop the idea of getting rid of him. Ethel looks surprised. I didn't expect you'd give in so easily, Terence. I thought you hated him. T replies, I do, but my feelings aside, I trust your judgment. Ethel says, My judgment? I appreciate that, but I think you might be overestimating me. He replies, No, I'm not. After all, you managed to get a sincere apology from that arrogant, haughty man. Ethel says, But it was thanks to Count Milohem that Elliot could change. He asks, Whose idea was it to bring Count Milohem to Elliot in the first place? T smiles at Ethel, saying, You're a remarkable person, Ethel. Ethel blushes. Am I? Well, if you say so, I'll take your word for it. Ethel then thinks to herself, He's right. I should no longer underestimate myself. Ethel arrives at the Look Ambassador's residence. Ethel! Welcome back, says Diana. How have you been, Diana? Ethel asks. Later that night, Ethel is asleep. A mysterious voice says, Was it him? The one you asked me to help you make the right decision for? Ethel murmurs, HM. The voice continues, I can't believe you used your first wish for someone else. What a peculiar girl you are. You're not like that girl at all. She always prays and wishes for herself. Ethel saw herself floating in the air. She looks around and thinks, This voice. It's the same voice I heard at the Temple of the Wanderer's Forest the other day. The voice says, Indeed, you are a far cry from that child. Actually, you two are also very different in abilities and even in how well you use them. Do you think it's unfair? Perhaps, but that's how the world works. Ethel exclaims, I have no idea what's that supposed to mean, but that voice sounds like it's mocking me. And it's starting to annoy me. Anyway, why is my body floating in the air? The voice says, Dear, oh dear. Please don't be so angry. Let me show you something that will pique your curiosity instead. This might be a slight breach of causality, but you won't remember a thing when you wake up anyway. After a bright flash, Ethel wakes up floating above the city. She wonders, Where am I? Who is that man? She sees a person cloaked and an older man on a balcony. The cloaked person says, "Here you are." The old man replies, "Oh, you came." The cloaked person says, "Do you have some hidden treasure up here? Is that why you're always climbing all the way up?" The older man responds, "Precious treasure, indeed. Everything you can see from here is my treasure. What used to be such a barren, impoverished land has developed this much. All of this would have been impossible without you. Thank you." Ethel realizes. Wait, these two men. The person removes his cloak and he was Elliot. He says, "Much of the success was due to you and your people working together with one heart and mind." The old man says, "Putting in effort doesn't always lead to good outcomes. Who introduced the crop that can grow on barren soil? Who foresaw Javaka Kingdom's attack and prepared us for it? And who ensured the refugees were able to settle here successfully?" Elliot sighs. "You're being quite generous with compliments today," he notes, a little suspiciously. "Should I be expecting a favor coming my way?" But the old man deflects. "Looking back, I realize how much you've done for this place for the last 30 years. Elliot's still not buying it and asks, "Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? And what's with that regretful tone?" The old man insists. "Believe me, you are the best thing that's ever happened to my county." But then comes the real reason for this conversation. "But lately, there's been something weighing on my mind. I can't help but wonder if I held back someone who could have soared through much vaster skies. Was it truly a blessing for you as well?" Elliot replies, "My goodness, is that what's been on your mind?" He continues, "Frankly speaking, I find no joy in helping the already talented shine brighter. That sort of easy task just bores me. The true challenge and the real reward lie in polishing the rough diamonds. And this land isn't just your treasure. It's mine too. Elliot's got some serious ambition. So please stop those silly thoughts and let's eat," he tells the old man, who's still a little stunned. The old man laughs. "Oh, is it time already? Madame Molly must be waiting." The old man responds, trying to lighten the mood. Elliot adds, "Speaking of which, it's thanks to this small world that I was able to reunite with my mother." The old man chuckles. "Who would have thought that you were the very son Madame Molly used to lament that she couldn't bring herself to visit? You don't know how stunned I was, haha." And with that, they head off to eat. Suddenly, there's a ripple effect, and Ethel is floating in a starry sky, freaking out. The mysterious voice says, "You saw it, didn't you? I'm sure it will bring you some peace, even though you will forget it the moment you wake." Ethel gets shocked. She tries to speak but couldn't. She thinks, "Surely, this is the voice of Goddess Mila, the one I heard when I prayed at the temple, right?" In her memory, she remembers herself with T and Tara at the temple. "I will be off then. I hope we meet again, if fate allows." The voice continues. Ethel panics. "I can't just let the goddess leave like this. Wait, how can this be a gift? If I wake up remembering nothing, what good is it to me? Erase what you've just shown me if you must, but please answer the question I'm about to ask, and don't erase it from my memory." The voice considers and replies, "I was right. You are peculiar. You're nothing like that girl who only ever prays for herself." Ethel is confused. "Where is she? Where is this voice coming from, at?" she asks. "By that girl, are you referring to Riena Cassius?" The voice remains silent for a moment, then the voice booms out. "How dare you, a mere human being, attempt to sound me out? Do you honestly believe I'd take your side just because I let you hear my voice?" Ethel is terrified. Why does she sound so overpowering? She was kind and gentle with Riena in the novel. Don't tell me, does she not care about other humans besides Riena? In her mind, she remembered T saying, "Is she really though? There are other less-known legends too. According to them, she is unreasonably violent and enjoys watching conflicts and disputes among humans." Ethel is horrified. Maybe Terence was right. Suddenly, a dark wolf appears, snarling. Ethel flinches and turns. He mentioned that in some legends, Goddess Mila appears as an animal. Could this really be her then? The wolf lunges. Ethel flinches, and then the goddess laughs. Pfft. Puhaha! Did I surprise you? You look so serious that I thought a little prank might lighten the mood. Ethel is exasperated. Are you really Goddess Mila? The goddess replies. I go by that name too. It's what people of your land usually call me. Ethel thinks. But she's so different from the goddess I read about. The goddess explains. That's because the book you read was written from her perspective. She longed for Mila to shower her with endless affection, and I simply granted her wishes. Ethel says. That sounds a bit Aren't gods supposed to be solemn and unapproachable? And yet she comes across as somewhat frivolous, the goddess retorts. Oh, am I not divine enough for your liking? Well then, shall I send you back? Ethel shrinks back. And no, not yet. I still have so many questions. Please don't send me back yet. Is it really your blessing that makes everyone love Riena so dearly then? What about me? Why didn't you grant me any blessing? Sure, being able to read the novel in my mind is helpful, but it's hardly a blessing compared to what you gave her. The goddess reveals. You already have my blessing, dear one. You're simply not powerful enough to sense it. Ethel wonders. I have her blessings? Really? The goddess concedes. As you wished, I'll let you keep this memory. She went with a flash. The next morning, Ethel is looking haggard. T asks, You don't look well. Did something happen last night? Diana says, You seem to have little energy this morning. Ethel admits, I couldn't sleep well last night. Diana asks, Did you have a bad dream? She replies, Something like that. Then she thinks, Actually, it doesn't really feel like a bad dream. I don't quite remember what it was about. I just have lingering feelings from it. Even so, something tells me that I made the right choice about Elliot. She takes a sip of tea. Let's stop daydreaming. It's not like I can meet Terrence like this all that often. Diana asks, A bad dream, huh? You must have been scared. T adds, They say dreams often reflect your subconscious. Do you have something worrying you? Ethel smiles. Well, there's something that's been on my mind. T urges. Would you mind if I asked what it is? Sometimes, just sharing your worries make you feel better. Diana says, I agree with His Highness, Ethel. Please tell us. Let us help ease your heart. Ethel hesitates. Oh, it's not all that serious, really. Well, after glancing around, she was blushing and was nervous. After gathering courage, she says, Then, may I ask you something? It's a little embarrassing to ask, but do you think I'm lovable enough as a person? Silence hangs in the air as T, Venetta, and Diana look on in stunned surprise. Ethel is mortified and embarrassed. What was I thinking? She remembers the goddess's ethereal voice. You already have my blessing, dear one. You're simply not powerful enough to sense it. Ethel blushes, thinking. I was wondering if the blessing the goddess mentioned was about being loved by everyone, like Riena's. I thought maybe I just haven't noticed it because my power is too weak. Diana, clapping her hands together, exclaims, Of course. You have no idea how lovable you are. Venetta nods, agreeing. She's right. You're very lovable, Lady Ethel. He covers his mouth, trying to stifle a laugh. Yes, indeed. You're truly lovable. Ethel, face red, yells, Please forget what I just asked, and stop laughing. She thinks, I guess my blessing is different from Riena's. Meanwhile, Terrence's visit to the Look ambassador was an official one to deliver a message from the Emperor. Apparently, the Emperor intended for Terrence to become acquainted with ambassadors from various nations. It seems he means to introduce his older son, a potential heir, to the international stage. Although the Emperor was deeply disappointed in Mikhail, the deposed Crown Prince still retains a strong base of support. However, there's still a chance that Mikhail won't change his ways, and that's probably why the Emperor has begun to shift part of his support to Terrence. In a nutshell, the Emperor must intend to pit his two sons against each other. Ethel smiles, thinking, The battle for the throne has finally begun in earnest. A few days later, Ethel sits reading a newspaper, musing. I haven't even figured out what the gift the goddess mentioned is yet, let alone the nature of the blessing she said she'd granted me. Nor has she appeared in my dream again. She pauses, looking at a picture in the newspaper. The article reads, Bizarre rumors spread across the remote Anala region in the northeast as villagers claim to have witnessed a massive meteor falling over the mountains. Ethel realizes. Based on the original novel, it's this meteor falling in Anala that will turn my abandoned mine into a golden goose. But it doesn't add up. The meteor wasn't supposed to fall until early winter. It's only summer now. She gasps. Wait, could this possibly be the gift from Mila? She quickly packs her stuff. Venetta enters and seeing her ready asks, Lady Ethel? Are you going on a trip? Why are you packing? Ethel beams. I'm going to fetch my lovely goose. Care to join me, Venetta? Venetta looks bewildered. Goose? Meanwhile, at the ducal estate of House Cassius, Riena announces, Dad, I have a great business idea. If it goes well, we can cover our losses from last time and even turn a profit. The Duke and his son looks at her in surprise. Riena continues, I'm sure it'll succeed, but I need your help this time. So my idea is. Duke Cassius cuts in. Riena, dear. Perhaps it's time you let go of whatever that business is about. Riena gets shocked. What do you mean? Are you telling me to stop going after business ventures? The Duke insists. Yes, I think it's best you stop getting involved in business altogether. What? Why? Riena demands. He explains. Ebert Company fell apart due to corruption just a few days ago, so why are you trying to start another business so soon? Riena pleads. Trust me, this time will be different. Ebert's failure was just bad luck, that's all. Duke Cassius stands firm. Riena urges. Elliot been arrested and I've cut ties with Cecile. I still don't know which one of them betrayed me, but it doesn't matter now, either of them can stand in my way anymore. She recalls Mikhail's secretly meeting with Elliot. Mikhail told, Elliot didn't say a word. The only thing he said was that it'd be best for Riena and him to keep some distance for now. Duke Cassius continues, starting a new business in your current situation won't do you any good. Why don't you just lay low for the time being? Riena suggests, I can appoint a representative instead of stepping forward myself. I can handle that much on my own, Dad. The Duke pushes back. Even having a proxy has its limits. You went too far when you managed Ebert Company. Riena asks, Are you criticizing me? Lohane frets while the Duke says, I say this out of concern, not criticism. Riena retorts, You've been different lately, Dad. Is it because of Caden? Ever since you reconciled with your old butler, you've become rather distant toward me. Duke Cassius insists, This has nothing to do with Caden. As the head of this house, I simply judge that you're carrying too much on your shoulders. Riena, I can see how exhausting it must have been for you, managing both a ducal household and a company. Perhaps that's what led you to make those wrong choices. Riena was stunned, but, he continues, From now on, leave our dominion to Leandro and this house to me. Live an ordinary life, like other noble ladies. You can go ahead and date Prince Mikhail too. I promise I won't oppose your relationship arbitrarily anymore. Riena is dazed, as is Lohane. Riena asks him, You've noticed it too, right? Dad's clearly changed, hasn't he? Lohane stammers, Well, I think Father has a point. Riena gets furious. Lohane pleads, You have no idea how worried we all were when you were imprisoned. I just don't want to see you putting yourself at risk again, for business or otherwise. Riena thinks, Dad and Lohane used to do anything I asked, but now, they're certainly different. It must have started the day the Duchess's time capsule was discovered. Riena grits her teeth, thinking. Then the Duke comforts her, saying, Whether you manage our household or not, and whether you succeed in business or not, you'll always be my precious daughter, Riena. Lohane agrees, Father's right, little bunny. None of it changes the fact that we're family. Riena replies, Fine, I'll stay out of our household affairs. Duke Cassius responds, A wise choice, Riena declares, but I won't give up on pursuing business. Duke Cassius is taken aback. What? Riena declares, Just because you're my legal guardian, that doesn't mean you can control what I choose to do. I'm your daughter, not your possession. Duke Cassius warns, Riena, you'd better think again. Whatever you say, I won't support your business. Riena insists, Even if I skip breakfast? The Duke replies, Even so. She asks again, Even if I don't eat lunch and dinner either? Duke Cassius replies, It'll be hard to watch, but I still won't help you. Reen, looking sad, says, You really have changed, Dad. But it's okay. I can still do it, even without your help. The Duke begins. What is that supposed to Maya? A servant rushes in, exclaiming, Your Grace, I think you should go out to the front gate immediately. The Duke, Riena and Lohane rushes to the gate. A carriage is waiting outside as the Duke, Lohane, and Riena walk to it. As a person gets down the carriage, Duke Cassius asks, What brings you here? Roland Cassius, the former Duke Cassius, arrives. All the maids and servant bowed in a straight line. Cassius greets his father, asking, To what do I owe this visit, Father? Suddenly, Riena's little footsteps are heard, and she runs towards her grandpa, tackling him in a hug. Grandpa! She squeals. Roland lovingly pats her head. Oh, my sweet little bunny! I missed you so much I just had to come running to see you. Meanwhile, in a running carriage, T asks, You're leaving for a trip so suddenly. What's the occasion? Ethel explains, There's an urgent matter I must attend to in Anala. I would like Vinetta to accompany me, but she said she needs your permission. T replies, Of course, you may take her with you. After all, she's your escort for as long as you remain within the Empire's borders. What concerns me, however, is your safety. Will it be all right for you to travel with her alone? The road to Inala is long, and there may be bandits along the way. Ethel has an idea. In that case, may I request an additional guard? In fact, there is someone in particular I have in mind. T is intrigued. Someone in particular? Who are you referring to? Ethel answers simply. You. T is surprised. Me? He quickly recovers, saying, I'd be honored to accompany you, but unfortunately, I'm rather occupied these days. But Ethel isn't taking no for an answer. Well, you'll find you have no choice, because I intend to kidnap you. Ha ha! She laughs, teasing. Bewildered, T asks, Pardon? Ethel whispers. Actually, I inherited a magic stone mine from my parents, though it's long been abandoned, she continues. This book arrived today from someone in that neighborhood, she says inwardly. I had to prepare this much, since I can't possibly reveal that the source of this information is from a novel. T opens the book. So this thesis was published 80 years ago? Ethel confirms. That's right. A meteorite fell in Mazer, and a few years later, magic stones started appearing nearby. Based on that, the author suggested a hypothesis. T wonders, meteorites might have created magic stones, huh? He asks Ethel. Do you believe that claim to be plausible, Ethel? Ethel replies, I do. It was dismissed as nonsense when it was first published. But as long as there is even the slightest possibility, I believe it warrants an investigation. She adds, I know how busy you are right now and how important this time is for you, but, T interrupts, you don't need to persuade me any further. I'd like to accompany you on this trip, if you will allow it. Ethel is delighted. Are you certain? Would that truly be all right? T smiles. I can take care of the backlog once I return. It won't be a problem. T then turns to his servant, and he tells his servant. After hearing everything, Jack freaks out, Your Highness. You can't just postpone your entire schedule without any prior notice. If His Majesty learns of this dash, T replies, if he does, tell him that I cannot disclose the details at this moment, but that this is a decision I've made in my capacity as a prince. I'm sure he'll understand. Then she turns to Ethel and says, Shall we set off now? Jack will take care of everything else. Ethel feels bad for Jack, but thinks, I do feel bad, but it's far more important that Terence verifies the magic stone mine. T winks, looking forward to the trip. Now, shall we use this time on the road to discuss how how you, Ethel, and the Astaroth imperial family might establish a new relationship, assuming your theory about the mine proves true? Ethel thinks I knew it. Terence has already sensed my invitation wasn't merely about having company. Ethel is confident and replies, Of course. Back at the Cassius estate, Cassius is having a tense conversation with his father, Roland, Riena, and Elliot. Cassius asks, What exactly brings you here, father? Roland angrily replies, I didn't come to see you, so don't flatter yourself. I have nothing to say to a traitor who stabbed his own father in the back. Cassius retorts, Someone had to do it. You erased the welfare budget for the duchy's citizens and ruled through tyranny. Worse, you constantly turned my brothers and me against each other, to the point where we tore each other apart. Roland yells, It is only right that the strongest inherits the family legacy. Cassius says, That's exactly why I removed you from your position, so that I can save my children from that senseless fate. Roland trembles. How dare you? Riena, seeing the tension escalating, pleads, Dad, Grandpa, please stop. Roland tries to smooth things over. But, my sweet little bunny, he started it. You saw it, didn't you? Riena stands her ground. Still, if you keep being mean to my dad, I won't see you anymore, Grandpa. And no more kisses on your cheek either. Shocked Roland asks, No kisses? Cassius reflects. My father was forced to relinquish his title because of me. Since then, he had secluded himself in the northern part of our territory, and remained out of touch from me for a long time. Then there came a day when the affairs of the duchy compelled me to seek his help. He recalls little Riena tugs at him, saying, Let me talk to Grandpa, Daddy. Let's go see him together. Cassius says. But Riena insists. I believe you can make peace with Grandpa. Das what family's for, white? Please take me, Daddy. If you don't, I won't eat. Humph, Riena exclaims. Cassius relents. In the end, I gave in to Riena and paid a visit to my father in the northern reaches of the duchy. Roland coos at Riena. Ah, what a precious little angel, why don't you just stay here with Grandpa forever, sweetheart? Cassius looks on with a blank expression. He recalls, it's strange now that I think about it. My father didn't shed a single tear when he lost his own youngest son, yet the moment he laid eyes on a little girl who wasn't even of his blood, he was utterly taken with her. At that time, I thought nothing of it. Riena was adorable, but now, back to present, Riena pipes up. Dad, I'd like to stay with Grandpa for a while. Cassius gets startled and Roland cheers. Atta girl! You'll see Grandpa a million times better than your useless dad who couldn't even keep you out of prison. Riena scolds him. Stop it, Grandpa! Stop being mean to my dad! Cassius realizes. Riena, you're planning to ask your grandfather to help you with your business, aren't you? He pleads. I already told you to stay out of anything related to business. Please listen to me, sweetheart. Riena, looking determined, says, I'm sorry, Dad. Cassius cries out. Riena! He is worried about what she will do. Riena says, You'll understand me, Dad, if you return to the father you used to be. The Duke Cassius stands stunned and he watches her go, looking so heartbroken. Riena, meanwhile, is cheerfully leaving with her grandpa, who is cackling like a supervillain. Luhain chases after them, shouting, Riena! You can't just leave like this! But Grandpa is not having it. How dare you, boy! He whacks Luhain on the head with his cane. Riena cries, Grandpa, stop! Then they in the carriage, waving goodbye. Let's go, Riena! Her grandpa says. Yes, Grandpa, she replies. Luhain returns to his father defeated. Cassius sees all this happen, and he's thinking. Then he turns determined. I can't just stand by and do nothing. I have a duty as a father. Later, Cassius summons an attendant. Did you call for me, Your Grace? The attendant asks. Cassius orders him to secretly investigate the whereabouts of Riena and her father, reporting every single move they make. Without Lady Riena knowing, Your Grace? The attendant asks. Cassius is like, obviously. Why would you even ask? But inside, he's flinching. Right. This man was personally chosen by Riena. Cassius grabs his sword, points it to the soldier. Why, Your Grace? The attendant stutters. Moments later he commands another guard. Lock that man in the dungeon, and you, report every movement Riena and my father make directly to me. The other attendants reply. Understood. Cassius sighs, realizing. He remembered Caden's word. Currently, House Cassius is filled with people loyal to Lady Riena, not to you, Your Grace, he says aloud. So is this what you meant, Caden? In the worst-case scenario, I might need to replace everyone. Meanwhile, in the Anala region, Ethel, T, and Venetta are on a mission. A little girl points out the abandoned mine, saying, That's the abandoned mine, my lady. Ethel smiles and thanks her. Oh, right. I heard a meteor fell near here a few days ago, Ethel says. The little girl nods. Yes, I saw it myself. The whole village saw it too. She asks, Has anyone found the meteorite? The girl replies, No one has time for that. Everyone's too busy working. Even us kids have to help our parents with labor and chores. We have to so we can pay taxes to our lord. Ethel fumes. To squeeze the life out of the poor like this. Viscount Canver. He's exactly like the villain in the novel. The Anala region, which once belonged to the Wallace County, was handed over to Viscount Canver after House Wallace failed to settle its debts. The Viscount refused to take the mine due to its lack of productivity, but he was dying of regret later on. The little girl waves goodbye, saying, Anyway, I'll be off now. I'll tell your lodging that you'll be back by evening. Ethel turns to her companions. Shall we get going then? She asks. Ethel reminds Venetta. Oh, don't forget. You mustn't take off the cloak I gave you no matter what. Venetta replies. Understood. By the way, this cloak, it's an artifact that resists magic, isn't it? Considering the magic shield artifact you gave us as well, are we expecting to fight a mage here? Ethel flinches for a second and says, If my guess is right, there's a tremendous magical force at work in the mine. We don't want to get caught up in it, do we? T replies. Of course. The more prepared we are, the better. Venetta adds. Indeed. Thank you. Ethel thinks. We may be facing something far more dangerous than just a mage. Inside the mine, the group walks cautiously with their lanterns. Suddenly, Ethel staggers from a rock and T catches her before she can fall. Are you all right? He asks. Ethel nods. T warns. Please be careful. This place was shut down long ago and hasn't been maintained since. T notices the crystals scattered everywhere. He notices that and says, "Wait, are those?" As he kneels down to check, Ethel asks, "What's the matter?" He replies, "Just a moment, please. Let me try channeling magic into this." T channels magic into one of the crystals, and it begins to glow. "Wow!" Ethel exclaims. T explains, "This looks to be at least a high grade, possibly even top grade magic stone. The higher the grade, the brighter it glows." T continues, "No matter how rich the mine once was, stones of this quality would never have been left lying about. It's likely this one was once no more than a common stone or a low-grade magic stone at best." He smiles. "Your hypothesis stands true, Ethel." Ethel is ecstatic. "High-grade magic stones? I'm rich now," T says. "It might even be top-grade." Ethel replies, "Oh, come on, there's no way it's that good." T interjects, "You never know. Judging by the amount of mana it's emitting, top grade is definitely a possibility." Veneta then says, "Lady Ethel, Your Highness," she asks, "there's a fork up ahead. Which way should we go?" T replies, "We've already confirmed that the magic stones here have changed. Do we really need to go further in?" Ethel thinks, "Terence may have a point, but to truly own this mine, I have to find the meteorite." She says, "Well, I'm personally curious about the meteorite as well." Suddenly, a rumble shakes the mine. "Ethel! Get behind me!" T shouts. "Watch out!" Veneta cries. Ethel thinks, "This feeling. It's the same as when Goddess Mila came to me in my dream." Moments later, everything goes silent. T grabs Ethel. "This place is dangerous. We have to get out now," he says. Just then, T starts to rush out. T is suddenly struck by a shield of energy. Ethel gasps. There was nothing like this in the novel. An invisible wall blocks their escape, and Ethel wonders if the meteor falling earlier altered the course of events. T tells her to step back as he draws his sword. The sword clashes against the barrier repeatedly, but it's no use. T grits his teeth, admitting that while he can deal some damage, the wall instantly repairs itself. Veneta suggests they work together and let Ethel escape, but T shakes his head. It's not just one or two layers. It's a mass of magic energy, an absurd amount too. He wonders, what kind of extraordinary mage could possibly create this? Ethel knows. It's not made by a mage. Ethel realizes that in the original novel, Riena was kept in the mine by a divine beast dwelling in the meteor. The divine beast subjected Riena to a trial before recognizing her as its rightful master. But there wasn't an invisible wall, and the trial wasn't even that hard to begin with. In the novel, Riena overcame the trial with Matisse and Tara. Ethel assumed she could pass with Terence and Veneta. She came fully prepared, even bringing an artifact. She remembers Goddess's word. As an apology for her little prank earlier, I've prepared another gift. You may look forward to it. Ethel was worried. Unfortunately, the trial's difficulty increased. How is this a gift? She realizes she can't hide the truth any longer. They could all be in danger. What they're up against is a divine beast. I know how unbelievable it sounds, Ethel says, looking so apologetic. I'm sorry I brought you here without any explanation, even though I knew everything. I'll explain how I got to know later, after we make it out of here safely. She thinks in her mind, if I told them this is the world of a novel and that I'm someone who's taken over a character, they'd think I've lost my mind, right? But they got caught up in this because of me. I can't just pretend not to know and drag them any further. T gently touches Ethel's face. Ethel, you don't need to feel guilty. I came here out of my own free will. It was my decision to follow you, after hearing that you were willing to cooperate with the Imperial family if you became the owner of the Magic Stone Mine. Veneta chimes in. I came here by my own choice as well, and ever since I first held a sword, I've lived knowing I could lose my life at any moment. So our opponent is a divine beast, you say? How exciting! When else would I get to experience something like this? She clenches her fist, ready for action. T smiles. You see, Ethel, so please don't blame yourself for any of this. Moreover, there's no need to explain how you came to know. I'd rather not hear it if it brings that look of pain to your face. Ethel's touched. Terence. Veneta. Veneta is not that curious, and T adds. You heard her, right? Ethel smiles brightly. As long as I'm with these two, I'm not afraid of anything. Not even a divine beast. She cheered up. All right. Shall we start with a strategy meeting then? Then they starts to strategize. T says. Given the limited space, we're at a significant disadvantage against the caster. Evading attack spells will be difficult, and a single mistake could collapse the tunnel and bury us alive. Ethel points out. If we go just a little farther inside, there should be a wider space. If my intel is accurate, that's where the divine beast will be. That doesn't change the fact that we're still at a disadvantage, though. But Ethel has a secret weapon up her sleeve. But I know the divine beast's weakness, she declares. It has a distinctive mark on its head. If you hit that spot, it'll be incapacitated. The problem is that it's hard to get close to it. It constantly unleashes offensive magic, and it's protected by a magical barrier. On top of that, it can use all sorts of spells. This won't be an easy battle, T says. In that case, you should stay in a safe place while Veneta and I go on the offensive against the divine. Ethel interrupts. Please let me finish what I'm saying. She has a plan. Terrence, you still have the magic stone we checked when we entered the mine, right? T replies. Huh. Oh yes, here it is. Ethel explains. The mine started rumbling, and the invisible wall appeared right after we examined the magic stone. It's possible that the divine beast sensed our presence because we came into contact with the stone. T nods, acknowledging the point. That's a fair point. But why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Ethel declares. I'll act as a decoy and draw the divine beast's attention. While it's focused on me, the two of you should attack. No! T and Veneta exclaim, startled. It's too dangerous. Ethel pleads. Please listen to the rest of the plan. The key is to take advantage of the divine beast's attribute. I've prepared something. She rummages through her bag. T and Veneta exchange concerned looks. T shakes his head. I understand it's a brilliant idea, but I still think it's too risky. If even a part of the plan fails you, his face is filled with worry. Ethel, you could lose your life. Ethel stands firm. Terrence, I want us to defeat the divine beast and make it out of here safely, all of us. But if one of us has to be sacrificed, then it has to be me. Ethel! T shouts, horrified. No way! You can't seriously be thinking of sacrificing yourself, Ethel insists. I led you both here without telling you the full truth. How could I possibly stand by and do nothing while the two of you risk your lives? If I did that, I could never forgive myself, even if we all made it out alive. Veneta, seeing Ethel's determination, relents. Since you're that determined, I'll agree to the plan. Ethel replies, Thank you, Veneta. But T, still worried, clenches his jaw, clearly uneasy with the idea. Ethel looks at him, her expression unreadable. Then with a sigh, T admits, It seems you won't change your mind no matter what I say. Ethel beams back, confident. If my plan had really been unrealistic, you would have opposed it until the end. You also saw the possibility in it, right? Then T suddenly grabs Ethel's wrist, causing her to question his actions. He puts a bracelet on her wrist. Ethel remembers. This is the anti-magic artifact I gave him before we entered the mine, he says. If you're ever in danger, I'll come for you without a second thought, even if it means abandoning the role I'm supposed to play. Ethel, touched, gently takes his hand. Still, I'd like you to keep this artifact with you, she insists. I'm already wearing mine, and I brought 2 extras just in case. T replies, This cape alone will do just fine. Ethel says, but T cut in, please accept it. Otherwise, I will have to oppose this plan. Ethel is bombarded with affection as Veneta then offers one of her own bracelets. Here, you can have mine too. She pulls out her bag to show Ethel has a total of 3 bracelets on her wrist and 2 extra in her bag, exclaiming, Haha, this really isn't necessary. Shall we then? Ethel asks, ready to move forward. During their move, Veneta states, Lady Ethel, the path splits ahead. Which direction should we take? Ethel responds with a serious expression. It doesn't matter. They both lead to the same place. Ethel walks forward with purpose into the depths of the cave. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, revealing a massive, glowing crystal. A voice booms. How utterly foolish and truly pitiful. Yet here you are. Had you remained in your wretched despair, you might have been permitted to cling to that feeble excuse of a life if only for a while longer. Then the crystal transforms into a majestic, glowing deer. Why are you alone? The deer asks, its tone shifting to anger. Where is the insolent wretch who dared disturb my slumber with such outrageous magic? Ethel steps forward, her eyes blazing with determination. My name is Ethel. Goddess Mila's blessings are with me. I'm here to claim this mine, and you. Messenger of the goddess, Heed your master's divine will and aid me. But the deer just laughs. Ethel asks, what's so funny? The beast says, blessings, huh? Did you really think a mere touch of the goddess's affection made you special? How presumptuous. There's a whole world full of humans who could replace you. I can feel the desires that dwell in the human mind. Yours reeks of greed. Ethel falters. The beast continues, you hold no reverence for the divine. Your only concern is the profit you hope to gain from this magic stone mine. I expected more since you have the goddess's grace. How disappointing. With a terrifying roar, the deer unleashes its power. Be gone! Ethel is enveloped in flames, but she stands firm as protected by the artifact. The beast says, so you're not foolish enough to face me unprepared. Ethel grits her teeth. Gosh, that divine beast is far stronger than what the book described. Ethel's face contorts in anger. Damn you, Mila! The deer is not having it. Blasphemy against the goddess herself? How dare you! I just can't fathom what she saw in you of all humans. The beast unleashes another barrage of attacks. As Ethel endures it also, she says, why should I care about the goddess when all my troubles started because of her? She yells, grace, you say? Do you have any idea how many people have suffered because of the grace she bestowed upon Riena? Ethel's eyes are full of rage. I despise the divine. Leave human affairs to human hands. The bracelets on her wrist begin to crack under the strain. The beast roars. How dare you, you ungrateful wretch! Another attack is unleashed, and Ethel barely manages to withstand it. Hang in there just a little longer, she says to herself. Just then the beast conjures a massive fireball and says, I was going to deal with you first, but that won't do. The beast fires it behind Ethel and says, do you truly believe a mere ambush is enough to challenge me? The beast asks mockingly. Ethel stands panting. The beast roars. Did you really think that hiding your companions over there would keep me from noticing, you stupid human? Don't be sad. I'll make sure you join your friends soon. The deer prepares for a final, devastating attack. Her bracelets shatter, and Ethel slumps, as defeated. The beast laughs. He, you've finally let go of all hope. This is the end, human. Be gone! The deer unleashes its full power, and Ethel is engulfed in a blinding explosion. Ethel was standing there unscathed while the divine beast agonized in pain. Then a broken artifact fell to the ground. Ethel says in her mind, thank you, Elliot, as it was an artifact that Elliot gave. The beast is furious. How dare you, you insignificant mortal! Then Ethel runs with the remaining depleted artifacts. The beast roars, you're not getting off that easily. It unleashes an attack. Just then T appears, high in the air to strike him. It avoids T. Veneta also appears ready to strike. The beast gets confused. Taking that chance, T cut him in half and a magic stone appeared from within. Ethel realizes what's happening, shouts, Veneta! Don't let it escape! Veneta lunges and grabs it. I got it! Ethel grabs it from Veneta and yells, yield and become mine! She commands and it glows brightly. The beast lying half on ground asks how. My attack has clearly drained all your life force. Ethel reveals, what you struck was a stone Terrence had enchanted with magic. We split up on purpose, since both paths lead to the same place. While I was distracting you, the two of them moved under the concealment of their artifact and hid the magic stone behind the rock. The divine beast is furious. I let my guard down the moment I sensed that man's magic. Had I paid closer attention, I would have seen through your plan. I took you for a mere human blinded by greed, but it seems that you're cleverer than I thought. What's more, you had the guts to confront my full attack unprotected. T's face is filled with panic. Ethel! He's freaking out because Ethel took a hit from the divine beast without wearing a single bracelet. He shouts, don't tell me you took a hit from the divine beast without wearing a single bracelet. He's livid. How could you be so reckless? If the artifact hadn't been as effective as Elliot had thought, you could have died. But Ethel is all smiles. Relax, I'm totally fine. I didn't even get a scratch. T is not having it. Ha! Ethel says, Elliot's artifact was designed to return any attack to its source. Ethel's explanation is simple. I needed to deal a fatal strike to the divine beast. I had no other option. T is still worried. Please don't ever do something so dangerous again. He continues, eyes burning. You need to cherish yourself more. Ethel, looking chastised, replies, I am sorry. I won't act so recklessly again. T needs reassurance. Do you promise? Ethel, with determination, says, Yes, you have my word. The divine beast, meanwhile, is baffled. I don't understand, blessed one. You withstood my attack without any protection. It's a feat worthy of praise, so why are you being scolded? Ethel replies. I see you know nothing about how humans live side by side, caring for one another. The beast replies, of course not. I descended to this world only some time ago, and I've only been in this cave since. Ethel smiles. Come with me then. Let me show you the world. The divine beast wonders. Is it truly worth going to such trouble? Ethel explains. We humans may seem like worthless beings to you, but we live meaningful lives and pursue values of our own. And didn't you say something about me being greedy earlier? For the record, I'm actually pretty average. You've never even earned a single coin yourself. Who do you think you are to think you're so all-high and mighty? The divine beast admits. I still don't understand, but now that you've told me about the outside world, I am curious. T and Venetta guards Ethel as a bright light appeared from the beast. And just like that, the divine beast transforms into a cute, fluffy creature. Venetta is still on guard. What's this? A puppy? A kitten? A fox? The creature retorts. How insolent! This form is but temporary. My powers are depleted because of you humans. Ethel is ecstatic. You're so cute. This is your favorite place, isn't it? Ethel asks the divine beast. That's why you've stayed here all this time, right? The creature explains. Well, it's simply because my being is tied to minerals, Ethel suggests. Then why don't we just leave your main body, the meteorite, here? Touching a crystal, she smiles. It's enough if you, the avatar, come with me, the creature says. How strange. You sound like you care about me, but I feel a strong sense of greed from you. Ethel denies it. What? No way. You've totally got the wrong idea, she says inwardly. I'm not leaving the main body just to make magic stones. Absolutely not. She then exclaims. Let's hurry and head out. But then, Terrence. And suddenly, T collapses into Ethel's arms, his face looking bewildered. Ethel shouts his name.